Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Yamkela Makupula. I'm the CEO of South African Diamond Producers. Before we start, I'm going to quickly just hand over to Jog for 2 minutes.
Thanks, Yamkela. This is really geared for the people going underground on Saturday. We want to just make sure that you are warned well in advance of a couple of rules. Don't come and moan at me on Saturday. You must have full PPE. If you haven't got full PPE, that's hard hat, safety vest, and mine boots. You're not going to be allowed underground. No cell phones, no cameras underground, so leave everything in your backpack. Take as little as possible through with you into security. Take some water and a snack for later on the dumps. And last, a bit of a downer. You know that Friday is Digger's Braai. No alcohol for those going underground, because you're going to have to blow an alcohol test. You won't be allowed underground if you blow red. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jog. If I knew what you were here to say, I would have made sure you are the last speaker for the day. Well, I'm going to start with the formal welcome address. I'm assuming that you're looking at the program. And then just after that, then I'll introduce our first speaker, which is our keynote address, Mr. Paul Zimnisky. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. On behalf of the South African Diamond Producers and GSSA, we are honored. We could not have made this possible by firstly having this audience showing an interest in this. But secondly, to our sponsors that have made it possible for us to be able to say we can actually afford to host a Kimberley International Symposium, Diamonds. Let's not forget that part. Once a digger, always a digger. We never forget why, the reason why we are here. This comes at a time when, in our own country, we're dealing with a number of issues, which some of them, Paul, you would have heard on your side, coming from Canada. And thank you for gracing us with your presence. Illegal mining has been making headlines. And we tend to think that it's the issue for gold, for chrome, but I can tell you, as one of the industry leaders in the diamond sector, we are highly affected. Last year, Gert, myself, Rosalind, some of our members came to us and told us that they've got illegal miners running their mines because they've got permits, they're not able to actually do the mining because there's illegal miners. And we had to take an initiative of speaking to law enforcement, and I can tell you the next week, they had 300, 400 illegal miners arrested. But the issue is, they get arrested, they go through a process, and they come out. And that's the issue that we are facing as industry. This conference also comes at a time of load shedding, which has forced most of our operations, especially from a small scale perspective, to get them to a place of downscaling, because the cost of mining has become that difficult. So with that, we then started looking at what are the ways of reducing the cost of compliance in South Africa and the cost of mining. You will hear during the course of the day, some of the presenters will be speaking on the artisanal small mining policy that is being reviewed. South African diamond producers, we are busy engaging government because we do believe that if it is easier for new entrants to apply for mining licenses, and they can afford it, and they can even afford to comply, especially with health and safety legislation, then we will have less illegal miners and more people actually coming into the system. Right now, it's too difficult. We're not promoting illegal mining. What we are promoting is we need more new entrants in the game. Our sector is dying out. You will hear during the course of these discussions, people like John Bristow, who's been in the sector as a legend, they'll tell you it is getting more difficult and more difficult. And it's tough. But Paul and the rest of the visitors, you also come at a time where we're starting to feel positive because we are in the middle of the review of the Diamond Act, which some of our members here are part and parcel of giving input into that. So someone like Gert van Niekerk, for instance, will give you what are our views in that, because the only way to influence is through legislation. And just 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, our minister then brought us all in for the review of the MPRDA. So it's a good time, but it's also tough times. The reason why I'm bringing this up is to say the role of the conference, as our vice chairman had said to the media, is to come with solutions. We are here to engage one another. We are here to learn from one another. Here you've got gray hair, middle hair, I think I'm part of the middle hair, and then you've got the youngsters, the students, which I want to congratulate for being here. Please clap your hands for yourselves. Well done. So, with everyone that is here, this is an opportunity to engage. This is an opportunity to learn from one another. To the students, ask as many questions as you need to. Of course, Tanya has got limited time for everyone. But engage, engage, engage. During tea time, don't just sit with your group. Go and speak. You've got leaders of industry here. You've got leaders of big companies, people that have done it, seen it, and they continue doing it for your future. So engage as much as possible. I would like to thank all the speakers that will be speaking. I'd like to mainly thank the sponsors, and I would like to request or encourage everyone, please interact with our sponsors. The material that they've brought, interact with it and support them because they support this industry. With that, I would like to officially say this conference is open. We are excited. We are looking forward to the outcomes. I will be leaving after tea because Gert requested me to represent us in the BRICS. So we are still busy, even on that side, in making sure that we are part and parcel of those trading discussions so that it's easy for us to do business. That's all that we are asking for as the business sector. Every time we go to our producers, they say to us, I just wanna mine. That's all that I want. I'm a digger. That's all that I want to do. So we'll do our part, you do yours. Today and the rest of this week, enjoy yourselves. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed for that introduction, and gosh, that's some fairly tough questions which I must try and address, and I'll do what I can. Exactly as the slide said, this is my presentation, but before I dive into it, thank you very much to the organizers, Tanya, John, and yourself and everybody else for such a tremendous conference. It's wonderful seeing so many old faces and friends and colleagues, and also meeting so many young people who have a passion for the industry too as well, and it's really wonderful seeing everybody here. I'm giving this talk on financing of diamond projects, and financing is probably one of the toughest areas, and I'm sure all those business owners will know that, and is probably even tougher in exploration, and it's probably never been as tough. As I was introduced, I've been in this business for over 3 decades, and I don't think I've ever known it tougher than it is at the moment. So what I'm going to go and try and do, next slide please, it's not working. Oh, it is, there we are, thank you. I'm going to try and give some perspective on financing, as well as try and give some indications about what can be done. And to give that perspective, I'm only going to skip through diamond industry fundamentals because Paul did a brilliant presentation ahead of me, so I'm going to kind of distill maybe 2 or 3 points from that. Look at global exploration trends because diamonds are often seen in that area. Very briefly, how to develop diamond projects, how can one access exploration capital, and I'm particularly looking at it from a listed company perspective, not from a private company perspective. Why Southern Africa, and then some conclusions. Sorry. You have to press it a bit longer, is that right? Okay, you'll move it for me. Okay, great. Okay, so diamond industry fundamentals. Next slide, please. There are lots of aspects affecting the diamond industry at the moment. And Paul has touched on many of these, and this might seem like a plethora of stuff, but every mining company, irrespective of their commodity, and diamonds are not a commodity, have these issues facing it in some shape or form. Paul spoke about Russia, about China, about lab-grown diamonds. There's obviously issues around the Ukraine war, the Botswana agreement, the rise of India, and other things. So there's a lot of issues shaping the diamond market at the moment. If one looks at, diamonds are not a commodity, Paul made the very important point that marketing is key because this is a luxury product, and it talks to people's deepest emotions around love, symbolism, and attachment. So the marketing of the natural stone is absolutely fundamental to its future in the industry. The luxury market, however, has built resilience. Paul also made the same point about the larger stones itself. There is a narrow group of customers who will actually buy these, and they will keep on actually buying them. And one has seen that the market has continued to grow and will continue to grow into the future. And there are positive prospects for the luxury goods growth going into 2030 and beyond. But of course, there will always be black swan events. Like we had the global financial crisis in 2009, like we had COVID, like we have the war in Ukraine, and then undoubtedly going into the future, there will be many more of those of which we don't know what they are, but they will happen, which will disturb the long-term trend. If we look at the long-term supply and demand outlook, it's reasonably stable. Later this afternoon, I'm chairing a panel about looking at the diamond industry into 10 to 20 years' time. Interestingly, when I was at Botswana in a conference last year, we looked at what would the Botswana diamond industry look like in 30 to 40 years' time. And for those of you who look at the Anglo-American Annual Report and look at the life of Botswana's mines, there might not be much left in 30 to 40 years' time. But I'm sure technology and other things will continue the life of mines, of which they typically do, over time. So there's some very interesting things that might happen, not in my lifetime, but certainly in the youngsters' lifetime in the diamond industry. And I think there will be a fundamental change from the past going into the future. So looking at global exploration trends, and this is an important perspective in terms of raising money. If we look at exploration expenditure, there was a peak in round about 2012, and then there was a sudden drop-off in exploration, and only now is it actually beginning to pick up. Now, this is a very interesting slide, particularly for those of you who read about lithium and the new minerals and going to solar power, the new energy and things like that. The fundamental challenge with all of that is, where is all of this going to come from? That's a separate discussion. But it's all wonderful having those lofty goals around sustainability. But if you're not putting money into exploration, you're not going to find the stuff, and it's actually really not going to happen. And if you look at where we are at the moment, we're still just over half of where we were sitting at 2012 and actually beforehand in terms of exploration. If we kind of dig down that a little bit and see where is that money actually being spent, it is being spent typically in gold. Why? Because gold is a store of wealth when there is uncertainty in the world at the moment, which of course there is. So there's a lot of money being pumped into gold exploration, and of course copper and nickel and lithium, which are the kind of sexy metals. Sadly, I struggled to kind of put a line there for diamonds. It's very, very small, and the amount of money going into diamond exploration, which we can publicly find, is actually very small at the moment. And this would obviously exclude Anglo-American / De Beers expenditure, because that's not visible in their income statement. What is quite no worries, we can jump to that one. I was just going to make a final comment on this slide, is that Africa underperformed compared to other jurisdictions. You've got very developed jurisdictions such as Canada, where there's been an active exploration industry for decades, which is consuming a large amount of money, and Africa is sadly falling a little bit behind. So if we look at where the exploration money is going, it's typically actually going in mine site or adjacent exploration to mines, and then into advanced exploration, and there's becoming less and less expenditure in grassroots or early stage exploration. Now, many of you are geologists, and you realize that when there are fundamental shifts in geological thinking or geological models, that causes you to go back to old areas, or perhaps open up new areas that actually haven't been thought of. So this is a bit of a worrying trend. It basically means you're going to continue doing much of what you've done in the past, which in the case of diamond exploration, you may not be successful. You've actually got to look at adopting new technology. You've got to look at new and changing geological models, and there's some wonderful scientists going to be talking about that over the next 2 days. But here's the challenge, is less money is going into early stage exploration than has actually happened before. If we look at who is spending the money on exploration, corporates versus majors versus governments, there was a panel presentation I was involved with in Botswana about 4 years ago, where they said that governments were the best explorers. And I didn't have the numbers immediately available, but I can't think of one single diamond mine that's been discovered by a government, and I stand to be corrected on that. It's just the wrong, it's the wrong kind of, you need to be fleet-footed, you need to be entrepreneurial, you need to be a risk taker to be an explorer. But the takeaway from this particular slide is that juniors are the most successful explorers and are able to attract the most amount of money. Less so with corporates. Corporates have become more risk-averse, and they would typically buy projects. So the juniors raise the money, they do the hard yards in developing probably to an inferred resource, and maybe up to a pre-feasibility study, and then the majors are prepared to pay a premium to come and buy it actually after that. So that's where the money is, and that's quite important to actually address as we get towards the end, is that there are very, very few juniors operating in the diamond world at the moment, and I think there are only 2 listed juniors who are active in Southern Africa at the moment. and that's not many. So if we look at government incentives to exploration, this is also very important. There are three things that investors typically look at when they invest in exploration. One is geology, prospectivity. Two is political risk. And three is track record. And political risk is really important because how do you incentivize exploration? If you look at Canada, you've got 1,600 juniors in what could be termed an overexplored jurisdiction. In Australia, you've got 600. In South Africa, you've got 12. Obviously, you can read all of this in more detail. And why is that? Canada has a flow-through share scheme, which allows ordinary investors to recover some of their funds through tax advantages about investing in high-risk exploration. Australia's got something called the Junior Mineral Exploration Incentive Scheme. And in South Africa, we've got something called the Junior Mining Accelerator Program. It's very complicated. I don't quite understand it. I'm not quite sure who's used it. And they did launch Section 12J of the Income Tax Act to help incentivize exploration several years ago. It's now closed, but I believe it was mainly used to actually incentivize high-risk franchise stores like Spur, Ocean Basket, and things like that, and not mineral exploration. The good thing here is that South Africa is re-looking at this. I'm a member of a group that's re-looking at doing this and hopefully trying to build on something better than what Canada has. And I'm cautiously optimistic the group is making some good progress. The other side to being a public listed company is the onerous regulatory and ESG compliance. Now, this is absolutely fundamental. It's a very important thing, particularly in a consumer-facing industry such as diamonds. But for a fleet-footed junior explorer, it is a lot of extra work doing all of this stuff. And Rolene is speaking after me. We operate in Botswana, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. And the complexity of South African legislation compared to Botswana's like chalk and cheese. You get a simple, straight yes or no in Botswana. There's simple forms to fill in, and there are guaranteed timelines in terms of response. Here, there is nothing like, it's diametrically the opposite. And Rolene will, I'm sure, do her very best to explain all that to you in the presentation that follows. And that kind of thing actually puts investors off if it's too complicated. Now, they have, there's a saying that a dollar is an orphan. It'll find its own way home. And if you make it complicated, it's just not going to come to you. So if we look at developing diamond projects, developing diamond projects is basically an exercise in investing in risk reduction. At the left-hand side, you have grassroots exploration, you have ground, you have low expenditure leading to discoveries. And as you go through the stage of inferred resource, indicated resource, conceptual study, pre-feas, feasibility study, it becomes more and more expensive. And I'm going to get onto the area in which has the greatest challenging of funding. Here is the kind of area, those same stages I mentioned a moment ago. At exploration, you're typically looking at high net worth individuals, entrepreneurs, and maybe very specialist funds who invest in you. And at the right-hand side, once you've done your bankable feasibility study, you then start to have quite a few friends, and the banks start talking to you. But right in the middle is something I call the kind of orphan phase, where you found something, you now need to develop a resource and do the technical studies. And that is the killer for funding for an exploration company, because typically it costs millions, and typically no one will give you the money because there's no guarantee that you're going to have a positive bankable feasibility study. And that's the area where most kind of juniors fail. I say it's relatively easy raising money for the left-hand side and on the right-hand side, but it's the middle which is the big challenge. However, there are success stories. Paul mentioned about Karowe and Lucara. One of my previous companies, African Diamonds, was the original developer of this along with De Beers. And African Diamonds shareholders actually made 25 times their money in this particular investment. So if you're prepared to actually put your money up and you're prepared to kind of close your eyes for a little bit while the company does its work, you can actually make a lot of money. And even if you invested at every single fundraise in African diamonds, you would have still made 10 times your money. So it can be done, which I think is an important message to share with some. Moving on to accessing exploration capital, there are the traditional sources of funding, and sadly this is drying up to a large degree, going towards doing your road shows in London, Toronto, New York, and Melbourne in Australia, and then looking to raise money. Typically that doesn't work so much anymore, and you have to rely on high net worth individuals who are targeting your particular industry. If we look at some of the exploration markets, all the markets actually tend to be very, very efficient, and it's a reflection on the amount of incentivization that actually comes from the different governments. You may recall a slide of a few moments ago where I compared Australia with Canada with South Africa. And if you actually look at these different stock exchanges, on the Toronto, you've got 1,157 mining companies, of which 32 diamond companies. And on the Botswana Stock Exchange and Johannesburg Stock Exchange, you've got Lucara Diamonds and Botswana Diamonds have secondary listings. No diamond listings on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Negligible exploration capital raised. It's very difficult raising exploration in South Africa because it's a very risk-averse climate, and that typically dates back from the pre-1994 days, and sadly hasn't actually kind of moved on in terms of being able to access risk capital. This is another reflection of the same slide about how many companies are listed. You've got the Johannesburg Stock Exchange right at the very bottom. You've got the TSX actually on the left. And the sad thing about the JSE is not just the number itself, but it's actually the rate of decline. The rate of contraction has more than doubled since the year 2000. So things have actually got worse. So meanwhile, the minister may make lofty goals, but the reality is going in exactly the opposite direction. In a 1 or 2 slide time, I'll talk about what can actually be done about that. This is taken from one of your publications, thank you very much. This actually reflects the declining junior diamond sector in South Africa. From one of my earlier slides, you'll see that juniors are actually the engine of the industry. And because they go where others are feared to tread, and they have the kind of necessary risk profile to actually develop projects and going forward. And sadly, it's kind of dropped down significantly and has continued to drop down. So what are some of the alternative methods of funding? There are royalties, there are streams, there's crowdfunding, there's crypto. There's a lithium play, for example, in Cornwall, Cornish Lithium, that's raised a lot of money through crowdfunding. Now, is there any reason why that can't be done, for example, in the Northern Cape? Northern Cape people putting in money for diamond exploration and developing work in the Northern Cape. I think there's some very interesting things to be done around that in terms of fundings, and it's been done elsewhere, and I see there's no reason why it shouldn't be done here. However, one of the biggest success factors around exploration companies is this idea around mining incubators. And what is a mining incubator? It's basically a grouping of people, of entrepreneurs, skilled risk takers who have corporate, financial, technical, and legal experience. And there are very few of them around the world at the moment. The HDI group of Vancouver is probably one of the most well-known. The Lundin group is absolutely phenomenal. The Lundin group were the people who I dealt with when we sold Kurowi to them. The 162 group out of Dublin, which I'm a member of. And these are the kind of people who kind of spot projects, are able to find seed funding to actually get them going. And then once they've actually got wings, or in kind of an analogy with a human, they've passed from teenagerdom to adulthood, they let them go. And they kind of carry on from there. There are other things such as project generators, project marketplaces, but one of the things when I came to the Northern Cape Mining Investment Conference, I said, this is the kind of thing we really need here. We've got entrepreneurial mindsets here, we've got money here, we've got technical skills here, But it needs to be entrepreneurial. It cannot be bureaucratized. So these incubators, to me, are absolutely the key in terms of growing South Africa's diamond potential. Why Southern Africa? We know about the potential of the region itself. You know, we've historically been a fantastic miner. There is huge exploration potential in Southern Africa and Angola and the DRC, and it can really be an engine of growth going into the future. However, if one looks at the Fraser Institute study, you'll see that African countries continue to drop, and sadly South Africa continues to drop as well. But Botswana continues to increase, which is wonderful. And many countries in West Africa as well are continuing to get better. And Zambia, under their new president, is really moving up the rankings particularly hard at the moment. So it shows what can be done under the right leadership and under the right kind of policy direction. 5 minutes. However, just to overlay on that, the fiscal regime of the countries themselves are very, very important. This is a slide where we simulated a 10-hectare kimberlite deposit of, I'll just call it average grade and average diamond value for now, and we put them in South Africa, Botswana, Swaziland, Zimbabwe, and Lesotho. And the most commercial returns were actually in South Africa. And why? Because it doesn't have the 10% royalty, which comes in all the other jurisdictions, and the taxation regime is more generous. So I know many are negative, sadly, on South Africa, but the positive here is the fiscal environment is actually very good. So in conclusion, what needs to be done? Paul spoke about the diamond supply gap, and if you look longer into the future, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, particularly as the Debswana mines become deeper, become more expensive, and eventually run out. So what do we need to do in terms of growing future diamond supply? Because it has to come from exploration. There's no other way that it comes. Security of tenure and political stability are absolutely key. You can't get away from that. A transparent mineral cadastre system is fundamental. You can log on to most countries' cadastres from here, but you can't do it for South Africa. That has to change if we want to grow South Africa's. Local incentivization is key. It's not a complicated thing. Many other jurisdictions around the world do it. We have enough high net worth individuals in South Africa who would do it if there was the right level of tax incentivization. We must try and develop these business incubators. We've got stunning business incubators in the Stellenbosch region that look at technology, which look at retail. And they've been enormously successful. Look at Naspers, for example. There's no reason why it can't be done in the mining industry. We've got phenomenal geologists, metallurgists, mining engineers, and financiers in this world. It just requires a will to get it done. The role of breakthrough technology is particularly important. If you go back to an old area and do the same old things, you're not going to find anything. You need new geological thinking, you need new technology. And very importantly, you need to have a perspective on history about why companies made decisions at that time in that political context and in that kind of economic context. And very finally, and this goes to the heart of the diamond industry, you must build trust with your prospective investors by simplifying the value proposition and remaining core to what diamonds are all about. Diamonds are all about the symbolic love between two people and being part of that rather than just being a purely mining company. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
My name is Michael Karp from Cranker Karp Attorneys. We do a lot of work in the diamond industry. In fact, that is my particular speciality, all the law pertaining to various applications at the DMRE and at the regulator. I think that you hit the nail on the head when you said one of the major complexities, as you said it, is the complexity of legislation. So while I'd like to say that to a large extent over the years, our firm is 112 years old. I'm not 112 years, but the firm is 112 years old. So we have learnt over the years, in my 45 years, to deal with these complexities, and as the law changed, we've been dealing with them. The biggest problem, however, is, and it's not even the funds. Just this month, I was consulted by two massive companies, one in Germany, public company, one in India, looking for an opportunity to invest in a diamond mine that is operational, that they don't have to go through all the problems. And the major problem, and that's what I'd like to appeal and ask Gert, I think we should give Gert a mandate. I think the real problem that we're facing today is the level of efficiency in the DMRE and at the regulator's office. This is a massive problem. If you look at the business day 2-3 weeks ago, you'll see that there are 2,500 license applications, permits outstanding. From our firm have a number of those that were listed there, Section 11, Section 102s, which are the normal, matters that any diamond mining company has to deal with. So as far as the actual willingness of overseas companies to actually invest in, I'm talking about the junior mining section, I'm not talking about the bigger section, but Antwerp, Israel, for example, Canada, we get requests on a regular basis, especially from the old site holders, because the De Beers, the old site holders are not getting their goods. They're not getting the number of goods they're supposed to obtain in order to provide the big jewelry companies in the world. So they themselves, these very big companies, are looking at site holders I'm talking about, all enormously wealthy companies, looking for an opportunity.
We're running out of.
Yeah, so I'm saying I'd like to say that we should give Gert a mandate to speak to the minister to assist us in this regard. Just the efficiency of the various government departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take one last quick comment. We're running out of time. Here, the fourth row. Okay, sure.
James, Brendan Ryan, Mining MX. Can I ask you about the countries you're prepared to operate in? You're in South Africa, you're in Botswana. You've said you like Zimbabwe as being highly prospective, but I know you're cautious about being in there. And you're not in Angola, which a lot of people tell me is the best place to look for a new diamond mine. What have you got against Zimbabwe and Angola?
Thanks, Brendan. I'll just make a very quick comment on the first one. If I compare the Botswana civil service with the South Africa civil service, they pick the best mining engineers, geologists, metallurgists. They're typically from very, very good universities, whether they happen to be local or offshore universities, and they're paid well. And there are guaranteed timelines. So sadly, that's not the same here. And I would imagine if you pick the top people, paid them well, then it would actually work out well here. Brendan, on your question, we are very interested in Zimbabwe because it certainly rates very highly on the prospectivity side. But sadly, at the moment, it's legislated that only 4 diamond companies can actually operate there. It's Alrosa, it's Anjan, it's Rio Zimbabwe, which is not Rio Tinto, and it's ZCDC. And until that changes, we cannot operate there, but we will. Why Southern Africa? We can run it all from a very, very low overhead base outside of my home. The minute you start to go to Angola, which I agree is enormously prospective, you need to have an office, you need to have higher overheads, and you need to have much deeper pockets for that. And that's not something a 10 million pound company can actually deal with.
Thank you so much, James.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. Please give him a hand of applause. Thank you. We're quickly going to run to our next speaker. And once again, thank you to James and Paul for those presentations. Our next speaker is Rolene Oysten, someone that most of us have worked with and are excited to hear from her. She will be speaking on general environment compliance and new legislation applicable to and affecting the diamond mining, which I think part of it James had already started touching on. Roland Henriette Owenstein has 26 years of experience in the environmental management field. She started her career in environmental management and environmental impact assessment evaluation in 1997 at the Department of Minerals and Energy. I think we should give Roland the mandate, not Gert. She finished her master's degree in environmental management in 2000 at the University of the Orange Free State. After moving to industry in 2005, Roland became involved in the practical aspects of environmental management. In 2007, the company she worked for was acquired by a Canadian group of companies, and she became more involved in practical aspects of operations and worked closely with operations personnel in dealing with ongoing management of environmental impacts at the mines, e.g. monitoring, auditing, operating procedures. She was also centrally involved in liaising with the authorities and the stakeholders near the mines. In 2018, Roland applied for registration as an EAP and was registered after that. Is now a registered environmental assessment practitioner at EAPSA. Roland is currently working for Wadala Mining and Consulting as a registered EAP. Please give us a hand of applause for Roland. She is someone that is very familiar to the audience. She does a lot of hard work for our mines, and it's an honor that we get to listen to her. Over to you.
I'm not going to go through all the contents of the slideshow. It's limited time for a lot of information on the compliance issues for mining in terms of environmental legislation. And the presentation will be made available after the conference. So, did I do? Yes. Okay. So environmental responsibility is becoming increasingly important. In any business, in any development, in South Africa, you have to have an environmental authorization. There are currently more than 100 national laws and regulations pertaining to environment in South Africa. The main law that's governing us in South Africa in terms of environment is NEMA, the Environmental Management Act, and there has been countless regulations issued in terms of this act, and it has been changed many times. Okay, in terms of history, environmental impact assessment is used in more than 180 countries worldwide. And we in South Africa has a long history of environmental assessment practice dating back to the 1970s. Although it's only been legally prescribed since 1997 with the Environmental Conservation Act and the Environmental Management Act. The Minerals Act, the predecessor of the MPRDA, actually had in rehabilitation of land. Since the Minerals Act came into place it was promulgated in 1991, but it came into place in 1993. There was a 2-year period, but that act actually had rehabilitation in, and mining companies has been obliged since 1993 to do rehabilitation if they mined. Okay, so before you can develop anything, you have to have an environmental authorization. for your specified development. Okay, as mentioned above, NEMA sets out a number of core principles aimed at sustainable environmental impacts from economic activities and emphasizes the right of people to live in an environment that is not detrimental to their health and well-being. So the sustainable development, sustainable exploitation for natural resources and management of environmental impacts is key to NEMA. Yeah, to apply or to obtain a mining permit, a prospecting right or a mining right, an applicant must perform either a basic assessment report, that will be if you only have activities in listing notice 1, but if you apply for a mining right or a prospecting right or a mining permit and you trigger any activities under listing notice 2, then you will have to do an environmental management plan and an environmental impact assessment. So the purpose of EIAs in a broader legal framework is to integrate good environmental management, facilitate and promote public participation, which is a very, very important factor in all court cases these days with environmental issues. Public participation is the most important factor in swinging the court case in a developer's favor. Informed decision-making on matters that significantly affect the environment and to give effect to Section 24 of the Constitution. So the Constitution is our supreme law. So if you do anything inconsistent with the Constitution, it's invalid, and the obligations imposed by it must be fulfilled. So in terms of Section 24 of the Constitution, which deals with our environment, and that's where we all start, is that everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and have the environment protected for the benefit of the present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures. So, mining law in South Africa, the custodian of our minerals in South Africa is the Department of Minerals and Resources. They, in terms of the Act, sorry, I just lost my place for a moment. It's all right, thanks, Jamkila. Okay, South Africa's mining legislation is based on a system of state custodianship of mineral resources, in which the state, acting through the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, issues different permits and rights to applicants on a first-come, first-served basis, and upon satisfactory demonstration of the applicant's ability to comply with financial, technical, environmental, health and safety, and socio-economic development requirements. Okay, so in terms of the MPRDA, which came into force on 1 May 2004, we have to apply for rights to mine at the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. So, in terms of mining and environment, okay, so there's lots of legislation in terms of mining and in terms of environment applicable to a developer that wants to prospect or mine. I've listed a whole lot of them here. The list is not exhaustive and only illustrates some legislation. I'm just going to look at a few. So we have NEMA, which is the main one. Then we have the National Water Act, the Heritage Convention Act, the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Act, the National Environmental Biodiversity Act, the Air Quality Act, the Waste Act, the Integrated Coastal Management Act, and the Conservation of Agricultural Resources and National Heritage Resources Act. So the DMRE is our sorry. So the DMRE is our competent authority that deals with our environmental authorizations that we submit to do a development. So the Mineral Regulation Branch is primarily responsible for the processing of the applications, the awarding of licenses and rights, and enforcement of the MPRDA. So when you submit an application for a mining right or a prospecting right at the department, you will also submit the application for an environmental authorization, and the environmental section of the DMRE falls under the Mineral Regulation Branch. And they will then process that application. I'm going on the next slide, so I'm going to go in a bit more depth into that. So in each of the provinces, there is a regional office, and if your development falls into one of the provinces, you will obviously lodge your application on the SAMRAT online system in that specific regional office. So the different rights and permits that you can apply for, most of you will be knowledgeable about this, is a prospecting right, a mining right, or a mining permit. Prospecting rights is for the looking of a mineral, and you're not supposed to mine on it, although you can do some bulk sampling. Mining rights is to authorize mining and exploration on a large scale. Mining permits is more for small-scale mining, and it is you can only do it on 5 hectares or less. Most sand operations and small diamond miners use mining permits. On all of these rights, you can do nothing with it if you don't have an environmental authorization. Okay, I'm going to go very, I'm not going to go into depth on this one, but if you lodge an application on the SAMRAT online system, and I'm going to go to the next slide, there you'll see the first page of the SAMRAT online system if you go onto the system. So you'll have to have a username and password before you can log in. And then you'll get the second screen. You'll see it is divided into 4 blocks. The first block is for mining rights, the second mining permits, prospecting rights, and land use management. And there you will choose if you will do a new application, you want to renew an application, or you want to do a Section 11, a Section 102, or what you plan to do on the SAMRAT online system. So if you chose to do a prospecting right, for instance, if you go through the system to the different screens, you will see that at the last screen you will be required to load all the minimum requirement documents. And one of those minimum required documents will be your application for an environmental authorization and a screening report. So that will be your third screen that you will see. I've chosen the prospecting right. So on that screen, you will see that they also give you the details and with all the minimum requirements of documents that have to be uploaded at the end of the application process. And you will have to agree there in the bottom is a block before you can continue on the system. Okay, so if you've submitted your environmental authorization on the SAMRAT online system, you will wait for the department to accept your application to continue with the process of obtaining your right of your permit. So your time frames will start running from the acceptance of your application, and you will be instructed after the application has been accepted to then consult with your interested and affected parties and notify and consult with the landowners. So where an environmental impact assessment has been identified as the environmental instrument to be utilized in informing an application for an environmental authorization, the environmental impact assessment is not submitted together with the other documents when the application is lodged. It is a process that you follow, so that will only be submitted after the timeframes. It depends on which process you are working, the basic assessment report process or the environmental impact assessment EIA process, and you will submit when your timeframes are ready. So with an environmental authorization, from the 8th of August 2022, legislation was changed that only an environmental assessment practitioner, a registered environmental assessment practitioner, can do an application for you. That application, an EAP must, let me just see. Oh, gods. Okay. So if you are a developer or you want to apply for a permit or a right, you must appoint an EAP at your own cost to manage the application. And you must take all reasonable steps to verify whether that EAP complies with Regulation 31A and B. That is that person must be registered. They must be independent, have expertise in conducting EIAs, including knowledge of NEMA. They must ensure compliance with EIA regulations. They must perform the work relating to the application in an objective manner, even if the results in views and findings is not favorable to the application. And they must take into account possible matters referred to in Regulation 18 when preparing the application. So as the developer, you must provide the EAP with all information at your disposal regarding the application, whether or not such information is favorable. Okay, so that is the requirements of an EAP. I've just run through them. I think the most interesting one or the most noteworthy one is that an EAP must be independent in the sense that if there is things in an application or when you've done your scoping and EIA and it's not favorable to the application, it must still be in the application. Okay, so a registered EAP, when you do the application, you must disclose to the developer or proponent and all registered, interested and affected parties and the competent authority all material information in the possession of the EAP that reasonably has or may have potential of influencing any decision taken with respect to the application by the competent authority. The objectivity of any report, plan or document to be prepared by the EAP or specialist and must be objective for submission to the competent authority. Okay, I'm not going to do that one. I'm going to go quickly. That's the first page, just for interest sake, of an application for an environmental authorization. The second page, if you have appointed an EAP, you will choose what type of application you're going to do for an environmental authorization, and the costs is there indicated. So all documents that's submitted for environmental authorization are prescribed by law, and there is appendices onto the NEMA and on the MPRDA of what minimum contents the documents must have. So with the environmental authorization, you also have to submit a screening report. A screening report is now compulsory since October 2019. It's also a report on which you choose. So there's the legislation in which it was promulgated. There's the first page of a screening report. So on a screening report, you choose the area on which the development is going to be, and with that area, you're going to check the site sensitivity and generate a site report with the sensitivities. That will indicate if the area falls into a biodiversity area or ecological support area or a very sensitive area. Although it's very broad and you have to get specialists then in to determine if that is the case. Okay, so on this one I've just gone to the second screen and I've chose mining and a prospecting right. And then the screening tool will generate for you after you've chosen your area on a GIS system. Okay, if you have received a prospecting mining right or mining permit, you have to speak to your landowner or lawful occupier. You will not like it if you stay in town and someone comes and dig a hole in front of your house. So if you have a farm, you also have to speak to farm owners or the people that has the property on which you applied for. And the Constitution's decision resulted in a power shift in favor of the landowner or lawful occupier, insofar that it held that should the landowner or lawful occupier prevent the mineral right holder from commencing with its prospecting or mining activities, the latter must first exhaust its internal remedies in terms of Section 54 of the MPRDA. And that means that the regional DMR office is relied on to resolve the disputes. So there's lots of other additional permits and licenses. I'm not going to go through all of them. You are going to get the presentation. As a conclusion, I just want to say that in terms of environmental legislation, we all have to keep to it. It's there for a good reason. Although we must always remember to keep a balance. And it's so difficult to keep a balance when you are in environment. But if we were not mining, none of us would have driven cars, none of us would have wear shoes, and none of us would have wore clothes. So although we must be balanced, we must always look at what is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rulin. As Rulin is speaking about a rule of law, as the chair of this session, I am going to lay the law. So this is how we're going to go about it. We'll have one comment or one question for Rulin. Then I'll ask John. Yeah, he's finally looking at me. I'll ask John to give us comments on the three presentations. So, Tanya is saying no at the back. I am going to be kicked out. She'll never make me chair again. Just a quick question. And then quick John. Can I have a quick question there?
Afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Rolin, for the presentation. However, I wanted you to elaborate more on the one environmental system of 2014, 4 December 2014, which explains to us the roles and the responsibilities of the commenting authority, appeals authority, and regulatory authority. So just more on that, because that is part of the frustration that mining houses has because of TMRE and environmental affairs always conflicting each other's roles and responsibility. The appeals authority, commenting authority, and the regulatory authority. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you want to comment on that?
Did she ask me to comment on it?
No.
Or did she
Yeah.
decide to
Yeah.
comment?
Ah, okay.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Rulin.
Thank you
Please
very
give a hand of applause. Now we're going to hand over to John.
Okay, good morning to everyone, and I'll try and be short and sweet. And great to see you again, as we said last night, so many new faces and lots of students. On the presentations this morning, I think we all aligned with Paul's comments that this is a unique industry, and we need more natural rough diamonds. And it's kind of a reflection of all of us as geologists and explorers, and I think many of us in this room are, that we've probably been a bit deficient in finding new diamond deposits. And I think to do that, we need the majors, we need the Rios and the De Beers with their big balance sheets, but as James said too, you know, the juniors and the explorers and the entrepreneurs are absolutely critical. And probably the biggest sadness for me, and I've been in this business for 40 years. We moved to Kimberley 40 years ago on the 1st of January and had an amazing career. But in this time, we haven't seen many, obviously in the 80s, early 80s, the Canadian discoveries, but we haven't seen any subsequently new discoveries of consequence. So hopefully in Angola, we'll see something with De Beers and Rio. And for me, it's tragic that you look at the companies listed on the JSE, there's actually no diamond juniors in this highly prospective country. So that's the first thing. So Paul, we need to support you, and we need to get out there and find some more natural diamonds. On James's talk, I actually thought he was being extremely polite. And that's, you know, about the situation in this country. I'd just like to make one point, and as I say, I've been around the block a long time. If I go to meetings like this in Botswana, Canada, Northwest Territories, Angola, you name it, Australia, West Australia, and James will have done it, I've done it regularly. And I spoke to Alex from the Minerals Council last night. If you go to a meeting like this, you will typically find the minister, either of the province, and in some cases, you know, the president or the head of the country at least come and show his face. Botswana is a classic. West Australia is a classic. The Northwest Territories, British Columbia is a classic. And you'll have the DGs and the Minister of Mines, and they'll actually come and listen and engage with the people and see what the challenges are. You know, the mining companies are big employees. We need them in this country. So that for me is a key takeaway. Where are our, yes, we hear about BRICS. I'm sure it's important stuff, but they're DGs. There's a DMRE office in this town. Where are those people and where are those officialdom? So that's the second big concern that I see. And I know Alex and people like that, Roger Baxter, probably tore their hair out trying to deal with this government, and I say that with respect. You go into DMRE offices here, my next point, and I've got two more, is where is our cadastral system? I hear Rolene, and good luck to her, and she does an amazing job. But for goodness sake, in this day and age, James mentioned the technoparks in Stellenbosch, all our youngsters. My son builds apps. He works for MIT, he's a South African. He works for Caesar's Palace. And they build apps, which, you know, a cadastral system really is. So why don't, and we've got the best cadastral system in the world being rolled out of Baden Pinelands in good old Cape Town. And why don't we see that system rolled out in this country? So please, let's, Yamkela, Gert, I know you beat your head, it's regularly gets beaten up, but we need a cadastral system. James said that I can get onto my laptop now and dial into West Australia or Botswana and apply for a piece of land. It's not difficult. We actually have a wonderful farm cadastral system. All you need is overlays on top of it. Okay, so we need that. I did it for interest. I helped a really decent black gentleman a couple of years back get a 5-hectare mining permit. Because you have to use consultants in this country, and consultants have their place. It cost me personally 130,000 Rand for that gent, lovely guy, to get a 5-hectare mining permit. It's just crazy. And now we've got to pay another 20,000 to get that renewed. Okay, so those are the issues that I see. They've all been raised this morning. We have this amazing jewel box of a country. We have amazing people, but we need to find ways to unlock the systems, the blockages, big blockages, and most of all, create new mines and employment. So well done to everyone. Great to see so many faces, young and old, and let's make a difference. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, John. We're going to go to now roundabout. Remember, we started late, so we have been pushing to still be within time. And so roundabout, you are going to play a video for us, so can we get that quickly, please? Thank you, John.
It was once said, there is no keys to success, only tools. Here at Rondabuilt, we understand this more than anyone else. It is for this reason our machines are the best and only tool you ever need for your mining, construction, agriculture, port operations, and warehouses. Rondabuilt Construction Machines started its operations in 1995 and now has a presence in all major cities in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and other countries. Rondabuilt Construction Machines are well known as one of the fastest growing leaders in construction and mining equipment. Rondabuilt Construction Machines has built a brand with a large employee team, advanced technologies, and strong technical strength that is respected by its customers throughout the SADC region. Rondabuilt Construction Machines offers a wide range of machinery of unparalleled quality. We at Rondabuilt Construction Machines continue to expand our services that includes machine sales, various rental of plant and equipment, around-the-clock technical assistance, and fully fledged parts and divisions through the new branches. We pride ourselves in the fact that we are the only official company that is allowed to import machines and brand under our banner. Our mission is to create sustainable and long-lasting relationships with our clients by applying and strengthening the expertise we have built over the years and offering our commitment with unmatched service. Rondabuilt, your trusted partner in your construction and mining endeavors.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Samurai Code. Whenever we talk to people about Samurai Code, reporting according to the SAMREC code, particularly in the small mining industry, people say, no, we can't do that. It's too expensive. It doesn't apply to us. What I'd like to show you briefly this morning is that it can apply to you and it can help you in trying to raise money. So what is the SAMREC code? Well, effectively, it's a set of standards by which you write your document. SAMREC is part of the umbrella body called CRISCO. CRISCO is the international body, and you can see here on this diagram how many countries worldwide belong to the SAMREC or to the CRISCO body. And the little stars along here indicate the countries that are currently in the process of belonging to the CRISCO. It is also a code that is used specifically for public reporting. What does that mean? That means if you or your partner needs to raise money, whether they go through the stock exchange or whether you want to bring in a private investor, or if you want to buy or sell a property. It's under those circumstances that you need to know something about SAMREC. When you look at a project as an investor, as a digger, as a miner, somebody comes to you, brings you a project and says, it's worth $100 million. Do you just write them a check and say, here you are? Of course not. You ask yourself, how much gravel is there? How do they know? Do they think that it's there? Or have they gone and put in a couple of holes? When they talk about grade, have they done any sampling? Or is it based on what's happening next door? Do they have a water permit? Do they have environmental issues? What does their social license to operate look like? Now, all of those questions is what SAMREC asks. It's a little bit more formal than you simply asking the questions, but that is what SAMREC is about. Giving the person putting the money in a little bit of confidence as to what you say is there is actually there. It doesn't mean that you have to have done drilling, that you have to have done sampling. You're just saying what has been done and what confidence you have in that. So in terms of SAMREC, the important principles are materiality, transparency, and competence. So when you write a document in accordance with the SAMREC code, you would provide your reader with as much information as possible, as much material information as possible. And it would be done so in a transparent, clear, and unambiguous way. You don't want to give people information that gives them the wrong impression. And finally, it needs to be signed off by someone who has the applicable registration. Somebody needs to be responsible for the document. This here is the basis of the SAMREC code. I'm not going to go into any details on this, but effectively we start off with exploration results, and depending on the amount of increasing level of scientific knowledge and confidence, we go through the various resource classifications. And then we move across to diamond reserves, which is looking at all of these modifying factors. Just a note on terminology. When we talk about evaluation or resource estimation, this is really the program of trying to find out how much gravel is on the property. Where does it lie? What is the grade? What is the diamond value? And you typically do that through bulk sampling, trial mining. And this is important. It's always an estimate or approximation. We can never say there are going to be 4.325 million tons on the property. That answer is going to be wrong. The term valuation, that means putting a price on it. How much is that property worth in financial terms? So if we have a look at the exploration results, this really tells people what exploration data are you doing or are you using. And these are the kinds of things that you'd report. You do some mapping, any geophysical surveys, any sampling, any drilling, any analysis, any diamond-specific information. You tell people what it is that you are doing in your exploration. Some of the things we can add into our exploration results is any historical information which might be applicable to that property. Anything from adjacent or nearby properties which could be applicable. Just an example here in this picture. If this is your property, where that waterfall is, you might look at the results of that old worked out waterfall, and that would be applicable. If that was your property over there, you certainly couldn't use the results from that waterfall and say it's applicable to your property. So that's why we need to demonstrate relevance and provide justification from properties adjacent. Then when we report our exploration results, we do so in terms of two different varieties of targets. One is speculative or conceptual. Now this is where your targets are based purely on desktop studies, geophysical information, satellite models and so forth. But no, or not necessarily any holes dug in the ground. Once you've got some information, we look at pre-resource mineralization. This is where you have limited amount of pitting and drilling and sampling information. And this one here was developed specifically for small alluvial diamond operators. Because very often you guys go and dig some holes, you get some results. It's not enough to classify as a resource, but you can report it in terms of pre-resource mineralization. Some of the important things to note when talking about exploration results is that you don't present it in a way that implies that you've discovered potentially economic mineralization. So you wouldn't use the terms, oh, it's a resource, it's a reserve, you've got a mine or anything like that. There's a very low confidence in this information simply because of the lack of information. Then we get to resources. Now, what a resource is it tells you what's in the ground, what's demonstrated to be in the ground. So how wide is your mineralization? How long? How thick? What are your grades? What is your value? What is sitting in the ground? And obviously, it needs to potentially be commercial. That's the definition of what a diamond resource is, and I'm not going to go into any detail here. If you want the details, come to one of the GSSA courses that deals with it. But just some of the highlights is that you cannot identify volume simply based on a satellite image. So you don't take your satellite image of your deposit, draw a circle around the paleo drainage line and say, that is my resource volume. You can't do that for a resource. You actually have to demonstrate what exists. And you must have realistic extrapolation around your data points. So if you've got 2 samples, 2 prospect pits, you can't take the whole farm and say, well, that same grade and volume is going to be throughout the whole farm. And again, you need to, or you can't take a universal grade to all layers in a deposit. We got an example here of a number of different layers of geology. Each of these have different diamond-bearing characteristics in terms of diamond grade and diamond value. So you wouldn't take the sample, the first sample, and extend that grade and value to all layers unless you've actually sampled it and found them to be similar. When looking at diamond resource classification, whether it be an inferred, an indicated, or a measured, that is determined by the amount of direct sampling and the uncertainty that you find in it. We have to use these terms: inferred, indicated, measured diamond resource. Those are the only terms that SAMREC allows us to use. And when you're looking at diamonds, it's very seldom measured. If you see a measured resource or a proved diamond reserve, know that the guy is smoking his socks. And when classifying it, you need to disclose and justify your criteria. Often in the alluvial industry, somebody will say, I really believe that I have an indicated resource, or I think the information is good enough for an inferred resource. I don't care what you believe, I don't care what you think, I need to know what you can demonstrate. When looking at the diamond value, we were looking for a valuation that's less than 6 months old. Given the things that happen in the world, if you use a valuation that's a year old or 2 years old, you can get yourself into big trouble. We also give you an indication of the parcel size that you need for your diamond valuation. If you want to call it an inferred diamond resource, you need to have a minimum of 500 carats recovered and sold. An indicated diamond resource, typically much higher, depending upon whether you have a low variability deposit, typically kimberlite, or a highly variable deposit, which is more likely to be alluvial. And anything below 500 carats falls into the exploration target. For every evaluation that you do, we need to have a diamond size frequency distribution. And all that means is when you recover your diamonds, we need to know the weight of every single diamond. So don't take the minus 2 mil carats, 2 mil size, and weigh them all. Every single diamond needs to be weighed individually. Then we move on to diamond reserves. Now, what a diamond reserve is can it be mined economically at the time of reporting? The resource was what is in the ground. Your reserve is what portion of that resource can be mined commercially. There might be portions that are locked up in calcrete or are too deep to mine it currently. Those would not be part of the reserve. And the information we get is based on various technical studies. And the technical studies, can you just... Technical studies, you have at different levels. There's a scoping study, a pre-feasibility or feasibility study level. Now the SAMREC code gives you details as to what the level of each of these studies are and what needs to be done. But these are the various things that you need to look at. Here is a kimberlite dike, and what's in the dike or in a gravel run, which would be the volume, the grade, the value, that is your resource. All of this extraneous stuff here, how to mine it, how to process it, That all forms part of the technical study that leads from a resource to a reserve. So once we've got all of this, then we start looking at putting a value on the project. And suffice to say that we do this in accordance with the SAMVAL code, and that's a whole other presentation on its own, and I'm not going to get into that at all. So, in conclusion, the SAMREC code is there to help you as investors. It is not meant to be onerous, it is not meant to be difficult, and to prevent you from partaking in the financing. We're there to help you. It asks all the same questions that you as an investor need to know or want to know about a project. It just does it in a more formal way. It requires all the information that you as an operator are going to generate anyway during your bulk sampling and trial mining. In the alluvial industry, bulk sampling is equivalent to a scoping study, and a trial mining is equivalent to a pre-feasibility study. And given that information, if you report in terms of SAMREC, you, as a small operator, you can do it in a cost-efficient manner. And that's me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tanya, for making up time. We can take two quick questions. And I think what Tanya is saying is very important. All of this stuff really is a discipline to make sure, you know, the basic requirements get followed. And obviously, if you're using public money, the public or the investors want to know how that money is going to be used. So quick questions. Otherwise, we'll carry on. Anyone? Okay. You understand it all?
Yes, one of them.
Okay, at the back there.
Morning, colleagues. I just wanted to find out, Tanya, does it make a difference the grade that you use when you're evaluating alluvial diamonds? Is it better for you to use carats on 100 meters squared or 100 tons, 100 square meter cubes, or does it make a difference in terms of your valuation?
Not in terms of the valuation itself. However, if you want to use carats per 100 tons, then you need to have information on density. Finding density, an average density on an alluvial deposit can be difficult. So therefore, it is easier to just do it on carats per 100 cubic meter. If you are working in the marine environment, where your third dimension is yay thin, then square meters is even easier. But in the end, it makes no difference. You should get to the same answer.
Okay, second question from the front here, from a carper.
I just wanted to ask, you mentioned when you fed your when you have a pit here and then you want to infer to another one. Well, how do you determine the distance between the two, between the known and the unknown? How do you determine the cutoff? Because you said the other one is far, the one is close. So how do you determine that? What is the cutoff and the mean mechanism?
One of the things you need to know is your geological model, because your geological model is going to determine what the distance between interholes and intersampling is. In some kinds of deposits, you can extend that hundreds of meters. In other types of deposits, it's going to be 5-10 meters. It all depends upon knowing your geology. So come back to geology, 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 and based on that, you can make those decisions.
Couldn't agree more with that. That's why we need good geologists and lots of people who are happy to go stand out in the sun. Okay, thanks, Tanya. That's great.
Thank you very much. My name is Tsunduka Khosa. I'm a director for water use licensing at DWS head office, responsible to coordinate processing of licensing in 9 regions, as well as 2 catchment management agencies. I'm accompanied by Richard here, Mahlako from the Northern Cape region. You can stand up, Richard, so that they can see you during lunch breaks. He's a good guy to hang around with. So in my job, when the president says in SONA that we reducing the turnaround times from 300 to 90, I'm the one who must stop watching TV, go into my computer, deal with the business, and then make sure that I reorganize it. So I'll present on the water use authorization. You can just proceed. Oh, I have. Okay, that's the layout. We'll answer these questions. Why do I have to authorize? How long it takes? What are the processes? And then after the decision, if the decision did not go your way, what do we do? And concluding remarks. Which one is it? Is it moving it? Born before technology? Yeah, and yeah, I'm pressing. Maybe when I come, it just ran out of batteries, but you can press for me, it's fine. Okay, we authorize water uses simply because it's a constitutional obligation of the department to make sure that the environment is protected, and then most important, we need to prevent pollution, and then number 2, we need to make sure that people have their right to water. So that is the main thing why we authorize. And the Water Act, National Water Act, then it's an act that is born out of the Constitution. Then there we go, flowing from the mandate that we derive from the Constitution. The National Water Act, what it seeks to achieve is to make sure that we protect and then we manage and control the water resources, because we are only, as a department, the custodian of the water resources on behalf of the citizens. So we make sure that there is control. You can just imagine if anyone was just putting the pump in the river and then taking whatever volume of water whenever they need, there wouldn't be order. So that's what we're doing. We just making sure that we control these resources on behalf of the citizens. That is very important, and in doing so, we have these factors that we take into account, making sure we meet the present and basic human needs. That is very important. That is the first priority, and then the second one is the ecological requirements, and then we have economy, international obligations, and so on. Then this is the state of our water resources, how much water we have available in South Africa for all sectors. So that is a very important graph. If you look at the top left of the screen, you can see that things are bad. What we have as yield, it equals to the requirements. So we are at the point of equilibrium. So we need to approach water use, water resource management with care. Whatever we do, this graph doesn't talk to only consumptive water use, which is your abstraction. It also talks to water quality. Because if the water quality deteriorates, it is reducing the blue graph there, that blue bar. Then we'll find ourselves with a huge deficit, and when we get there, we'll have no choice but to go into water shedding. So that is the challenge. So we all have, and including the diamond mining people, you have a role to play there to make sure that those bars, if anything, they remain where they are. They mustn't be changed, because we can't make new water to deal with the green one so that we have it longer than the blue. Thank you. You can proceed. Then, how we authorize, or what do we authorize? There are water uses in terms of the National Water Act, which constitute activities that are posing impact on the water resources. Quality or quantity, they have been listed in Section 21, and the Minister has also a provision to add more should we find that they are threatening the resources, so we can simply declare new water uses if they are not in Section 21. Anyone then who is conducting activities that trigger those listed activities in terms of 21 must have a water use authorization in one way or the other. If not, then there's a problem. We do send our blue scorpions to deal with that. Water uses in terms of Section 21 of the Act, I will just, because of time, zoom into those that are most applicable to diamond mining. It will be Section 21A. Obviously, there will be an abstraction of water, be it for domestic use at the mine and also for processing. So that is necessary. The water could be abstracted from groundwater resources or surface, being a dam or a river. Then you need to be authorized for Section 21A. B, it's fairly negligible. I wouldn't want to talk to that. Section 21C, which is a diversion of water courses. It's common with diamond mining, close to the rivers, in the banks of the river and so on. When you do that, then you need to be authorized so that we give you a good set of conditions that will avoid pollution and also deterioration of the water courses. But Section 21C goes with Section 21I, which is changing the characteristics of the water course, so I will not talk to that one. Then there is also Section 21G, which deals with facilities that contain water that is polluted, or rather waste. It could be tailing facilities, it could be a pollution control dam, and so on. That is Section 21G. We have to authorize it just to make sure that we are safe, groundwater resources are safe. There could be a chance of Section 21F, which deals with now returning the water that is polluted or treated into the rivers, which is Section 21F. And then J, you can push the slides. Section 21J deals with when you're mining perhaps underground, you want to remove the water for the safety of those who are in the mine and for the continuation of the mine. Once you remove that groundwater for that purpose, then we have to authorize you for Section 21J. And if that water is used for production or, in production or in other ways, then we have to also authorize it as Section 21A. So one water use can become two water uses simply. Okay, let's move. This is our authorizations that we grant. Starting with Schedule 1, that is domestic use. So obviously, the people in this house are ruled out from partaking in that one because if you are in commercial space, you cannot partake in the Schedule 1. Then general authorization, there are some chances, but minimal. This is whereby we publish a gazette and make sure that certain threshold, those who are abstracting low volumes and low risk activities, you can proceed. You just need to come to the department and register. And then we have existing lawful water use. These are the water uses that took place lawfully before the Act in 1998 came into force. So those people are permitted to proceed as such. But if you have those water uses, you have to proceed as such in terms of, for example, capacity of the storage facilities and so on. If you change, then you lose the right. You have to come and apply for a license. And also, existing lawful water is a claim, meaning that you have to give something to the department to say, I want to exercise my water use in terms of existing lawful water use. Then we'll go through the document and then we're going to declare and give you a letter so that we say we concur you do have that existing lawful water use, because any other person will say this facility was constructed well before the Act, the National Water Act then. But we need to do some work to confirm that. Then dispense with the requirements for a license. That is when there is an authorization granted by another department and we see that authorization pretty covers our conditions to protect water resources. Then we can say, in that case, you can proceed. Then, of course, the last one is the license. That is the difficult one to obtain, but we will make it simple. I've heard the previous speakers saying that it's difficult and then we are delaying and so on. We will try and make sure that we do it faster. We can move. Then the process, because of the President's announcement in SONA, we're now running it on a 90 days. So it takes 90 days to process a license, but that is when all the information has been submitted to the department. We do not count the time when the applicant is gathering the technical information, because we say the applicant must pace himself or herself, not us. We do not get in there. Okay, you can proceed. The process in the 90 days process in detail, it starts with the pre-application, which we call it step 0, and of course we don't count. That's when there's an approach by the applicant to the department, and then we get to register you and allocate the application to a case officer, and then in that process the outcome, you will get a letter of information requirements that will say, for you to apply, we need the following documents. So we list it in that letter, and it varies from project to project, so we cannot upfront say this is what we need. Once you have submitted, then the 90 days starts rolling, but in the second stage, we do check the document quantitatively to say if we wanted 10 documents, did you submit 10? If you submitted 5, that one is a cause for rejection. We're going to reject the application, send it back to you, and then you're going to have to reapply. So there is an implication there on cost. If you have paid us the application fee, you will have to pay again when you submit the second application. And then from stage 3 up to 11, there's internal processes once we have received the application, how we deal with it, and then for the sake of time, please allow me to skip. I mean, that's fairly internal. These are the time frames for amendments, because in the course of doing our work, we do make faults. We are human, and there's that saying that said, to err is human. So we do make faults. Then when there are errors, you come, we amend the license, we make corrections. Minor corrections, 30 days. That's our commitment. Minor corrections meaning spelling, omissions that are obvious, that can be proven that it's omission, miscalculations and so on. 30 days, and then at least substantive conditions, like you want to change issues of that are material in the license, then we're going to take more days there, 50, and then going into earlier renewal of licenses, 60 days after we've received that request. Earlier renewal, because there is time frames for a license, which normally in mining we give 20 and less. So when the license expires, you can approach us for earlier renewal if you still want to continue mining. And then if that earlier renewal has new water uses, then we fall back to the 90 days. Thank you. This is the list of administrative requirements that will accompany an application. You can see it for yourself. Land ownership is important. It's a no, we don't accept applications if you don't own the land. That is very important. Other requirements there, it's a payment, WULA summary report, and then public participation. It's important all applications must undergo public participation. You need to inform everyone. And we advise that if you are doing something at DMRE, you can at the same time publish your advert to include the water component so that you don't have to do it separately. Okay, you can proceed. These are the technical issues. If you are abstracting water, obviously there are risks, and then we need studies there. You need to show your water demand, groundwater study, hydrological studies at local level. You can proceed. Then section 21C, water uses. We have said what are the problems posed by, the risks posed by diamond mining there, and then we've given a hint of the studies that you can proceed. These are the kind of sum of studies that you need to support, to provide the department with to support section 21C and I water uses. Okay, you can proceed. And then, of course, applicants are expected to comply to another regulation that is called GN 704. That is a motivation to undertake some activities in an area that we deem to be a regulated area. Then that motivation, we also advise that you need to submit it when you submit the application, so that you don't have to submit separately and we do one after the other for the sake of time. Then section 21G, water uses. This has to do with facilities that contain water that is dirty, or rather material that can pollute groundwater. We're serious in this one, and that is where we get a lot of declines of applications, because people don't adhere to what the department wants to protect the resources. The important thing is that you need to classify your material, and then after classifying your material, you need to adhere to the barrier system that goes with that class of that material. That is important. If you don't do that, then we can't take the application and we have to decline it. Okay, you can proceed. This is internal issues, you can skip. In assessing applications, we try and keep the balance between the three circles, the economy, social, and environment, and then that's how we make our decision. You can also skip that one. The applications are running online. We have the EWULA system, so we don't receive these applications by hand. Of course, appeals, that will be perhaps the last slide. If there's a problem, you can, we have declined your application, you can appeal. But appeal is also open to the people who objected that the application must not be granted. When the application has been appealed, it's suspended, so you cannot continue to exercise that license until or unless you have requested the minister to lift that suspension whilst the water tribunal process is going on. So you can make that request and make a motivation to the minister to say we're requesting the minister to lift the suspension. Okay? Yeah, I think that's all. So that's how we do it. But in closing, to say that wherever there are challenges, the important thing is to meet and resolve them. Even before these deadlines, that will set us to go to the water tribunal. That's all in my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, just on behalf of many of us in this room, and I speak from experience, Mr. Khoza, we'd really like to compliment you on a very precise and informative presentation. And you talk about round table, that we need more of that. So it's great to see you and your colleague here, and we hope to see, you know, more departmental heads in the future. I think all of us, sadly, you know, typically in the past, my experience of water use licenses is they take years and years and years. And many companies then just simply get on with it. So that 90 days, we're going to hold you to it. And at the next meeting, we'll give you and your department a prize when we can say you did it in 75 days. So we really look forward to improvements in granting of water use licenses. But fantastic, thanks very much.
No, thank you.
We're running a little bit behind time. Can we then move forward to the next presentation? And you hopefully going to be around. We're going to quiz you. Yeah. Okay. Okay, the next presentation is by Willie Oosthuizen. He's the good, solid husband of Rolene Oosthuizen, who we just heard from. And he's going to talk about another sort of key component and a very challenging one in the past, certainly again from my experience. Many of you here will have more experience of social and labor plans. Obviously, really important stuff, but sadly, I think if you look around, they very seldom really achieve the objectives that they should. And hopefully again, you know, as we move forward now with this emphasis to speed up the awarding of compliance issues or handling of compliance issues, we'll see an improvement. So where's Willie? Okay, and Willie's a man of great experience. He's worked for government, so he's seen both sides, and now he's in the consulting sector. So thanks, Willie.
Thanks, John. Thank you for the opportunity to present. And you will also see that the theme is basically targeting social and labor plan compliance. And that is not by chance. If you don't put something on the target and pull the trigger, you're going to miss it. And that's what I want to talk about. On the layout of the, or the contents, I think we can, I must actually move this now. See if it works. All right, thank you. Okay, so that's the contents that I'm going to cover quickly. Legislative framework, the mining right specifically, the paragraphs that you sign when you execute your mining right, a quick rundown on the objectives of the social and labor plan. When you submit the social and labor plan, obviously that's only for mining rights, and then targeting social and labor plan compliance. And there I'm going to, out of my own experience, talk about the three scenarios, which you can see there. And then there's also other compliance requirements, which is not captured above, and there I'm going to specifically refer to the MPRDA amendment regulations. Now, the legislative framework, obviously everything runs from the Constitution, and then we've got the MPRDA 2002 Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act, and then we've got the regulations, and those regulations are also amended from time to time, and there was a specific amendment on 26 March 2020, which I will refer to. So if you execute the mining right. The mining right is granted, and the signing of execution of the mining right, it is basically a contract between government and the mining company. You can actually see, where is the red button here? You can actually see signatures there on the right, which I've blanked out because this is actually extraction from a signed mining right. So what do we see in that document which you sign and execute? So in that execution document, there's a definition of social and labor plan, and that is the document referred to in Regulation 46. And you will see it is annexed as Annexure B in the mining right that you execute. Then in paragraph 13, again, there's mention being made of cancellation and suspension, and then 13.1.2 specifically fails to honor or carry out any agreement, arrangement, or undertaking, including the undertaking to make the holder in terms of the broad-based socio-economic empowerment charter and social and labor plan on which the minister relied for granting this right. So social and labor plan, again in paragraph 18 of that executed mining right, you can go look at that document. The holder must annually, not later than 3 months before the end of the financial year, submit a detailed implementation plan to give effect to Regulation 46E123 in line with the social and labor plan. And then 18.2, the holder must annually, not later than 3 months after finalization of its audited annual report, submit a detailed report in the implementation of the previous year's social and labor plan. So that is basically what you sign and execute the day when you basically execute your right, and that is the contract between you and government. Okay, the objectives of the social and labor plan, it's to promote economic growth in mineral and petroleum resources, development in South Africa, and then promote employment and advance social economic welfare for all South Africans, ensure that holders of mining or production rights contribute towards socio-economic development of areas in which they are operating, as well as areas from which majority of the workforce is sourced, and also to utilize and expand the existing skills base for the empowerment of HSA and to serve the community. So, submission of a social and labor plan, an application for a mining or a production right in terms of the Act must be accompanied by a social and labor plan. Regulation 42 is a minimum requirement. If you don't submit it, your application will not be considered by the DMRE. The regional manager designated agency may refer the said social and labor plan back to you, and then you must, they make certain recommendations, and then you must resubmit your plan within a specified framework. The social and labor plan will remain in force until a closure certificate is obtained, and that is also something that came out in the amendment regulations, and I'm sure we're going to hear about that specifically as it applies to operations which is on care and maintenance. And then a social and labor plan may not be amended or varied without the consent of the minister after the granting of the mining right or production rights to which such labor plan pertains. The holder of a mining right or mining permit or manager of any processing plant operations separately from a mine must submit to the Director General an annual report detailing the extent of the holder's compliance with the provisions of Section 2D and F, the Charter contemplated in 600, and the social and labor plan compliance. Now, there are certain things in the Charter which we know was thrown out, but certainly I think it's something to work towards because I think it's just temporary. So if we look at the social and labor plan, not going into detail, because I think this is a strategic session, There's the 7 elements of the social and labor plan that must be attended to, and that's human resource development, employment equity, mine community development, the procurement progression plan, housing living conditions, and then, of course, management of downscaling and entrenchment, and the financial provision. And those provisions is, of course, your amount that you will spend on human resource development, your local economic development, and then you must make provision for downscaling, which will happen some other time. This is basically what is approved. Once you have submitted and your mining right is granted, all these areas have got their specific targets that must be met. All right, so again, targeting compliance on social and labor plan implementation. I'm going to just look at the 3 scenarios, what we constantly face. And in order for us to stay compliant, we must address and make sure that we know what is expected of us. So I'm firstly going to, oh my dear, sorry for that. I'm firstly going to scenario 1. You have a new mining right, which has been approved, social and labor plan signed during the execution of the right. So this is the first time of the social and labor plan. It's covered and will reflect year 1 to 5. As agreed upon and approved in the mining right. You must prepare an implementation plan per category and element to ensure that the targets for the year are recorded. And implementation plans for the following year need to be prepared 3 months before the end of the financial year. If you don't do that, then you actually lose sort of continuity when you go over to your next financial year. That implementation plan must clearly state for who in the company is responsible for every aspect, element in the SLP, and must have clear timeframes and milestones for every year. I often find at the end of the financial year that when we do the reporting on the social and labor plan and all the elements, that companies actually didn't even look at the beginning of the year of what the targets are for that year. So if you don't know what is targets for the year, how will you actually work on achieving those targets? The annual reports that we write is not actually where you evaluate what you have done. Your evaluation must take place throughout the year. Otherwise, you're not going to meet the targets. All right. Very important, hold monthly internal meetings with all responsible role players, or at least measure the progress on the implementation targets in order to implement corrective measures where it is required. So if you see you're going to make the target, you're on time. If you're below the target, you must do something to get to the target. Very important. Remember, your social and labor plan is a social document. It's a public document. Your consultation process is also now the same as the consultation process required for your environmental authorizations. So it forms the backbone of the contents of your social and labor plan, and therefore you must have the compulsory future forum meetings. The future forum meetings is not only mine employees, it's actually part of the community, the municipality, everybody who is basically your partners in the social and labor plan. And then obviously prepare an annual report on the outcomes for year, comparing targets with actual outputs and explain deviations. This report must be submitted 3 months after the finalization of the financial statements of the company or the mine. So if there's deviations in your annual report, you must ensure that those deviations are captured in your implementation plan for the next financial year or the next year or the next period. And your targets will only be reached if you actively work towards targets and constantly measure progress. Very important is also, please make sure that your local economic development project is fully implemented as per the commitment made in the approved SLP. Failure to implement creates unnecessary tensions between the MRE mining companies and mine communities. You will constantly have to engage with mine communities, and also when you need to do amendments and renewals and anything that you need to do on your mining right, you must have constant public participation. So if you fail to implement your social and labor plan, but you want to amend your environmental management plan, those issues are going to come up in meetings and in engagement, and why should we then trust you if you haven't done what you committed to? Okay, then we have a second scenario. You have an approved social and labor plan where the 5-year term is expiring. Now, all of us know that the social and labor plan that is approved for a period of 5 years. So if you've got a 30-year mining right, you will submit 6 social and labor plans for that specific right. So the new term SLP, for instance, the second term SLP must already be submitted in year 4 for the period year 6 to 10. So this is your second SLP period, so it must be submitted for year 6 to 10. And you must already begin to that process in year 4 of your first period. Otherwise, there will be a gap between year 6 and 10, and the DMRNE also needs time to assess the social and labor plan that you are submitting for the next period. The new term SLP must be submitted as a Section 2 amendment on SANMARAT. That is the administrative process that we use. We must ensure that meaningful consultations with communities and municipalities are done timelessly, as we often run into problems with timeframes on these consultations, especially with regard to the local economic development projects. Of course, you must follow up regularly with the MRE. If you've submitted your renewal of your SLP, don't just accept or that plan is approved. Make sure that you get a formal approval letter. And if that social and labor plan second term is approved, you go to the first scenario, point 229, and you implement exactly the same. So now we've got the scenario 3, and I'm looking at practical things that happen. You have an approved social and labor where circumstances change, and therefore the targets in the approved social and labor plan need to be amended. Sometimes it happens when shareholding changes, the company is scaling down. Many companies did have to do that during our challenging times that we had. So the approved social and labor plan still stands until the amendment of the social labor plan is approved. An annual report submitted should already flag and indicate the amendment of SLP targets and will be done. And you must also indicate that it will be done, the reasons why it will be done, and time frames. So you can already, your annual report, you must actually use that as a communication tool between you and the department to say what is actually happening in the company or happening to this particular SLP. Meaningful consultation, I'm not going to go into that. We all know what that is. Again, that application must be submitted in terms of Section 102 on SAMRAT. And once that plan is approved, you go to scenario 1 and you will implement point 229. So yeah, I'm really just going to run quickly through. This is the MPRDA amendments that was done. And just make a mental note of it. The presentation is being sent out after the conference. So Regulation 41 was amended, as you can see, the underline. Ensure of mining contributes to socio-economic development in the areas which are operating, as well as labor-sending areas. Regulation 42 is just when they ask you to do amendments, so they give you 60 days. They must respond to you within 60 days, and you must respond back in 60 days. When you submit a social and labor plan application, you must deal with that application within 180 days. That is then 5. Okay, an approved social labour plan is valid for a period of 5 years and 5-year reviews, and is valid until a closure certificate has been issued. Then Regulation 44. An approved social and labour plan, they just added approved social may not be amended. Amendment of Regulation 45, and that is just substituting some wording. Again, approved social and labour plan must submit an annual report on the approved social and labour plan, and a holder of a mining right must convene a minimum of 3 meetings with mine communities. That is your future forum meetings. Okay, then Regulation 8 you can look at. Very important, publication of approved social and labour plan, Section 46, and that is something which we must pay very much attention to. A mining right holder must publish the approved social and labour plan in English and one other dominant official language commonly used for the mine community. An approved social land must be published by a mining right holder within 30 days after approval using one of the following avenues: company website, hard copies that is placed at libraries, offices, announcements on local radio stations. I think the rest you can really read through. I can see I'm pressed for time. Also, just maybe 46C is important, that collaboration of approved social and labour plans must be transparent, inclusive, and based on meaningful consultation with communities. So where you identify projects that you implement, you can actually come together as a group of mining companies and say, instead of us doing small things, you can actually come together and say we do one big project. Thank you, Program Manager.
Thanks very much, and I'm sure there'll be a question or two. And Billy, I'd like to start off. I mean, you and Rolene and Yapi, I think he's here, have worked extensively in this mid-tier, small alluvial mining section. Just in a nutshell, tell us a social and labour plan that you've seen really work, where people have benefited, or the municipalities benefited, or schools benefited. So put you in the hot seat.
You are putting me in the hot seat, yeah. John, but I must be honest that there's very little success stories. Very, very few, very little. I also sometimes find that the very, very small companies are actually trying and trying to actually comply with the limited funds that they have, and then obviously the unreasonable expectations of municipalities prohibits that. Because the thing is, it's very difficult. You can imagine if we have alluvial diamond mining operation. We are small operators mostly. You've got 40 people working for you, and you go to a community or an area where there's 10,000 people staying, and you've got 40 jobs, of which you've got certain jobs which is obviously requiring a certain amount of skills, and now you come and you say to them, you've got 25 vacancies. So normally, you must park your car in a way to escape during those periods.
No, look, it's a great concern for all of us. It's very sad. I think the intentions are good, but it's, again, I think one of those pieces of legislation that really needs a long, hard look at. Michael, do you want to quickly chip in from the back? No, we want you on.
In the process of doing a Section 11, we were required to do an amendment to the SLP. And as you can appreciate, and the investor had already, who was now taking a share, controlling share in the company, had already invested over 200 million rand. But the problem became when there were 4 wards in the area. And the wards, although the client was prepared to do everything possible, schools, bursaries, whatever was, a farm, open a farm, do everything, the wards couldn't come to an agreement. So this stymied the whole process, and to this day, nothing has happened. And I'd like to know if there is some kind of provision that will allow us to deal with this difficult situation. It's an impossible situation right now. In other words, the client is prepared to do everything, but the wards can't come to an agreement because of their own issues.
Thanks, Michael. I think many companies, including the big ones, have grappled with that, with trusts and different community groups. Willie, quick last comment.
Yeah, on that side, I can promise you are not the only company that struggles with that. Unfortunately, we do get that very often. And what happens the moment you get to that point is that nothing is done because everything comes to a complete standstill. And yeah, it's the round table meetings. I know SATPO is doing great work on that. We've made it a point now to meet, or try to meet quarterly with DMRE, quarterly meetings with Water Affairs to try and see if we can get to some kind of agreement or a way forward on these issues.
Fantastic. So there is progress. Thanks, Oli. Great stuff. We look forward to your next presentation. Okay, where's Debbie? So we're now going back to the pretty stuff that excites guys and girls. So have you got your dancing shoes on as well? Okay. They'll give you a message. Anyway, Debbie Bowen is a very experienced diamond valuer in this exclusive sort of group of people who always sort of keep you guessing and think they can tell you the price, and then the market sort of changes all of that anyway. And she's involved in the valuations at Car Diamond Mine. John Ward is going to talk about it afterwards, but Debbie's going to tell us something about the Kawa Pinks, the new kids on the block. So thanks, Debbie, and we look forward to your presentation. And like John Honey did last night, we expect to have one passed around the room.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Is it possible to switch the main lights off? Because I think actually these slides will look better without the bright lights on them.
It's in the board there, Jock. This side.
This side.
Sleeping.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Debbie Bowen. I work for Namakwa Diamonds, and I'm going to talk about the Cow Pinks, and that we are the new kids on the block. And I just want to reiterate, go back. This line down here has got nothing to do with breakage in that diamond. Okay. Okay, so this is the 47 carat Pink Eternity, but we'll talk about that one a bit later. Okay, so going on, so why do we think we are the new kids on the block? Well, for 4 decades, the Argyle mine, owned and operated by Rio Tinto, had one of the highest volumes of small diamonds in the world. And to put this into perspective, of approximately 15 million carats of rough diamonds that they produced each year, less than 1% was pink. But also consider that the Argyle diamond mine accounted for more than 90% of the supply of the world's pink diamonds. Then on the 3rd of November 2020, which most of you know, the Argyle mine closed and their pinks were no longer available. And, going back again, sorry. So here is just a few selections of slides that I picked out from their website, the rough compared to the polished. Okay, so then in came Cow. So we are located in the Maluti Mountains in Lesotho, and we are the biggest of the big 5 pipes in Lesotho, and they are all of Cretaceous age, around about 90 million years old. The other 4 pipes are Letseng. They have 2 pipes. They have a main pipe of 17 hectares and a satellite pipe of 5 hectares. Just down the road from Letseng is Motai at 8.8 hectares. And then across the hill from Kau is Dikabong at 8.6 hectares. And over the hill, down the road, over a couple of rivers is Lempani at 5.7 hectares. Lempani is no longer operational though. Kau lies at just around 2,500 meters above sea level. And we are assuming that some 750 meters has been eroded already. The Kau was discovered in 1955, and we formally started mining in 2012. And I just want to point out down here in this map here, this little circle here is the cluster of all of these 5 mines. Okay, so what does Kau have? It has 5 kimberlite types. It's the K6, the LQ, the K12, the FK, and the GK. So FK means fragmental kimberlite, and the GK means gritty kimberlite. Of all these 5 kimberlites, only 5 are economical. And this here is just a small picture of what we recovered from the K6, and that was the whole reason behind Kau in the first place. It was the K6 which was the majority of economical kimberlite process. Okay, so Kau is a low-grade mine, although the K6 at that time was running at about 7 carats per 100 tonne. And since we started operating, we have recovered 7.4 million stones, over 2 million carats, and we've treated 43 million tonnes. Our average grade is running at 5 carats per 100 tonne, and our average stone size is at 0.3. The K6 we established was the high-value white Type 1 diamonds. The lower quarry was the large plus 100 Type 2 diamonds, and the fragmental kimberlite and the gritty K both supplied us with coloured fancy stones, notably the pinks, and also the GK also had yellow stones. And from all of our sales and reconciliations, we've established that we have 60% gem, 15% near gem, and 25% rejection. We are presently at 200 meters down from the top of the pipe, so that means we are almost a kilometer from the surface of the top here. We've lost just under a kilometer. Okay, so in 2008, I had the privilege of going to Kau for the first time. I was with a team which included Keith Whitelock, the legend, John Walsh, another legend, and Claire Palmer, who will become a legend in her own right. And my job at the time was to do a valuation of the Kau diamonds, because Letseng had a sort of an interest as the Kau was coming up for sale. And during that valuation, I had 1 purple stone, which said, okay, we've got something different here. But there was no pinks. So anyway, Letseng was no longer interested, and we carried on mining. Then after 2012, the pinks started coming in. And when we started tapping into the FK and the GK, one of the first big pink stones was the one that we called the Pink Storm. This was a 36 carat pink. It came from the FK, and on that same day we also recovered just around 50 smaller pink stones. This stone eventually got sold for over $400 a carat, so that's not a bad. $400,000 a carat, sorry. Thank you, John. Okay, yeah, 400, no. Okay, so then we also have the purple stones. This is the Purple Princess. We recovered this in April 2017. Our purples are all type 1, whereas our pinks are type 2 mostly, although some have a little hint of purple in them and give off a small amount of fluorescence. Okay, so this stone, we were lucky enough to have known the buyer and polisher and cutter of this stone, and he included us up to a certain level into the final product of this purple. And we are assuming that they would have got at least 1 carat out of this. We don't know what happened to the stone in the end or what its final polished was. And this at the moment is not the finished product. But you can see on the day of recovery that we had this gorgeous pink as well and some other yellows. Okay. And it's assumed that pink and purple stones get their colours from the same process, which is plastic deformation. But some studies that have been done recently also suggest that within the structure of the purple stones there's some boron or some hydrogen. It could be that there's a bit of both. Okay, so this is something that you can read later. It's just describing the different types of diamonds. We've got type 1 and type 2 and the subdivisions of the type 1 specifically. But the type 2 is where our pinks lay predominantly, with no fluorescence, no nitrogen content. But you can study that later. Okay, so going back to the purples, we have recovered a few purples so far, the biggest being this 28 purple rejection stone. This picture is from under the microscope, which is emphasizing the color a little bit more. But then when it comes to the quality, so far our largest purple that we have recovered, and this one had high fluorescence. This was an 18 carat that we recovered in June last year. But generally, our purple stones are a lot smaller and below the 1 carat level. Okay. But some nice colours here. Look at the intensity of these purples. These are very pale, but they still classify as purple. Okay, so let's get back to our pinks. This is the Rose of Cow. We recovered this in June 2018. It is a type 2 stone, and it came from the FK. On block P22, and this is where block P22 is. The FK, if you look at this map over here, the fragmental kimberlite is there, and the GK is here. So there's a little bit of a mix-up sometimes as to which stone came from where. We were lucky enough to be privy to the final polish of the rose, and this 8 carat was one of 4 polished stones that came from the rose. Then the Pink Dawn. Okay, this stone came in October 2020, and you can see this stone has a little bit more purplish color to it, and there's an intensity of the color down here in one corner. And the company that bought this stone, very capable, very professional, very well known in the industry, they said that they thought they would be able to pull this pink up into the rest of the stone and create a very impressive stone. This one came from the GK, and it came from block O23 down here. So you've got FK around there, you've got FK around here, and you've got the GK around here. Okay, so now this is the result of the dawn. It was a 10 carat fancy vivid purplish pink, gorgeous color. Anyway, it was supposed to be at auction at Sotheby's in Hong Kong earlier this year, and it was assumed it was going to get at least $21 million. But unfortunately, the stone was pulled from the auction at the last moment, and we don't know what happened to it, its future was. We're assuming that there was a private buyer. Then the Palisa. Okay, the 21, almost 22 carat, and I'm not allowed to say almost 22 when it comes to diamonds. It's got to be absolutely precise. The Palisa the name meaning the flower. That was recovered in May 2021. And the Palisa came from GK, again in the middle, FK, GK, block 22. We don't know what happened to the Palisa, so we don't have a polished picture to show you. Then, of course, the pink eternity, which was our opening slide. This one, to me, is the best out of them all. It was a beautiful bubblegum colour with a slight hint of purple, but very typically a type 2, no fluorescence, nice dodeck surface features, but it also had some little octa features and some cube features. Again, we don't know what happened to that stone, but this stone came from the FK, down here on the FK, GK, FK. Sorry, wrong way around. FK, GK. Okay, so those two fasces are outperforming everything else. All right, so yeah, we hadn't had an official notification about this particular stone. This stone, we are assuming, is related to this one. Scarcelli on his Instagram site was boasting of having bought a 33 carat pink and was selling this ring with this beautiful pink stone in it. And all my investigations and what have you, I came up with this one, which I believe is the one that they're talking about, and it came from the GK in 2018. Okay, oops, let's go back a bit. Okay, so this is just a show-off couple of slides. You know, we so far from 2016, we've recovered 223 single individual pinks that we have sold at tender on their own in the tender process, but each one has been showcased individually. And these pinks range from in the +7 DTC sieve size, as you know, that's pretty small. So our smallest pink single stone that we have sold to date is the 0.28 carat, as you see here. And all of them attained a very good dollar per carat. And I'll just show off another set of slides as well. And obviously, I can't show you all 223, and that was only the period between 2016 and now. Okay, so there are a lot more that go with this. And just for me, this was quite an interesting stat. From 2013, in the recovery process and the record of all the plus 4.8 carats pink stones, we have recovered 134 stones in total, and we have sold 130 stones in total. So I don't know if, for those that you don't know, depending on your lighting situation and the cleanliness of your product when you're recovering it, sometimes a pink can look brown and a brown can look pink, and you will not really know until you get that stone out of the glove box and you've got it into a boiling process, a proper boiling process, and you can certainly say or establish that it is either pink or brown. So of the 134 stones that were recovered, we sold 130 stones, but it could also be that we moved a stone over to another tender, or it didn't go to tender, or economically it wasn't worth selling it at that time. So it's not too bad the way we have identified them on site to compare to how we've sold them. And then this stat obviously is one that we all like to look at. This is overall carats and carats that we have sold. We have sold over 1.8 million carats altogether. We are running at $332 per carat for overall production, not just the pinks. And of that, within all the size ranges, this is the grainer size range with the sieve sizes at the bottom, how it's sold at tender. Our pinks alone, through every size, only had brought in 0.01% of the carats, but look down here. Overall, it brought in over 15% of the overall dollar. And looking at the grand total on pinks alone, through overall, we have brought in over $45,000 a carat just on the pinks. Okay, so obviously within those pinks, we have plus $1 million stones. And again, FK and GK are our main players. From the FK, we've had 29 plus $1 million stones, and from the GK, we've had 10. And this is the yellow that confirms the GK is also a very high quality yellow producer. And just to reiterate, when you look at it in graph form, the FK is the main producer of our plus $1 million stones. And the GK 10 and the LQ, which is, just to remind you, this is our plus 100 carat stone producer, and this is the K6, which was why we started mining there in the first place. This has only brought in one plus $1 million stone. Okay, this is our $1 million stone area. GK, FK, FK, a little bit of LQ, but hardly anything in the K6. Okay, but it's not always a happy ending. We've had our challenges, and in May 2019, we managed to totally destroy a pretty good large type 2A pink stone. And we confirmed and matched these pieces. There were 7 pieces altogether, and on reconstruction of this stone, we believe we had a plus 200 carat pink stone, which would have meant that this stone would have been our biggest find so far in the pinks. And obviously, processes and procedures and changes have been made to stop us from doing this again. Okay, so, you know, John has been talking consistently about the geologists. And we are really reliant on our geos. And we are very lucky to have John Ward in our stable, if you like. And he is monitoring and counting and helping us decide which facies is the main facies. And as Cow is a marginal mine, it needs to be kept on a tight rein and mined responsibly, which it is. And the pinks and the purples, which are regularly found, ensure that the cow mine clears the bottom line comfortably. And as you can see, John is saying, hey guys, get over there. This is where it's going to be. Can't you see? And anyway, over there it was. So again, in the FK, and John's going to talk about this funny little area here in his next talk, this pink 108 carat stone was recovered. This had a lot of high profile in the press. It hasn't been sold. It's sitting with us still. It hasn't got a name. We are allowing the buyer of this pink to have the privilege of naming the stone. And there it was down there in the FK. Okay, so I think, you know, we are the new kids on the block. So watch this space. We are going to continue. Thank you very much.
Can someone put the lights on again, please? Thanks, Debbie. That's fantastic. As I say, we're still waiting for the sample to be circulated. All right. Any questions? Lights, please. Coming, okay. Questions? I'd just like to start and just make the point, this case, and it's obviously a small mine, it's not that easy in the top of the mountains, but I think you see here, and I'm sure both Debbie and John and others have played a big role in this, is again the importance of geology and understanding your ore body intimately. And I'd also like to, I mean, I've been a long time in the business and understand the colors quite well, But for the many students here, speak to Debbie and John Ward and more of the diamanteurs. There are a number of people here who are involved actively in looking at diamonds and selling them, and understand more about the color factors, the consequences of these different colors. You saw last night from the Kimberley mine that the whites and the yellow, and here Debbie's thrown another whole spectrum of colors at you, and these different colors make amazing differences to prices as well. So use these people while you can. I have one question. Has anybody got close to dating these pink diamonds? Is that a John question?
No, we haven't yet.
Okay, be fascinating. Questions?
Ingrid,
De Beers.
make it easy.
Thanks, Debbie. That's as good as pornography as it gets when it comes to diamonds. I really hope that the release of the Barbie movie actually makes your sale all the bit more easy. I was just wondering, when we think of pink diamonds and the relationship with brown diamonds, so Argyle was really known for browns. I know nothing about your normal production. Are there a lot of browns? Is it low in yellows? How many color? What's your sort of color distribution in the run of mine?
Yeah, thank you, Ingrid. Yeah, we have a combination of everything. We have also found the odd little blue as well, but it's not enough to showcase those either. But our browns in general have the sort of normal production like they would do anyway in any mine. But our browns, not really browns, but sometimes they look brown, and once we boil them, they are actually pink, especially in the smaller sizes. So I do have the stats on how many browns, etc. we do have, so I can get that to you at some stage as well. I don't have it in my head.
I mean, to go back to Argyle, Argyle was dirt. It was black. It looked like gravel swept up off the road, and then they started to find the little pinks in there. So
makes a big
fascinating.
difference.
Yeah. Anyone else? Thanks.
Life of mine, John, that's your answer? 12 years. Okay, right? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, we're going to stay with Car and John Ward, the legend. He's going to talk to us about the fascinating geology and the different facies in Car. John's a graduate of University of Natal, or KZN. He's worked on diamond deposits, alluvial and kimberlites extensively in Africa and a few other places. And we look forward to hearing, why these diamonds come from these different deposits. Thanks, John.
Thanks very much, John, and good afternoon, everyone. Back at the 2014 conference, the late John Gurney's asked me what the heck I was doing fiddling in a kimberlite pipe, because I spend most of my time fiddling in gravels. So today I'm actually going to be able to share with you why down in that hole we actually have a bit of sedimentology. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about are sedimentary mega breccias. What the heck's a sedimentary mega breccia? Basically, it's just a very coarse gravel. It's mixed with rounded and angular stuff. And we've got some amazing examples of this type of deposit at Car. And it's... the main lights, yes, yeah, thanks, that'll help the other things, thanks, Baxter, yeah. Okay, it's a joint presentation. It's myself, Tlokotsi Mpeka, who's with us here in the audience, as is Marie Steyn. And there'll be good reasons as to why they're on the authorship list here, and Pierre Fourie as well, those of you who know him. And really what I really want to do today is share a deep dive into a whole kimberlite that, as Debbie pointed out to us, has already been eroded. And it's We've seen this. We don't need to go through it again. Deb did a good job of this. She did an extremely good job of the geology, so I don't need to worry about that. I did check her numbers to make sure that she had the production right. But I think one of the things that really has happened here, as she mentioned, everybody chased cow because of K6. This was a high-grade 15 to 20 CPHT deposit dominated by type 1 commercial white diamonds, octas, dodecs. And as we opened up this mine, 2013, as she said, December 2013, in this corner down here, in the FK, the pink storm came out, and that changed our view of what was really written off by everybody as the K other, a low-grade pipe. But going down into the pipe, our 200 meters so far down into here, we've uncovered a network of these mega breccias. And as we've gone, we've kept a record of them, and they really are strange features. And I'm going to share that with you as we go down into this pit over here. Breccias are not unusual in kimberlites. I think everybody who's worked on the kimberlite pipes, McEwen's breccia in Tanzania, the breccias in Angola, they're not an unusual feature. And the bulk of the cow pipe is actually made up of obviously the volcanoclastic and reworked volcanoclastic kimberlite units. Here's a good example. That's actually Debbie staying down there for scale. I know she's short, but these are big beds. And we've got older units, which are volcanoclastic units, overlain by reworked volcanoclastics, column collapse onto it around the edges. And as I say, the bulk of the pipe is made up of this material. But on the on the edges and inside the parts of the kimberlite, there are these amazing, really coarse-grained sedimentary units made up mostly of Drakensberg basalt, because obviously these pipes are 90 million years old. They've intruded into the Jurassic Age Drakensberg basalts. And these have been washed back into the pit or fallen back in by just straight gravity. And when we first intersected these, we sent them off to the West Valley Science Dam to build the wall. We only sent one truck, because when we looked at the matrix down there, we noticed that there were heavy minerals even in this rubble. So we stopped sending it, and we started to put this through the plant. And a bit like the pink storm that came out, we started to see some unusual results from these breccias. So we started taking a lot more of an interest in them, and we noticed that there were a number of varieties around the pit itself. We could recognize gravity deposits, like this one over here. There's a hammer for scale, just a slump, not much sorting in it, bit of a slump down on a slope. You could see it as a talus. We also had debris flows, big mud flows over here. It looked a little bit like the Dwighitillite sitting down there with diamictite. These are big boulders sitting in a very muddy matrix over there. For the other one, we had alluvial, fluvial type features in them. And this is quite interesting, because here you can see the incline stratification, hammer for scale. We also had graded beds over here. There's the hammer for scale. Boulders down there, grading upwards into this bed over here. And in fact, capped by another graded bed in this particular instance. So we've got some action down here. It isn't just all gravity. It isn't just all screech slope and talus like we thought. I came from Letsing, we had a lot of those type of deposits. But down here,
John, what are the boulders?
all basalt. Yeah. Oh, sorry, not all basalt, John. Now and again you get a noddy, mantle noddy in there. That is there, but predominantly it's Drakensberg basalt. And in places, there's actually quite a fabric. And those of you that have worked on alluvials will know that tertiary and quaternary fabrics are our best, or just about always, our best grades. So in these breccias, we have a bit of sorting that we could see here. Bigger, there's a boulder to cobbles and into pebbles. And what's interesting, it's just about all basalt, except for the odd garnet megacrystal and smaller pebbles of basalt. Nothing else, and diamond. But we'll get to that just now. what was really interesting is that those of you who are familiar with the Lesotho Kimberlites 1973 book by Peter Nixon will know that the late Barry Hawthorne made a comment about the K6 Kimberlite at Kar, saying that there were water-laid ilmenite-bearing deposits in K6, and he thought it was a down-faulted raft of crater facies that had come down into the pipe. And obviously, as Debbie said, we're 700 odd meters off the top, maybe 1,000 meters. So it's quite a long way to drop a block of crater facies, classic, epiclastic crater facies, that is. But down in the pipe, I actually found a pool which had rippled sands, not too easy to see here, but these are actually kimberlite sand grains in a mud, and they were actually ripple marks. So here we had two really good indications of some fluvial activity down in this pipe, way down. So I don't think it was down-faulted blocks. I think it's related to water going back down into the hut, as it were. All right. So, as I mentioned, the bridges are not exactly uncommon. I think most of the pipes have them, and particularly up in Angola. If you have a look at many of the pipes in Angola with the well-preserved crater facies, this is Kamachia pipe, 28-hectare body, been mined by El Rosa. It's a 50-meter high sidewall, and you can see they've just mined around the edge. Well, you can't see it from this photograph, take my word for it. They've just mined around the edge, and around the back of it, they've also mined around the edge, and they've left the sand plug. That's because most of those kimberlites up there were holes that were filled in with reworked Karoo and Kalahari type sands. But around the edge of Kamachia, there's a well-developed breccia. You can just see the white rocks sticking out over there. That's basement granite and granite gneisses. And their biggest stones have come from these breccias. And I think this is what we saw. We saw this at Letseng. We've seen it in several other of the pipes, where big stones, the breccias are very low grade, but you often find big stones in them. And so what I'd like to now show you is take you through what we have seen developed as a breccia network inside this somewhat deeply eroded, what is now deeply eroded pipe of Kar. So just to get some perspective of the erosion, this is a Google Earth view looking east, pretty much east. Here's Kar down there, it's 2023. Tilted it. There's Matai sitting over there. Let's sing at the back, 40 k's away. And the roof of Africa is pretty much up there around about 3,200, 3,400 meters. And if you drop down to here, there's at least 750 taken off there, down to the top of the pit. We've dug a hole another 200 odd meters down into that. So yeah, somewhere around about 1,000 meters is gone from Kar. And it must have been a pretty big pipe up top here, obviously with the flaring up. And all that's gone, and I think some of us know where some of those stones have ended up, particularly after having seen the Palesa today. So this is a view of the Kar pit. As we went down in January 2020, we had done a split shell. It's gone down on the southern side, it's looking east, and we started going down over here. And there's a funny little color, and that was the first big breccia that we had in our mine block, and that was the first load that we took off to the Slimes Dam wall, which we stopped doing. And what we've done since then is kept a record. As we've mined down through here, we're now back at the bottom of the pit. We've taken this whole chunk out in the last three years. And initially, we just said to the guys, no more than 5% basalt into the plant. We didn't keep an accurate record of the tons until January 2022. And we'll share those results because they're actually quite interesting. How do we know that the Kar breccias are carrying diamonds? I mean, they could be just barren bits of basalt that have fallen in. These photographs are courtesy of Debbie and Marie when they were doing the valuation 2 weeks ago. And look at this latch over here. This is a 9-carat stone. And that skin, we couldn't even take off with some clean boiling. So these breccias have low-grade temperature minerals, sepulite, but mostly it's zeolite, naturalite, calcite, that sort of stable. And this one's really nicely enclosed, looks like one of those larvae pupae in the field. This is an 18-carat near gem, and the white that you see on it is not a reflection of the light. It's actually a thin skin on a near gem. This one has got nothing on it. It's a clean stone. Down here is well latched. And then this one, you can actually see the fiber, the fibrous nature of the crystallization over here on these couple of 2 carats. So it's not just the big stones that are hooked up in these breccias, also the small stones. But we can't easily measure the small stones. We believe we have a reasonable technique to look at what the coarser stones could be doing inside here. So let's have a look at some examples now of these mega breccias around the pipe, because they are best developed against the sidewalls. Now those sidewalls are sitting at 81, 85 degrees, and these things are coming straight down like great big ravines, great big dongas. And here's one here. This is in the southeastern corner. That shiny wall that you see there is actually the basalt contact. And from here, we've been mapping this breccia. You can just see the texture changes. It's not smooth, it's bubbly. And that bubbliness is because of the basalt class in it. 72 meters, and we've taken this down right now to another 130 odd meters to pit bottom. And this breccia has been very persistent, gone all the way down against the sidewall over here. On the opposite side, on the northeastern corner, there's the basalt contact there, and coming down the side is this another very big breccia, and they have a common feature. They look a bit like a sack. They start thin, and they open up. And then after that, they take a different path, but they start off like a bit of a teepee and have a point up top there, and then they widen down into almost gouging a path through the kimberlite. On the northwestern side, we've got a very well developed, not just a breccia, but we've got several of them that are stuck up in the northwest corner of the pipe. I'll show you this just now, plan view. It's just to give an idea. And then down on the western side, we actually have a breccia that's interbedded in the FK kimberlite. So we've got evidence of these things having been pulses of sedimentological activity in between the kimberlite eruptions. The 108 incidentally came from over there in 23rd of March this year. Right, so that's around the edges where we're seeing those kimberlites. Then in the central area, here's the plant. We now look the outside of the pit. Margin goes beyond where my line is there, and in the center part, there's a funny dark shape over there, and there's bits of grey that are just disjointed. Just have a look at that. Yeah. So we've got a dark piece, and these benches, by the way, are 12-meter benches. So we're coming down quite a few benches from the top there, coming all the way down to that dark spot there. That is one big mega raft of basalt. And it's not the classic basalt rafts that you see at Voorspoed, satellite pipe at Letseng, that have just slipped off the side of the wall and then gone into the pipe. This thing is sitting damn near in the middle of the pipe. The southern edge is just below me here. The northern edge is where the plant is. So this thing has gone down and made its way almost into the center of the pipe. Got to start thinking then, what the heck's happening here? When you look next to it, that broken, funny mottled grey was actually this material here. And you can see how broken it is. Those are mostly big rafts of kimberlite. It's actually kimberlite. And in between the kimberlite, the dots that you can see, the bubbles, are gravels. They're actually basalt gravels that are well rounded. They look like what we would call the Muchanga and Mabanga of Congo. Eh? That's what it's like. It's like a river sitting down in the middle of your pipe. That's in the center. I've pinned out the basalt mega raft, and we've mapped out very closely. Klokotsi and I have done most of this work. We can actually track the eastern edge of it over here. We go back into FK kimberlite that is undisturbed over there. And this material, you see those funny little white spots there? Those are all big rafts of kimberlite sitting at funny angles down here. And then there's this big mega raft that's sitting squat like a plug in this. This here is not kimberlite in situ. This is actually a raft of kimberlite, and this is all gravel in between. There's another raft of kimberlite. And as you go up, you can just see kimberlite. This stuff's not in situ anymore. It's been rolled down, and it's close to the center of the pipe. So if we take a plan view and look down on it, this is our southeast corner that we started at, with a very smooth basalt wall. There's the northeast basalt bridge here, that big one that looks like a sack, and you see it starts thin and it goes down, aiming into the pipe. It moves away from the sidewall. This one as well starts to move away from the sidewall. We haven't been able to find out where it goes yet. This is the western one, where the 108 comes from. It does a turn and it aims to the center. But it's this complex of the northwest bridge here and the so-called north bridge at the top here that actually come together, and we've now mapped them down to land on top of that basalt mega raft. So all of a sudden here, we've got a drainage network that has come together at about 1 kilometer below the old surface, and is full with really coarse basalt and stuff and some stones. So it's quite. So what we've taken the liberty of doing is interpreting the central area as the vent, and we've got a couple of drill holes, not drilled by us, but drilled by our predecessors, that go down another 300 meters, and there are big basalt blocks in their drill holes. Mike Skinner couldn't make head or tail of this, and I don't blame him at the time, and nobody else had an explanation as to why 300 meters or so down in your pipe, you had 26-meter basalt intersections, and then kimberlite. So we believe that this is the vent. These are filling onto it and coming together. So in a schematic, I'll go back to a schematic way of looking at it. There's your vent. It's probably not really a cylinder. It's more a flare going up like that. There's the raft. Now we've mined through the upper 35 odd meters of it, and it's sitting down over here. We don't know how much further it goes. We haven't drilled it. We don't have that luxury. There's your north bridge coming in, your northwest coming in. And initially, because these start on the sidewall over here and over here, we thought that they just kept on going down. So our initial models actually modeled these going straight down. But as we've mined through it, we've realized that they actually join and they come together they are all aiming into this central hole over here. Okay, so we've done the modeling. In fact, Tlakotsi's done the modeling on this. And there's the pit outline. This is a data mine modeling from our pit surveys. There's the basalt mega raft. Just to give you an idea of scale, it's 100 meters long over here. It's by about 70 odd wide. Here's the vent. We believe we've mapped the vent, what we're calling the vent, as a subcircular sort of a feature over there. And this is the north bridge here and the northwest bridge here. Now I'll give you that's a plan view of it, and you can see it's occupying quite a bit of the actual pipe itself down here. It's about 1.5 hectares in there. There's the cross section of it. Looking over there, there's our vent, there's our basalt mega raft, and we've got the flow directions over here. Why have we got the flow directions? Because that's where our graded bed is. There you can see, there's the graded bed, there's Kotsi standing there, there's the next bed starting there. Now there's a lot of power in this, because that's cutting into the kimberlite. There's a sharp edge over there, and we actually got the dip angle coming down. We actually managed to get 3D on this, and we've got it coming down. It comes down here, and it joins up with the north bridge around the corner. It then goes along here for about 100 odd meters, 120 odd meters, and it ends up on top of the raft in this mass of bridge here that's parked off on the top. So this forms a plug, and the only way it can get past there is it goes down the eastern side of the basalt raft. And we've got good evidence of it going past there. What happens below here, we're obviously unsure. But from from a recovery perspective and from a coarse stones, the specials, the plus 10.8s, we mined this in May 2021, and we got 30 specials. We normally would get anywhere between 15 and 20. So that was a big up for us. When we mined this in July, we got 40 specials. So there was a bit of action down the side here with that graded beds. And that actually is our record for specials, for plus 10.8s in any 1 month in Ka. 40 stones from there. And we believe the sedimentology is telling us the story over here. So what? So just to reiterate, coming together like that. Okay, so what we did is that we then looked at the results back to January 2022, when we started to log the actual tons that were being fed into the plant. We don't allow it to go above 15% in any one day, and we try to keep it below 5%. There's a good reason for that I'll touch on later. Don't worry about the numbers over here. This is just to prove that I don't do any stats. This is all Marie's work. She went back and analysed how many tons, how many days we did basalt breccia versus non-basalt breccia days, and you can see it's quite a big sample number, nearly 7.8 million tons. We're looking at 13,000 stones over in the coarse fraction, the 5 to 10 fraction, another 7,000 stones over there. There's about 20,000 carats, which is, I think for Samric side, I think it's a reasonable number to look at. But it was only 3.74% of the total plant feed over this period. And so what we wanted to see is that could the sedimentological action in a low-grade kimberlite be upgrading your coarse stones? We didn't think it would upgrade the small stones because we know our grade is low in these pipes. So what we did is Marie then looked at the number of tons that were required to produce a coarse stone, in other words, a 5 to 10 carat, and the number of tons to produce a special stone. The blue blocks over here are the tons in basalt breccia days. For coarse, that's for specials. This is for the carats. So blue again for the coarse here. And you can see each time you need more tons to produce the same stones in non-kimberlite days. In other words, less tons for when we're treating the basalt breccia. And if you look at it in terms of percentage, basically it's less tons needed to do that. It's about 7% for the coarse stones, 7% better, but on the special stones, 17.5%. That's quite substantial in a low-grade mine. But in the carats, because you've got a much wider range of carats, and you've got bigger stones coming out of these breccias, it's 28% less tons needed for those carats. So we believe that these breccias have helped us. They've certainly something that we watch very carefully. And just to go back to the $1 million stones that Deb touched on, the Eternity, I just rounded up to 48 carats, you'll excuse me there, Deb, but that's the Eternity coming out of the northeast basalt breccia, right there on the contact between the FK and the lower quarry. The Palesa, 21.86 carat, is GKN2 block, but that GKN2 block is actually sitting just on the edge inside that vent breccia, we believe, on the modelling. So it's not actually truly a GK kimberlite stone, but maybe a GK part. It sits in the GK part of the mapping over here. The 108 comes clearly out of this western basalt breccia here. That was clear. It was March this year, and that 18 carat purple, which is a $4.5 million stone, that came out of where the two tributary breccias came together, and on that piece heading towards the top of the breccia. And then, unfortunately, as it goes, Deb told us about the 200 that we lost in May of 2019. Well, on the 2nd of July, we managed to wreck 160 carat type 2 white, which came out of that corner there. We had a bit of a slip in the plant, and it's just, when you have a bit of a slip with a type 2, unfortunately, that's it. All you end up with are fragments. And there's a very clear fragment. This is a much earlier stone that we broke, but you can see the Newton rings, you can see the ding. It's a total fragment. So the upside of breccias is that they're great for bringing in big stones, but you can't be greedy. You've got to feed those things into your plant pretty slowly. You've got to be careful about it. Because why? It's hard, it breaks into flakes on crushing. And therefore you get decreased screening efficiencies and you got increased risk of diamond breakage because you have passed those stones through the crusher twice. The other thing that it does is that with the hardness, if you add too much of it, you end up with increased liner wear and you end up with higher operating costs. Right. So, they're in the life of mine plan. We believe we're starting to understand them. It's taken us quite a few years, but it's an unusual drainage network, and they're two of the BB babes that have come out of the basalt bridges. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. That's great. And can't you buy Eraldite or Pratley Putty in Lesotho? Not. All right, any questions? Just a comment from my point of view. I mean, Finch Mine, when I started as a sort of young geologist on training, had a huge floating reef in the middle of it, basalt. Yeah, and I mean, surely you can fit that picture together. Doesn't the gravel come off the top?
Well, I think what's interesting about that, John, is that the gravel, the basalt, the Finch comes off the top. And speaking to those of you who know Paddy Lawless, who was at Finch for many years, speaking to him, he confirmed as well, I should have mentioned that actually, that when they were in basalt-rich areas, basalt-rich they got bigger stones.
Yeah.
I mean, Finch is not exactly a big stone producer, but at least it pushes it up a bit.
And I mean, that big block you referred to can come, it doesn't even have to come all the way down, it could get picked up.
It gets hooked up. But what is interesting about this basalt raft is that I didn't show the photograph, but we've actually now intersected the back end of it, the western side of it, and you can actually see how it's jammed itself against the kimberlite. And then the front end, it actually looks like a head. The back end is, the arse end is jammed into this side, and the front end is like this down, and the breccia has come onto, the sedimentary deposit has come on the top, over the top. And when I say over the top, I'm talking 24, 25 meters thick. You have base level changes here. So a lot of material has been shoveled down this hole, and then it goes over the edge. And where it goes over the edge, we've actually mapped that going over. So it's going on, John, going down.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a bit esoteric. I've always been fascinated by what's the age span that you see in a kimberlite composite intrusion.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at Mount St. Helens, it's taken millions and millions of years. And some of those contacts that we see, look like old contact, and you've got a fluidized system, so, you've got optionality as well. Yeah. Okay, questions? Everyone hungry?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah. Right, anyway, we've had a fantastic morning. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to the speakers staying on time. We're back on time.
We start our afternoon session with a very special speaker. And I must admit, during my chair period, the CVs of all the speakers are so long, I'll take up all the time. So I'm not going to do their full CV. So first of all, I want to call on Mr. Barend Petersen from De Beers. He's the executive chairman of De Beers Consolidated. And he's a true leader in many respects, not only in the mining industry or the diamond industry. And he's also my chairman, and I call him not so frequently, but then I call on my big brother. And he's always been willing to assist. So, Barend, it's a very interesting topic, the theme of your talk, the new diamond world, and we're looking forward. Please give a hand to Mr. Petersen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and program director. It's indeed a privilege for me to share some thoughts with you. I recognize a number of stalwarts, people who made immense contribution to the diamond industry. I will not risk mentioning names because just now I leave out somebody, but yes, people in this room with a very, very long association with the diamond industry, with a depth of knowledge and understanding that's truly rare, so authentic. So I want to really recognize all of you in this very special forum, and thanks to all of you that's in this very difficult session after lunch, where most of our eyelids has a natural inclination to drop south. But I want to also today honor one of the most distinguished and notable leaders of the mining industry, Julian Ogilvie Thompson, who passed away on Monday, 14 August. Julian is the former chairman of Anglo-American and the De Beers Group, and he has dedicated a remarkable 46 years to Anglo and De Beers. Notably amongst many is his commitment to nurturing young leaders from across the African continent through his 18-year affiliation with the Mandela Rhodes Foundation lasting until 2020. I had the privilege of being able to be guided by him. What a remarkable man. Jot, as he was affectionately known, and our sincere condolences to his family, and may his departed soul rest in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I must again indicate my appreciation for the caliber of the delegates in attendance at the symposium. Those on the good side of 40. For some of us, it's a distant memory. But to have a 92-year-old in our midst, a 92-year-old in our midst is a warning to those below 40. It gets into your blood. So good to see you and to acknowledge you. Because the years and experience in the diamond industry is also indicative of the need for us to leverage much of your experience to ensure continuous improvement. Yes, while your experience is commendable, what is encouraging for me today is the presence of students from various South African universities in attendance. We willingly must hand them the baton, as they are the future of this industry, and will be at the forefront of progressing the work that is currently in progress to shape the future of mining for many years to come. And may I also express appreciation not only for the younger persons, but also for the female representatives in that category. It can only do us good as we move forward. I am one of those who is of the firm view that our industry needs to adapt and succeed into the 5th industrial era. We need the experience of industry leaders, but we also need the curiosity of young, bright minds, of the students who are present here today. And for this, I want to thank our organizers for inviting them to what I believe is an important dialogue that brings together great minds from across the South African mining industry. But let me also acknowledge our appropriate Kimberleys as the host for the Diamond Symposium. It is well known that this is the genesis of diamond mining in South Africa. And furthermore, the flywheel of the mining industry of our country. I'm very encouraged that after almost 152 years since the diamond rush, there's still diamond mining happening in Kimberley through copper mining. Go well, John. For those who managed to go on tour of the Big O, you will agree that Kimberley is an appropriate example of how mining has changed through the years. From picks and shovels for mining, the use of cocoa pans, to all mine production, to what we now term today as concentrated mining, focusing on maximizing production whilst minimizing environmental footprint and minimizing operating and capital costs. This development does not exclude exploration, where in 1867, 15-year-old Erasmus Stephanus Jacobs picked up a diamond on the banks of the Orange River. Today, diamond exploration is a little bit more complicated than that. Through the exploration technology that is currently in use. The above is a reminder that as the mining sector, we've done great work to research and develop technology that has catapulted our mining sector to what it is today. And there's so much research and technological development underway. So I'm not concerned about us falling behind as we progress through the fourth industrial revolution and into the fast approaching fifth industrial revolution. Our greatest challenge is how we use research and technology for the greater good of our communities and the environment. Mining for the common good. There's no doubt that mining is of vital importance to our existence and our livelihood. As the saying goes, if it's not grown, it is mined. If we truly believe the statement to be true, then we have a tremendous responsibility to ensure that we deliver on our commitment of sustainable mining. And many times I marvel at how limited the knowledge out there is of the complexity of mining and also the importance of mining. Life as we now know it is because of mining in many respects. You only need to look at your cell phone to understand all the minerals you're carrying around, but that's for the next time. For us as the BS, and being part of the Anglo-American group, we deliver this commitment through what we call future smart mining, our innovation-led approach to sustainable mining. These are step changes that will transform the nature of mining, how we source, mine, process, and move to and market our products. To prick your interest and spark your attention, I thought it may be appropriate to take you to the movies and play a short clip that puts future smart mining into context.
At Anglo American, we have a clear purpose: to reimagine mining to improve people's lives. What does that mean? Well, it means changing the way we mine and the nature of our relationships with all our stakeholders across society, including how everyone connects what we do with their everyday lives, from the mine to all of our homes and families. How? By future smart mining. Smart innovation in technology, digitalization, and sustainability working hand in hand to more efficiently, effectively, and sustainably connect metals and minerals to all of us who need and value them. This is about creating a different future for what is an essential activity for modern life. Future smart mining, changing the future of mining. We're building on the stability and reliability provided by our unique operating model, which ensures our people are in the right place at the right time, doing the right work. And P101, our asset performance program, designed to set new industry standards for equipment and processes where it matters most. Then we apply Future Smart Mining, our innovation-led approach to sustainable mining that drives safer, more efficient and precise mining with a smaller physical footprint and the positive changes that we seek for society, locally, regionally and globally. We're creating a more sustainable business in every sense for our employees, our host communities, our customers and all our other stakeholders, as well as our planet. So there are three elements of innovation in future smart mining: technology, digitalization, and sustainability, and they all work together. Digitalization is helping us to create the intelligent mine. Our vision is to create a truly smart, connected mine, transforming vast quantities of data into predictive intelligence. The outcome being a fully integrated, systemized, and ultimately self-learning operation that offers entirely new levels of safety, stability, and predictability, removing the uncertainties that traditionally characterize mining. Technology is creating what we call the concentrated mine. One of mining's greatest challenges is to maximize output, the ratio of metal to ore, while minimizing the environmental footprint, as well as operating and capital costs. Concentrate the Mine integrates enabling technologies, advanced fragmentation, bulk sorting, and coarse particle recovery to precisely target the metal and mineral with less waste, water, and energy. Some of these technologies also feed into our work to create the water-less mine. We're working on new ways of separating the ore from waste rock, transporting ore, preventing evaporation and producing drier tailings so we can preserve our water in a closed loop, removing the need for us to draw fresh water. As mineral resources become ever more difficult to access at depth, we're exploring technologies to transform hard rock mining. Automated and continuous rock cutting vehicles safely extract the targeted ore deep underground, without the need for explosive blasting. Such innovations make it possible to mine lower grade ores and complex mineralogy, creating a safer and more productive environment with lower operating costs. If we then look at sustainability, of course, technology and digitalization help drive overall business sustainability, but they are also critical to us living up to our sustainable mining plan. with 9 stretch goals centred around 3 major sustainability pillars. We're committed to a healthy environment, particularly in relation to energy, water and biodiversity. Building upon Anglo-American's reputation as a trusted corporate leader, and creating sustainably thriving communities beyond the life of a mine. One of the ways we're doing this is by using an innovative approach to identify socio-economic development opportunities for our host regions. Using spatial planning and analysis, our collaborative regional development approach is designed to catalyse sustainable economic activity around our operations, far beyond the life of the mine. This ambitious sustainable mining plan is the blueprint for the future of our business. Future smart mining is changing how we do things and the decisions we make across Anglo-American. By creating enduring value at every step of our value chain, we're improving the lives of our employees, our host communities and countries, and ultimately billions of people who depend on our products every day for a safer, cleaner, more connected and prosperous future.
I hope the video provided context, leading me to express how the beers fits into this and how this is expressed within our group. Our ambition as the De Beers Group is to be pioneers of the new diamond world. Doing this by transforming a diamond's journey from mine to finger. It is for this reason that as De Beers, we have dedicated over 40 years in the research and technology development that we deploy from exploration right through to retail. We have research facilities in South Africa, Maidenhead and Oxford, both in the United Kingdom, which are pivotal to our drive for continuous innovation within our business. Our approach to innovation is known as Ignite. It focuses on accelerating innovation-related activities across every part of our business. Ignite has a long history in the development of recovery technology for the diamond mining industry through its integrated subsidiary formerly known as DebTech. Our team engages in the full spectrum of innovation activities, from fundamental research, incubation, commercial technology to ecosystems and corporate venturing. Whilst the testing and learning from innovative ideas informs the development of our strategy, we are always scanning the environment, searching for viable business models and cutting-edge technologies that have strong potential to create new revenue streams and recharge existing ones. Let me share some thoughts around exploration. An exciting area of technological development in our business is diamond exploration. De Beers is about diamonds. That's our sole purpose. But we also believe that diamonds has a higher purpose, celebrating the most beautiful moments in life. We, as part of the higher purpose, when people celebrate great moments, they do so with something precious, rare, and authentic. They do so in the belief that, like the diamond, the relationship will be forever. As you may appreciate, exploration is faced with many challenges. So the approach used needs to evolve to address such challenges. Although some of these challenges are technical, these may not be the hardest to overcome. Exploration success requires access to ground, effective stakeholder engagement and regulatory compliance, whilst managing cost pressures and striving to make the correct risk-based decisions as soon as possible. It is the considered view that there is still significant diamond deposits to be found, including within South Africa, undercover in complex geological environments and in underexposed or overlooked regions. Therefore, innovative approaches are required to meet these challenges. As we explore in the regions undercover or in the regions of increasing geological complexity, we need new ideas, new data sets, new tools to find the next generation of world-class diamond mines. To know where in the world we will find the next world-class diamond mine and where we should invest resources and effort, we need effective exploration targeting, not a scattergun approach. At De Beers, we have taken a truly innovative approach, and we look at the earth in 4 dimensions, looking deep into the earth where diamonds form and kimberlites originate. In order to do this, we have initiated strategic collaborations with world-renowned research groups and have acquired exciting new data sets that image the interior of the earth and how it has changed through time. We are using data analytics and machine learning techniques to unlock the value in the data. We are conducting exploration targeting in a fundamental new way to ensure that we find the next world-class diamond mine. Our generation team is also using leading-edge geophysical technologies to refine the research for new kimberlites through the SQUID, otherwise known as a superconducting quantum interference device. The SQUID provides superior quality full tensor measurements of the Earth's magnetic field with a wealth of information embedded in the data that were not previously available to mineral explorationists. This technology will allow mining and exploration companies to derive considerable value from their airborne geophysical surveys, leading to faster execution of work programs, significantly reducing exploration costs, and ultimately improving their ability to make new discoveries. There's also exciting developments in the use of unmanned airborne vehicles or drones for some type of geophysical surveys. These platforms offer the benefit of quieter, cheaper, and safe operation for small survey areas compared to either ground or traditional airborne methods. We continue to strive for safe and responsible drilling. Zero harm for us is a way of life. No limb is worth a carrot. Our attention on the need for exploration drilling is to have a lighter footprint, reduce water use and reduce safety risk, and that has driven innovation in this field. Solid removal units are now the preferred method to minimize the amount of water needed for core drilling, as well as improve drill performance by more effective cleaning of recycled water. Mechanized rod handling in off-rig operations is becoming standard. This approach aims to keep drill rig operation out of the line of fire of moving machinery, falling objectives, high pressure hydraulics, pinpoints, as well as noise and dust. These innovations have been achieved through engagement between the exploration industry, safety experts, and service providers on these requirements. With regards to sorting and valuation, once the diamonds have been discovered and mined, focus is on the sorting and valuation of our products to ensure that we maximize value for the De Beers Group and our clients. We see any diamond once and it leaves us, so we need to optimize value as it leaves us. Since 1981, our team based in Maidenhead in the UK have been responsible for the provision of leading edge technology for the midstream and downstream part of the De Beers Group. For those who may have been privileged to visit Maidenhead, it is an extraordinary facility with some of the greatest minds concentrated in that building to produce a better future. Synthetic diamond mine, synthetic diamond detection. Consumer confidence is at the center of our research and technological development. Consumers are now more conscious, and we need to ensure that our rough diamonds are beyond reproach. Integrity is fundamental. Through the years, we've developed a world-leading suite of diamond verification industry that ensure 100% of past diamonds are natural and can be readily detected. This protects long-term industry value as product differentiation relies on the ongoing ability to detect. Our latest instruments currently in development will enable automated and rapid verification of rough diamonds in the smallest size ranges, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the process for volume screening diamonds of the size. Sustainable mining also compels us not only use our innovation approach for driving operational efficiencies, but also address strategic industry talents. To illustrate this point, I will refer to the following. We are almost at the next movie. With more and more clients wanting to know the source of the products they buy, in 2018, De Beers launched Tracer, the world's only distributed diamond blockchain that starts at the source and provides tamper-proof assurances at scale. This enables our site holders to provide record of a diamond's provenance and empowering jewelry retailers to have confidence in the origins of the diamonds they purchase. The Beers Group's provenance claims have been certified by the Responsible Jewelry Council, and trust in the De Beers source of diamonds is also assured by the Business Pipeline Integrity Program best practice principle, which involves annually third-party verification visits of participants by individual auditors.
For centuries, the beauty and rarity of diamonds has captivated people across the globe. But in the modern world, as demand grows for information about where each diamond comes from, new technology presents new opportunities. Tracer brings together a suite of cutting-edge technologies in a single platform solution to provide assurance of source at scale. By delivering a fast, secure, efficient, and reliable solution that enhances confidence across the pipeline, Tracer has the capacity to transform the diamond industry. The backbone of the Tracer platform is fully distributed blockchain technology. As a diamond travels through the value chain, information is uploaded to the blockchain at different stages. This means that Tracer creates unchangeable, tamper-proof digital records for individual diamonds as they move from source to site holder to store. Using these secure digital assets, Tracer can provide diamond source assurance at scale, delivering confidence and trust quickly and reliably. And while Tracer meets the industry's current requirement for source assurance, it also lays the foundations for a future where the digital and the physical worlds are even more closely connected. With its innovative approach and advanced technology, Tracer provides a robust solution for today's needs, while helping the diamond industry to be fit for the future.
Let me share, as I'm about to wrap up. GemFair, in simple terms, is a De Beers Group program that aims to connect artisanal and small-scale miners to the global market through digital technology and assurance of ethical working standards to deliver scalable solutions to improve the livelihood of artisanal miners. It fosters economic development for artisanal and small-scale miners by providing them with traceability by creating the digital records of the diamonds found at participating artisanal mine sites, empowerment by providing training to miners on safer and more environmentally friendly, responsible mining standards. And the miners also have access to tutorials prepared by leading diamond experts. Fair value, where miners receive fair value for their rough diamonds. GemFair has grown from 14 participating mine sites when it launched in 2018 to 277 participating mine sites at the end of 30 June 2023. Furthermore, it has launched a land reclamation program for community members to cultivate abandoned artisanal mine sites for agricultural purposes, supporting livelihoods and food security in Kona, Sierra Leone. The project has seen significant success, with more than 1,000 direct and indirect beneficiaries to date, and will be rolled out to more areas in the coming year.
De Beers Group created GemFair in support of the international call for the formalization of the artisanal mining sector through building partnerships and digital innovation. GemFair delivers provenance and transparency for ethically sourced artisanally mined diamonds. The technology includes an app and dedicated tablet supported by a diamond toolkit. This enables the traceability of each diamond as it travels through the value chain. Prior to welcoming a new mine site into the program, GemFair conducts extensive due diligence. Once approved, GemFair employees register the mine site and record the observed GPS coordinates. This provides an additional control for provenance and traceability. This data, along with other key identifying information, is stored digitally. From this point onwards, the miner is registered and is now a GemFair member. GemFair works with partners like the Diamond Development Initiative to assess and train miners on the OECD's due diligence guidance and other standards. Once certified, GemFair provides qualified miners with a toolkit free of charge that enables miners to independently evaluate and categorize their diamonds at the source. So how does it work? When a miner registers a diamond, GemFair can view the exact location of where the diamond was found, in addition to the characteristics of the stone and other information, including which digger mined it. The technology can automatically detect anomalies and raise any potential red flags to GemFair's attention. Once the miner delivers the goods to GemFair, further due diligence is conducted on the stones and the miner. The QR code matches the mine license is active or renewed, the location of the diamond matches our criteria, and there are no other red flags. The buyer then cleans the stone and may scan it with the rough to polished mapping machine. The buyer then makes an offer based on the world-leading De Beers price book, ensuring a fair value. Approved miners are under no obligation to sell to GemFair. Miners have the option to counter our offer or sell their production to other buyers. Once GemFair is ready to export a parcel, the digital solution tracks it until it is sold to our client. Working with our partners as we build a journey of continuous improvement, GemFair is proud to support the formalization of the ASM sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I started, I mentioned the significant role Kimberley has played in the South African mining industry. The other significant event that took place in this city is the establishment of the Kimberley process in 2003. Trace and GemFair are step changes that will increase transparency and the oversight in the diamond supply chain. The other area that I would like to highlight in closing, where research has helped us to take bold action, is with regards to lab-grown diamonds. Our light box, the lab-grown diamonds, are set for ongoing increasing differentiation from natural diamond. A key driver of increased differentiation will be the inevitable decline of retail lab-grown diamond prices, which to date have not occurred at the same pace as wholesale price declines, making current lab-grown diamond margins attractive to retailers. Transparency, clarity, and sustainability pricing at the point of sale is vital. And since it was launched in 2018, that is what Lightbox has delivered. So the answer to the question, if you were to ask, why De Beers launched Lightbox, is that our strategy in this regard has always been around accelerating differentiation between lab-grown diamonds and natural diamonds. As highlighted in my talk today, research and technology has been at the center of the mining industry. And as the Beers Group, this is expressed throughout our pipeline. Critical to us is that technology should not be for the exclusive benefit of our business, but that it will go a long way to address key industry challenges, especially regarding consumer confidence and socio-economic development as achieved through the GemFair initiative. As I conclude, I'm sure that you're aware of the number of articles that has been written and research regarding the existence of diamonds in space and other planets. the question for us to answer, is that our new diamond world? I'm sure the younger minds in the audience will answer that. Thanks, Gert.
Thank you, Barend. And I don't think you should sit because I'm sure there's going to be a question or two. Anyone a question to Barend? Barend, you must have bowled them out. Yeah.
Barend, when do you roll out at the Gem Fair in South Africa?
We are considering. It's on our to-do list, and let me leave it there for now. But it's certainly an exciting and could address some of the challenges we are currently experiencing. So it's been prioritized.
Excellent.
Peter.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if I'm limiting my career talking after my chairman has spoken, but I'm just adding. So it's a question that we get a lot of times. Just to remind you that when we launched in Sierra Leone, it was a pilot. So we wanted to test the technologies, test the principle, and test the viability of this project. And we are refining the detail. And of course, as Chairman says, it's our plan to roll it out where it's much needed after that.
Thank you so much. Any more? Anyone else? Thank you so much, Barend. We really appreciate, and thanks for being here. Without our next speaker is obviously well known to me, and especially in this audience, I know what I'm going to say could be treated as arguable, but just because he's the vice chairman of SATPO, I think he's the best geologist in alluvial gravels in South Africa. So I want to welcome and give a hand of applause to Lyndon de Mailen, our next speaker, please.
Okay, I think I might as well start so long. I've been mining alluvial diamonds in South Africa for the past 25 years, and I must confess that for most of this time, I probably thought that was the worst decision I've ever made in my life. And the main reason for that is the grade. The deposits that I'm going to show you this afternoon are ultra low grade, and they're not only ultra low grade, but they are also highly erratic. The grade is highly erratic. Now, over time, we as, let's call us diggers, we've managed to work these deposits, to work out ways how to do it. We grew a good pair of steel, yeah, and we managed to do it. But if you add a demanding regulatory framework to this fine balancing act, managed by often corrupt and incompetent regulating authority, this whole thing falls down. And that's what we saw in that graph that James showed us this morning, that steep declining of the operators in the alluvial diamond mining industry. And that's the reason. Okay, I'm going to show you this afternoon some of the deposits that I've been mining in the past 25 years. I'm going to show you what we did and why these deposits actually exist. Okay, now it's working. Okay, just for the students, and I see they're all at the back now. When we look at alluvials, we don't have a lot of tools really. It's not like a gold deposit that you can drill and assay and get grades and stuff. So we're very limited in what we can really do. So These are the main tools, and you can probably add a couple to them as well. We look at geophysics, although geophysics, in my experience, doesn't work very well on the Dwika bedrock. We got the geology in terms of geological maps, and a lot of the work on the geological maps was probably done in the 1970s. But it's really good work, and we're probably unlikely to get an update in our lifetimes again in any case. So that's what we have. We have the STRM elevation data, which is a mission that I think NASA flew in the early 90s. It's about 16 to 20 meter elevation accuracy, and you'll see a lot of the maps that I show you this afternoon was actually done using this STRM data. Then satellite imaging, Google Earth, I mean, it made a massive difference to us. We can survey now with drones. We have GIS, which is actually a fantastic tool that we gathered in the past 15 or so years that helps us to look at all our data at one stage in the same time. Drill data, groundwork, and we have to tie all of this together with a good dash of common sense, otherwise nothing makes sense. So let's just take one big step back in time first. And once again, it's for the students just to understand where we come from. When Southern Africa broke off, when Gondwana land split, Southern Africa suddenly had an enormous elevation. And in the first couple of million years of the Cretaceous, which was very humid, we stripped literally hundreds of meters off the surface of the continent. And we see that in the sediment loads on the continental shelf. And we can date those, and we know the time period when that happened. But if we stripped 1 to 3 kilometers of the surface, we should probably be below sea level now, but we're not. So at the same time, we also had uplift, whether it was by way of a mantle plume or the reorganization of the tectonic plates, it doesn't matter. But we've had uplift in Southern Africa along 3 main axes. This is the escarpment axis, the Griqualand West, Transvaal axis, and the Kalahari Zimbabwe axis, and a few small ones in between. And this is very pertinent to what I'm going to show you this afternoon. Okay, so this is the first DTM. The brownish colors are high, and then as you go down into the river channels, it gets blue. So this shows the lower Vaal, middle Orange River section. What is very obvious, first of all, there's your one axis coming through, the Transvaal Griqualand West axis, and that's the Harts axis of flexure coming through here. If you look at this, it's obvious that the Harts River must have been quite a serious drainage at one stage. Today, it's actually a poor excuse for a river, but there must have been a lot of water that came down this whole channel at some stage. Probably uplift around this axis, cut off the major drainages to the north, and movement along this axis cut off drainages from the east. And the Vaal River, which was probably at some stage some kind of tributary to this system, became the main drainage. Other things to look at over here is Kimberley, and there's at least 4 world-class kimberlites in Kimberley, and probably 50 or 60 smaller kimberlites with a splattering of diamonds. And then we have the Riet River here, which is also a pre-Karoo feature utilized by the Dwika Tellite or the Dwika glaciers, and then the Orange River, pure Orange River over there, and then it joins there at Douglas and becomes the Orange River down to Prieska. Okay, let's have a quick look at the lower Vaal River. First obvious deposit that we find is at Windsorton, where the river exits a gorge, and it splays over here, and there's a big deposit that's sat here, and there's a whole higher terrace sitting over there as well. And then we have the Waldex plant, Longlist channel, same type of feature. This is all Ventersdorp. The river cut a channel through it. It couldn't exit. When it exits, it splays, and it creates these big deposits. And this is the theme that goes through most of our rivers that carries diamonds. If you look at some of the higher terraces along this section of the river, like I said, there's a Holpan terrace. There's a Nooitgedag terrace where the biggest alluvial diamond in South Africa was found in the 1950s, a 411 Venter diamond. There's a platform here at Rooipot. Doesn't actually have gravel now, but there's a platform that's situated there. And then there's the Geduld platform that we're going to talk about a bit later. Okay, let's look at Rooipot. Historically, De Beers always had the mining right. They sold it a couple of years ago to a group, and we were fortunate to get a concession there to go and mine about 3 years ago. Now, Rooipot, the farm upstream of Rooipot was very well known in the past for the Droogeveld Stewarts, which were channels that came through here, and it produced an enormous volume of diamonds for that time. I think there's 18 plus hundreds that were recovered there, and I think the biggest was a 318 or something carat. Okay, what's also quite evident here are these fractures that runs through. And you can see how it affected even the current river at times. And it probably had an impact on the Pallier River as well. Now, in about, I think it was 1995, Jock and I, we were still working for De Beers, and we were tasked to look at the extension of these channels onto Rooipoort. And we did a lot of work, did a lot of geophysics and all kinds of things, and eventually opened it up, and James was in charge of the evaluation department at that time, and they processed all the gravels that came from here. And we found this amazing feature. I mean, at places it was 15 meters deep. It looked like a proper gravel channel. Apologies for the quality of the photographs. And there you can see it. There it was worked out on the Droogeveld side, and there it came onto Rooipoort. And then about 150 meters, it sort of came to the surface and it sort of disappeared. What was fascinating about this, that's the gravel. And if you look at it carefully, it's not a coarse gravel. It's actually cobble to pebble size. There's a couple of these big angular sections sitting in there. So it doesn't really look like a proper, like we know, basal gravel. And if you look at the bedrock features, it had these amazing potholes all over. And then, funny enough, it had these big blocks of Ventersdorp that had fallen in from the side. But note that they don't show anywhere waterway at all. They look like they are completely unweathered. So when we started mining there in 2019, our concession was quite a way from the fence line there. It came out about here. And we had a section that actually crossed this big fracture there. And we always wondered if this was actually part of a river system and if there was gravel in it. And when we opened it up, we actually found gravel. But once again, what we call a deflated or a Rooikopie type gravel, consisting mainly of silicious clast and hard-wearing material, not your normal lava boulders and things like that. We mined this section. I think the biggest we got out of here was a 27 character. But yeah, it carried diamond. It's about, I think it was 14 kilometers from the river. Then we moved further down, closer to the river, to that section over there. And then we found this. This is sort of, it's not really channels, it's more weathering features in the Ventersdorp lava, very angular blocks of Ventersdorp lava. And you had a bit of Rooikopie, these rounded pebbles filling in all these cracks and gullies in the weathered Ventersdorp lava bedrock. And there you can see the same. Ventersdorp to the top, and then you got these infill in the cracks of this Rooikopie gravel. And then closer to the river, this is what we found. We found these most amazing channel features. And note there that those are striations made by the Dwika Glacier, which is very important to note in this context. So we had this amazing thing, and we thought, shit, we found another Droogeveld channel, and we are very excited about all of this. And there you can see it. It's quite an amazing feature. I mean, if you get that in the river, you'll think, now I'm in the diamond. But this was virtually barren, and we couldn't understand it. And it still had these nice pothole features in it. And then it dawned to me what we're actually looking at here. If this was done by the current Vaal River, and it was able to cut these potholes, it would have removed all the striations by the glaciers, but it didn't. So what we're actually looking at here, we're looking at the pre-Karoo surface that was stripped by the more modern Vaal River, and then you had some Rooikopie gravel that came over. Just as a comparison, we're going to look at the Geduld platform there. It's about the same elevation as Rooipoort. It's also about 100 meters. And Pierre de Jager and I mined this, I think, in the early 2000s. And there you can see you actually have a pretty decent, not pretty decent, actually crappy gravel, but a proper basal gravel. It's calcretized, and it consisted mainly of Ventersdorp lava boulders and Transvaal shales and some quartzites. Not a lot of Dwika in it, but it was diamondiferous. And there you can see a close-up of the gravel. In the drill samples, Pierre said to me last night, it actually looked terrible. And then the sides were interesting. It looked like they were faulting on the sides. So what happened here? Well, you probably had a terrace sitting over here, which became a Rooikopie terrace over time. As the river migrated down to its current position, it stripped the Dwika covering that covered the pre-Karoo surface, and you had this Rooikopie gravel that migrated downslope through gravity, spreading out over this whole area. And it's probably went quite a way across, but you have this drainage here that came back and truncated these channel features over there. So the Droogeveld channels, I don't think, were ever a proper Vaal River channel. It's probably just a remnant of the pre-Karoo surface. Those are some of the diamonds we found there. Average value around about $2,000 a carat, but as Jean might comment, it's probably typical Kimberley mine stuff. Okay, now we're going to take a quick look at the Riet River, just quickly. There's the Riet River coming over there. Where is it? There. There's the Riet River. Once again, a similar setup as I showed you in the beginning. A gorge opening up, a significant change in gradient of the river, and it splays and it drops its loads and it catches diamonds. And there you can see it fell about 90 meters over 46 kilometers. So this section, the gradient is 1 in 500, and when after that, it's half of that. And always look at what would have caused this sudden change in gradient, and there's nothing obvious, except there's a bit of a lineament that's shown on some of the geological maps, and that's probably caused the sudden change in gradient. A very, very coarse gravel. Today, the Riet River, you can probably jump over it when it's dry season, but at some stage it was pumping to be able to move these big clasts. And those are some of the diamonds that I found there. That's the biggest one. It's 172 yellow. That's the 52 yellow over there. Average value, once again, around significantly different. You're mainly in the Karoo here. The red is dolerite. So the pattern and the shape of the river here is controlled mainly by the way it makes its way through the dolerite. There's not a lot of structure here. There's not a lot of faults or fractures, anything. And you can see it in the gravel deposit. There's hardly any gravel deposits here. So if you look at the elevation model, you can see as it comes out of the Dwicone places, it splays a bit. There might have been a channel around there. The only coarse gravel is here as it exits this Van der Kloof Dam gorge. The gradient is about 1,700 meters, which is about the same all the way up to about Aliwal North. There's not a big change in gradient in the river. The river is flowing mainly on Dwica shale. It hasn't cut through to the bottom. Only in small sections do we find on the 10 or 20 meter terrace do we actually find gravel here. But most of it is just on shale. The first gravel occurrence that we find is at Hopetown, but at Hopetown we're also starting to encounter some Ventersdorp lava again. That's just a photograph of the gravel exit at the Van der Kloof Dam. You can see it's mainly dolerite clast and Stormberg lavas, and not much else. Now there's some evidence of higher terraces. If you drive from Irania towards the Van der Kloof Dam, you see these ridges on the side, and that's probably the remnants of parts of the higher river at an elevation of 55 to 60 meters. Now, if you go from Hopetown to Douglas, the whole scene changes. Now, suddenly, you can see these red lines are fault lines. There's a lot of activity, a lot of structural activity suddenly here, a lot of Ventersdorp lava outcrops. And if you look at the DTM, you can see the river here enters a gorge, and it exits in this over here at a farm called Camille Drift, and then it closes again, and then exits really on that side, and it splays, and it opens up. There's several terraces now along the river here. The highest one is about a 70-meter terrace. And just for interest's sake, look at the gradients of the river. There's the Van der Kloof Dam to Hopetown, and then the first part of this, the gradient is very steep, 1 in 720, and then the remaining is probably the flattest piece of the river from Prieska all the way up to Aliwal North. So it really flattens out there, and you can see it in the profile of the river. And there I've just indicated some of the alluvial deposits. You can see in the gorge, there's little bits there at Ettrick and at Camille Drift. We're going to talk about that just now. And then as it starts to open up and as it flattens out, these deposits become more and more and wider and wider. Okay, we're going to have a quick look at a deposit called the Kalk. The Kalk is famous because the first diamond in South Africa was picked up there. We acquired, at that stage I was doing work for Stain Diamonds, and we acquired this permit from a company that already drilled it, and they evaluated it, and they put pans up, and they tested it, and they said, no, it's not worthwhile, they want to sell it. So we acquired it, and we mined it for about a year, took out 2,500 carats at about $5,000 a carat. And we did it because we used their drill data, put into a GIS program, and just remodeled the bedrock. So what you're looking at here is the bedrock of the old river. You can see there's a meandering channel coming through here with some nice scour features, and we just went in when we targeted these scours, the pushes out of these scours, like I'm showing you there. And that shows the diamonds. We always try to plot the diamonds where we can back onto the bedrock. And there you can see where we have these pushes out of the scours. That's where our grade sit. You probably can't see that, but the highest grade there is 0.38. But as soon as you move out of these zones, you grade to 0.07, 0.1 unminable. So the key to mining these things is to be very selective in what you mine. Just a quick note. On these meanders that we find, I've often seen that the entrance and the exit is normally the best places for whatever reason. And you most of the time you get a bit of a concentration of diamonds in those areas. Okay, now we're going to have a quick look at a place called Camille Drift and Ettrick. It's where the river opens up first. Now, Camille Drift, there are two terraces. There's a 20-meter channel going over here, and then it had a low elevation, about 10-meter elevation, a terrace sitting over there. Now, the grade of this one was extremely low, probably less than 0.07. We tested it on this side. I think the biggest we found here was a 25 carat, and subsequent to that, many years later, a contractor actually went back, and they found 120 carat there, and that's about all. And a couple of months later, they also had to pack up. And we had some good grades on this channel on its exit. But this feature here was probably one of the richest deposits on that section of the river. And the reason for this is evident on this side of the slide. Here you got exit. There's that feature sitting over Ettrick over there. There's that feature sitting over there. Ettrick formed mainly because of all these faults that changed the river elevation at regular intervals, and it cut off channels as it went along. And right opposite this feature there was a big drainage coming through. And that drainage fed this feature over here. And in that drainage, we also found a pothole feature. There's the Ettrick pothole. You can see the entrance to this pothole was quite barren. We got about, I think it was about 600 carats out of that pothole, but at an average size of about 5 carats, an average value of about $10,000 a carat and more. So it was really something special. And there's some of the diamonds that we found that we plotted on the lower. And that's a photograph of that pothole. The top, it was 28 meters deep. The top 25 meters were virtually barren. And where this excavator is, that's actually where we started to find diamonds. That's just some of the diamonds that we found on this section of the river, courtesy of Kau and Letsing. And just an example, this is a project that I worked at the confluence called Marsdrift, and that is a production of about 2 16-foot pans, about 100,000 rom tons, and there's about 130 carats. And that gives you an indication of what the grade is of these. That's a 44 carat fancy yellow in the center. See, my time is getting less, so I've got to hurry up. Now we're going to look at the Orange River post-confluence, and now you see suddenly things have changed. This river is suddenly making a lot of meanders. The deposits is a lot bigger here, where you're talking probably 4 or 5 million tons. Now you're talking 10, 20 million tons deposit. And there's a couple of reasons for this. If you look at the terraces, you see suddenly on this section of the river, you have a whole range of terraces. And you had to have something that happened that caused this, because the river on its own won't cut down and leave all these terraces if the adjacent areas like Hopetown to Duck, there's so few terraces. So something happened to the elevation of the river in this section. And it's also borne out by the diamonds. This is just from 1930 to I think 1965. You can see a lot more diamonds found on this section of the river. And look at the DTM. What we have, that red star there is a point from where we suddenly start to find a lot of banded ironstone in this river. So it's actually flooded with banded ironstone. Upstream, there's no banded ironstone. So this banded ironstone came in. The river didn't know what to do with it. It couldn't move it fast enough, so it starts to meander. That's typical what a river does. It meanders when it can't move the bedrock or the bed load. At the same time, we also had these fault lines upstream, which probably created changes in elevation, which allowed this river to regularly cut down and leave terraces behind. And these faults were probably regenerated because of movement along this Transvaal Griqualand West axis. And there you can see that's the fault near Douglas. And if you actually go and look in the current river, and that's what we often do. If you want to see what's happening in your terraces, go look what the current river is doing. And there you can see the rapids in the current river where the fault actually goes through. So this is probably where the changes in elevation of the river happened. Okay, and then if you look downstream to Prieska, you see this funny bend here, and that's caused by the Doringberg fault, about a billion-year-old fault, which moved a section of the asbestos hills down, which is very resistant to weathering. The river couldn't cut through it over here, so it made this funny bend. And it also probably caused some kind of obstruction to the drainage of this river, because as it goes in here, it's very constricted. There's no place for it to open up. Although the gradient of the river is still the same, it hasn't changed. And if you want to see evidence of faulting, you see it in all the terraces. From the highest to the lowest terrace at Wouterspan, the 20-meter terrace, there's evidence of faulting in the gravel and also at the time of the gravel. And often these faults in the gravel are areas of a concentration, like here at Nieuwejaarskraal. They chased this fault feature because the highest grades was actually sitting on top of it. Okay, now we're going to have a quick look at a place called Kwartelspan. We mined Rooikoppie over here. What you're looking at here at the back is just a surface elevation that we got from a drone survey. And this red area here is actually drill data that we got from Transhex, which had the property before us, which shows the bedrock. And what we picked up was that the bedrock actually followed the surface elevation at this site. And it indicated that the channels in the basal gravel were reflected on the surface topography. Although most of the basal gravels have been deflated and there weren't much left. But we did find spots of basal gravel in these channel features. And we also found that these channel features were the richest areas on this. And that's the Rooikoppie that we mined. And here you can see the infill in the cracks. There's a bit more Rooikoppie. And these are the diamonds that you find on the Middle Orange River. And that's why it's such an interesting place. And that's why I want guys like Avi to come and have a visit and come see what we're doing and what the stones look like. Courtesy of Kau. There's a pink that we found, I think it was 2 years ago. It was a light pink. I think it sold for about $90,000 a carat. And that is the Protea pink that we recovered a couple of months ago, 29.5. And yes, John, I do actually have a model, carefully color-coded by my secretary. And I didn't send it to Antwerp. I actually printed it in my office. So if you guys want to have a look at it, that's what an $8 million diamond looks like. Okay, just a quick summary. Why is this area so special? Well, it's very old. The river has passed through here for millions of years. We had a big supply of diamonds because we had a lot of world-class diamonds in the drainage. We had material that could trap diamonds in the terms of the Dwika diamictite. We had flexure zones and fault zones, which regularly changes the elevation of the river so it could cut in and leave terraces behind. And we had the Doringberg at the end, which probably in a way caused a bit of a damming effect that assisted the river in meandering. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyndon. I think now everyone agree with me. So, any questions to Lyndon? I told you. Thank you, Lyndon. Yeah, he deserves a hand of applause. The next speaker is also someone that's very familiar in the diamond industry, and Ray Ferraris, where you Ray is probably one of the most trusted valuators in the game. I stand amazed to hear where his name pops up. So at the end of the day, welcome, and we look forward.
So good afternoon, everyone. Not my title. John Bristow loved the title because of one of the slides, which you'll see shortly. So basically, it's just a list of all these huge diamonds that have been found over so many centuries. And it took a while to get the list going. But it actually started in 2006. I was working at the Letseng mine with Debbie and working with John Houghton. And they found the Lesotho promise at 603 carats. And Keith and John wanted to know where would this rank at the time. And what started as just a small one-page list has obviously grown a lot. I think at the time the promise was ranked about 8 or 9 in the world. And now with all these fantastic discoveries has fallen away. Just a few things on the list. It should be accompanied with some sort of evidence and some sort of history or provenance. And I prefer that there should be a distinction between the true gem, the clavage of poorer quality crack stones, and then obviously the industrials. Any list should have a starting point, obviously. I initially started it at 300, but with all these big stones coming, I've moved that to 400. The list doesn't include carbonados, but in the handouts that you'll get on your stick is my whole list, and there are a few carbonados there. On the left is a beautiful 100 carater, which came from a De Beers Zhuaneng stone, found in 2018, 425 carats. A just absolutely incredible diamond. Again, some basics, which you'll see when you go through the list yourself, just how the gem and that has been put separate, white separate, yellows and browns, etc., and where they're from, the different time periods, etc. And then right at the end, there's some unlisted stones, which we'll just discuss at the end. And then just on the left there is that beautiful Saroa from Karawi. You can make up your own minds if you think that was plus 500. And then there's John, eat your heart out. I'm not sure if he's talking about the diamond or... So this came from the Millennium Star, which was bought by De Beers. The most incredible diamond. I handled it in London. The absolutely incredible piece of diamond. And you can see the result is just absolutely marvelous. Where did this all start? 13th century, the Koh-i-Noor, obviously a lot of politics around the stone as we move on, but that's pretty much what started on this huge diamond from India, nearly 800 carats. And then in the 17th century, the Orlov, amazing stone, we know it was recut from all the literature there is about it, but it was a huge stone. But in that cutting fashion is really something different. And then what changed it all? In 1888, obviously De Beers was the first real big stone found in Kimberley, and then quickly followed up by the Excelsior and the Jubilee, which are still amazing diamonds in themselves. And then in 1905, well, you all know the Cullinan, it changed everything. I mean, just what sort of benchmark do you set when you have a diamond that's over 3,000 carats? I mean, it's just, still can't comprehend it myself. Anyway, but yeah, the next question is, will that record be broken? I would imagine with the new technology, we have the Tomra experts sitting here that have already recovered so many of these huge stones. So who would it be? Would you put your money on any of those four? Karawi probably would be number one, I would imagine, but would you discount Zhuaneng? Well, let's sing for sure. So there, a little bit on the
the Cullinan, obviously the photographs are very difficult to come by, taken so long ago. And of course, the beautiful Star of Africa, the Cullinan 1, the most magnificent stone. That's after it was cleaved. It's quite a massive diamond, if you think. I mean, some of you are still talking inches. I mean, that's massive. I found this written by W.R. Cattell, that when the diamond was actually examined in Pretoria by the experts, apparently this Dr. Mollengraaf felt that a huge portion of it had been broken off. And what they're suggesting is that the Cullinan that was found was actually only half. And I think when I look at the model and I look at those flat planes, it's quite possible that the Cullinan now is only half of that original distorted irregular dodec. Okay, there you are, the star, most magnificent stone. I had the pleasure of seeing it unset in a private audience arranged by De Beers in the tower. We had about 40 minutes just on our own, me and Dudley Holmes. It was quite magnificent to see that stone on its own. So that's what the list looks like. You can see, obviously, the year of discovery, the name, what type it is, if it's 2A or whatever. And then just general, if we know if the color has been documented or anything about the stone has been documented. And then just a quick, on the right-hand side, if you look through those periods there, those few centuries, only 8 stones, from 1900 to the end of the war, plus minus only 11, and then a slight increase up to 1999, and then 2000, a little bit dodgy in the beginning, and then 2006, Letseng started producing all these stones, the promise, the legacy, etc. And of course, if you take it from then, 215, which isn't a very long period, to 223, we've already recovered 21 stones, which is quite magnificent. And again, the new technology, the XRT, the core circuits, obviously working. Just a quick graph on all, where it started on the left with the Koh-i-Noor and the Orlov, one or two others, and then the Cullinan just standing out like the Toronto Tower or something. And then a little bit, and then when you come to the end, you can see from 215, when the Lesedi was found, all along, just getting higher and higher and higher to the Sewello, and then you can see right at the end here, with the last 2 stones, which made me change my presentation so many times. But I thought it was quite interesting just to see over there those years, when you can see, when you look through the graph yourself, you can examine it a bit closer. Can you move that screen for me? Can you just move it across a bit? Thank you. So you'll see on the list that the majority of these stones are from South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Sierra Leone, etc. There's not many from the other countries. There's a big gap between the Cullinan and the next biggest, the Sewello. But I mean, only 6 of these 62 stones on the list are over 1,000 carats. So. And then, of course, the little success story at the bottom. Since 2015, Botswana has produced 7 of the 13 largest stones. And, of course, Karoo has produced 6 of them. And that's just in a few years from 2015. It's crazy. And then just looking there, 40 stones out of the 62 are over 500 carats. Okay, there's the monster. The Sewello, it's a massive, massive diamond. The stone is totally black, but there are portions of gem in it, which, having spoken to Dr. John Armstrong, we believe will be type 2 material,
who knows, it might even be type 2B material, but just a massive rock. Okay, it's still with the HB company. Sorry, can you change that screen setting again? Thanks. So it's been with them a while now. Nothing has been released as yet of how they're going to polish it, but I presume this will be a long, ongoing operation. Come on. Then the next biggest is unnamed because of the low quality, but again, it has got type 2A material in it, and obviously HB supposed to be transparent. Eventually we might hear something about what's come out of it. Would Peter like that? Or James? And of course, the most incredible diamond, I think since the Cullinan's got to be the most amazing stone, and probably the most celebrated in recent times. And yeah, very soon after they put the new TOMRA system in. A lot of history with the stone in a short time. The Karowe management tried to put it on Sotheby's, which backfired, and eventually Lawrence Graff bought it for $53 million, and probably should have been a $70 million stone. And at the time that they found the stone, there was a 374 character which fitted onto it, and that was also purchased by Graff. So together, quite a large stone. Just a beautiful polish that came out of it. Absolutely amazing. And of course, anything that Lawrence Graff does is just the best. And then the big surprise, coming in at number 5 on the list, was the unnamed De Beers. Beautiful type 2, typical irregular, elongated. I think a lot of people wouldn't even recognize it as a diamond. The diamond did come up, one of the comments from President Masiri, putting pressure on De Beers to have the stone polished, whatever, but no details have been released yet, and I won't ask Peter either. This is John Eng stone, yes. So, yeah, it's the 5th largest in the world, but the 3rd largest gem after the Cullinan and the Lesedi. Found in John Eng, June 21, and very long stone, 73 millimeters long and quite thick. And yeah, it's the biggest stone found since the Debswana started. And of course, this follows on the other exceptional stones, the most recent being the 425 character, which you saw the round polished right at the beginning. And then the first one that made me change my presentation after it was completed, this incredible stone, 83 millimeters long, just quite amazing. I spoke to Dr. John Armstrong about it. He says the toppest D color you can get. It's just whiter than white, just an amazing stone. So again, you can see the 82 millimeters long. It's just an incredible stone. And just an interesting little stat there. This is the first plus 300 stone, that 400 carat stone that Karowe was found since 21. So they've had that little hiatus. But of course, in the meantime, they've produced about 40 plus 100 characters. Sorry. Then that's 998. We've called it cleavage, but I think it's pretty much a rejection. But yeah, these giants do happen as well. And just a few of the stones that were found in a production period with that stone. You can see the beautiful type 2As and obviously clipper diamonds there. And also a magnificent stone, just short of 1,000. Obviously in 1893 that was quite something. It was then the biggest diamond in the world. Interesting is that it has every single attribute of a type 2, if you look at the shape and the color, but we know it's been graded as a G color, so it's most likely a type 1 AB. And then the beautiful pair that came out of it. The star, Sierra Leone, another magnificent. It's still the largest alluvial diamond ever found, and just absolutely amazing. I love the context of the president's hand there, and the size. And then one of my favorites, the Lesotho legend, or Letseng, yeah, the Lesotho legend from Letseng. Just incredible, $40 million, just an absolute wow stone. You should go on the internet and have a look at the polish that came out of this. It's quite incredible. Just absolutely amazing. And that Letseng white, whiter than white. So one of my favorites, this is found in the DRC, apparently in a pile of rubble. It was polished into a Brouillette type stone, so 407 carats. The subsequent owners didn't like the color. They thought it was too much brown in it, so they recut it, lost 100 odd carats, but they sold it for the new 300 carats for 12.4 million. It's not bad, seeing that it's brown yellow. Then just looking at top 20 and the largest gem, and you can see all the Botswana, between De Beers and Karoi, taking all the top spots there. And look at the promise down at the bottom. It's another magnificent stone. It's 507 carats, found in the Cullinan mine by Petra. And I was quite surprised that Petra put this photo out with similar broken pieces at the time, which suggests that the true weight of the heritage was probably in excess of 750 carats. Beautiful stone, typical clipper, typical type 2D stone, polished by Chow Tai Fook, an absolutely incredible stone. Then when you go into the largest whites, and again you can see Botswana, obviously the Cullinan at the top, and all these Botswana. Probably my favorite diamond of all time, because I have played with it so much when I was at De Beers. Truly a magnificent stone. See, Jean is in the audience here. There's your challenge, Jean, for your carpet to find bigger than the 616. So this is the biggest unpolished stone in the world at the moment, in the octa anyway. Absolutely incredible octododic, fantastic stone. And I don't know if those of you that went to the open mine, did any of you see the replica in the open mine museum? Okay, the most incredible type 2A brown, golden jubilee, beautiful stone. And the largest fancy color diamond in the world. Fancy golden brown. Okay, just variations again of the list. Largest found since 2015. And if you take the top 10 white stones on this list, you would be looking at least around 370 million. And if you just take the Lesedi and the Constellation, it's 136 million. So huge, huge money for these very rare, very special stones. The Legacy, also a beautiful, beautiful stone from Cullinan. Again, possibly has some breakage features on it, but top clipper stone. And then my favorite of all time, because of the marking, when I was a young learner, whatever, evaluator at De Beers, when I started training, that's how we had to do it. There was no Sarine, electronic machines to do that. That's how we had to do it. So I really love this photo. And amazing that they got so many stones out of it. And then the Lucapa Special, 404th of February stone. This is just the starters for the Lulu project, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more giants coming out of the Lulu once they find the true kimberlite that's provided all these giants. Clipper diamonds, there's the term there, cullinan-like, large inclusion, pure, irregular, and resorbed. All the type 2s are highly resorbed. And you can see that selection there of gemstones. And why I've put that on there is purely to say, if you look at the list of all the giant white diamonds, surely almost all of them will be clipper diamonds. I'm sure Dr. Andy Moore could tell us more about that. And then the centenary, another favorite of mine. I worked very closely with the late Gabby Tarkowski on that before they set up the factory in Johannesburg. And quite an incredible stone. It had been hit in the plant and had a little crack, and out of the crack was this bomb in the side of the stone, in the inside of the stone, incredibly highly stressed. And Gabby spent a few months cleaving away to take this piece out so that to reduce the stress in the stone before they started polishing it. So a wonderful, wonderful stone. I believe it was sold for 100 million, but who knows? And then that's what started it all, probably in the sort of modern era in the early 2000s. Debbie was the first one to handle it at the mine, and I saw it a few days later, and it got quite an incredible stone. And again, once Letseng started, all these big stones started coming out. A magnificent stone. And then just a few of the Letseng exceptional stones. All very, very beautiful stones. This is one of the newer ones, 2017. Quite incredible. This stone was found the very first blast that they did into the dike at the Meyer River. I'm sure there's very few mines in the world that deliver 470 carats on their first blast. A beautiful, bought for 16.5 million. I was very closely involved with that stone. Absolute cracker. That's why Graf bought it. And then the interesting stone of the recent big stones, very yellow stone, but lots of cracks and impurities. I believe Graf has pulled a very nice pair out of it, but there are no images or anything available at the moment. But interesting, when you look at the price of the $6.5 million or $5.5 million compared to what your white type 2As are bringing in. And then an extension of the list again, from the non-African countries, India, Brazil, there's a Canadian and 2 Russians on there as well. Interesting that that's 888 from Russia, obviously a bought, but still a massive diamond. And then we come to this area, probably the most difficult area when trying to draw up a list. We all know that there's a lot of big stones out of there. We know there was an 800 carat in Angola. We know there's an 800 plus carat in the DRC, a couple of 500 carats. But there's no information on them, and it's very, very difficult. If the stones are undocumented, of course there was the smuggling and what happened centuries ago in India. And then our modern malaise is how many of our big stones have been broken. And they will continue to be broken because these type 2As are just so very fragile in the plants. But yeah, my research into this is ongoing, and hopefully I've got about 20 reference to another 20 stones going up to 800 carats, but just no references at all. And then to finish, just to thank those that have helped me keeping it going, obviously including Debbie, Doctors John Ward, John Armstrong from the Cara, Mike DeWitt, Dr. Chin, who is here today, Paddy Lawless, and all those that have helped me and given me information and inspiration to keep going. And of course, my original list was dedicated to Derek, a very, very special man in our diamond space. And that's yours truly, looking at the Lesotho legend in the gem offices in Antwerp. So you will get a handout of the list, and you'll be able to go through and see and compare. And hopefully, if you find any information, my contact details are there. If you've got some reference that I haven't got or whatever, please share. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Any questions from the audience? James?
Thanks, Kate. It's like a twofold question. Why are there so few large stones coming out of Russia? And relative to India's production, why do they have two?
Yeah,
it seems a lot.
Yeah. The Russian one, I think, is pretty straightforward, and I think is based purely on plant sizing. So I think anything over 400 odd carats is going to get injured in a way, and we've seen that in many of our mines, and even some of our De Beers mines. Obviously, that 888 was just this long orb that managed to slip through the plant. India, I'm sure there's a lot more. With the smuggling and the recutting, there probably should be another 10 on the list. Yeah. Yeah, the type 2s all come from the alluvial, or what they call placer mines. They don't have type 2s in their kimberlite mines.
Where's Andy Moore? I don't want to pinch your thunder. Where's Andy? Are you going to comment? Yeah, if I can just... Okay, you go and I'll go after you.
No, the other comment is that the Canadian mines that are the main producers now do produce clippers are usually quite small, less than 200 carats, but they seem to be quite rare. But Ray might have some comments.
I think their biggest is just over 200, yeah.
I've only seen pictures of them, but they look like true.
Oh. Yeah. If I could just steal some of Andy's thunder, and we've been talking about it at some length. If you look at all those big white stones that were shown today, and there's a lot of them, and those of us who've worked on the river like Linden and that have seen, quite a lot down there. Obviously, they get a bit of attrition, but not one of those stones have a crystal shape. When you see the yellows, the big ones, they're typically the octahedra. I don't believe, and Andy can comment on that these white stones are actually resorbed. And it gets back, we're going to have talks about the megacris, and we know about Evan's models and all the good works, but Andy's got some great ideas basically about mantle pegmatites, because those, not one of those diamonds really has a shape, and I don't think, Andy, you might want to comment that they're actually resorption features.
But if you look at the surface features, then they are.
Thank you, Ray, and anyone else? Let's give him a hand. The next on the program is our first, it's first of all from, is it Consulmet? Yeah, Consulmet, Yassim Ramdin. He's a minerals processing engineer. Rasim?
Good
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent, excellent content today. I take it's been a bit of a long day, so you may be a bit knackered. So my name is Yashin, Senior Process Engineer at Consulmet, and I'm here to chat to you about a project that we're running on in Angola, so I'm going to get straight to it. Oops. Right, a basic outline. We're going to go through a short introduction, the project's purpose or the project's process route, the background of the project, where and how and why, the common pitfalls. Starting from massive 400 ton an hour, 500 ton an hour, quaternary crushing, diamond processing plants, right down to drill chip sampling plants in the middle of barren, frozen areas. So typically, a 3D plan of the plant that we're busy with in Angola. The processing route. We have the ore reception with primary crushing, the primary crusher, chalk, leading on to comminution with autogenous milling. The autogenous milling does your basic primary size reduction and sets the tone for the rest of the plant in terms of particle size distribution. We have 4 stages of screening, or 3 stages of screening basically, that gives us 4 different size fractions. The -70 plus 6 goes to 3 different types of XRT machines in concentration, and our -6 plus 1 goes to a DMS, which would be called a fines DMS. The total concentrate then goes to the XRL machines in the final recovery. We have our tailings disposal, which interestingly, we add -6 into our slime, and we pump to the tailings dam, and we have the typical water recovery circuit. The project background. So this stream is the first of 3 500 ton per hour streams for this new plant. As you can see, the pit is pretty well established so far, or in the process thereof. The client's geological team is busy with sampling, and they take the drill cores at least 30 kilometers away to a bulk sampling plant, where the bulk sampling happens. So the pit is basically a pyroclastic material, which is gray in color, and it's found at the shallow depths, and as you progress deeper into the pit, this requires blasting. We have then the tuffasitic red material, which is free dig and quite clay rich, very soft. And then we have the volcanic sedimentary rock, which is in between the kimberlitic layers. Quite a challenging plant in terms of the different ore bodies that we have to treat throughout the life cycle. So the common pitfalls as we know it with kimberlite processing plants, and somewhat what the industry sees as well. When you have comminution, typically autogenous milling, to liberate your diamonds, and you have quite a high slime load, you tend to have a milling issue and a water recovery issue, or a slimes management issue. So we tried to look at this from a different perspective, because we had to design for 3 phases at 1,500 ton an hour for the life of mine. So what we did was come up with a characterization strategy. We characterized the ore in terms of comminution for the AG milling, and in terms of slimes test work for the slimes processing and tailings dam design such deposition. The comminution focused on the T10 and A times B indices, as well as the bond rod mill index, while the slimes test work focused on flocculation, settling flux, slimes rheology for deposition. Interesting enough, we used a modified version of the bond mill index, because when you cannot do your bond work testing in a laboratory outside the plant or the country, you have to do it on site. So we used a typical HIT tester, which is a hardness impact tester, and used proxy values in terms of gaining data for liberation, particle breakage, and power consumption within the AG mill. Some pictures of our basic setup, our container where the work's done. We have our automated sieving. On top here, you can see the HIT tester, and that there is a piece of rock which has been impacted by the accurate weight which we drop down, and you measure the basic breakage. And there's indices that you apply to it in terms of the size distribution that you get there, and then we'd apply that to the AG mill design. From this, we take this material, put it into a rod mill, generate a 0.5 millimeter or minus 500 millimeter fraction for degrit and slimes thickening. So the drill campaign was based on 16 cores of the C1 mine block, and that is the only mine block available. So we drilled what we could, where we could. We went up to 200 meters deep with intervals every 20 meters to try and predict a trend in the ore body as we went down. The test campaign was HIT, hardness impact testing, PSD simulation and generation to figure out how the different ore bodies would react at different depths and how the process could be adjusted as we went along from phase 1, 2, and 3. We then milled 200 kilos of each sample and generated our slimes test work envelope. So we did not really have enough sample to complete the complete test work phase. So that's ongoing at the moment. More tests are to follow. The AB values ranged, A times B values ranged from 170 to 400, and the bond work index from 5 to 10 kilowatt hours. The slimes and sedimentation test work. So in this area, thickening, flocculation, slimes dams are not common at all. In fact, probably I think Katoka is the only area that has a tailings dam. And with the recent failures across the world, slimes handling is becoming a risk. So careful attention had to be paid to the deposition strategy, the thickening strategy, and possibly the co-disposal strategy. As well as we had the actual time constraint, because the plant is currently in construction. We're commissioning at the end of December-ish this year, yeah. The approach we took to the slimes handling was somewhat different. We reviewed our historical data within our consummate database for thickening and slimes management. We basically compared the data we have on hand from various kimberlite processing plants that we have built over the years and did a comparative analysis. We engaged various suppliers across the industry in terms of flocculation, thickening, slimes dam disposal ahead of time to understand what sort of technologies were available even before we started designing the plant. We then created a detailed roadmap for the specification so that when we went out on tender and purchased the equipment, we knew upfront what we wanted in terms of the equipment. We then set up a rigorous test program for the actual slimes testing based on what our requirements were to ensure that we covered as many bases as possible. For example, smectite clays or kimberlite clays can age at times when left in water for too long during testing, which skews the actual thickening results considerably. So we took all of those factors into considerations and put in our little goalposts that we needed to achieve on each bits of the test program. The design part for the thickening and sediment and tailings dam considered the following routes. Treating the slimes, as in the minus 45 micron, how do we thicken it and handle it? The grit, which is your minus 300 plus 45 micron, where does that go? Do we blend it in? Do we remove it somehow? The process water clarity and consistent clarity, and the actual thickener design and constructability. The next slide will speak more to this, but considering the site some 4,000 kilometers away from Johannesburg, how do you get a monstrous 50-meter thickener to site and build it? Slimes handling. We took a multi-phased approach on the flocculant addition, so just not dump the flocculant into the feed well. We pre-charge the feed and add flocculant at different dosages along the way so that as you break your floccules, you recharge and generate floccules again. We have provision for coagulant addition points if ever needed, and a competent internal dilution system within the thickener. So considering that our slimes are sub 45 micron, hindered settling is a massive problem, especially when you get down to the 22 to 18 micron region. You typically need to reduce your thickener feed relative density to 2.5 to 4% thereabout. How do you do that without adding massive amounts of water prior to the thickener? You do it with a competent internal dilution system, which uses the clarified water within the thickener and puts it back into the feed well. The grit, minus 345 micron. So what we did here is we designed a thickener which had a dual floor slope. Imagine the outer floor slope being 7.5, and as you got to the feed well, it drops down to 15 degrees. So we get the best of both worlds. We reduce the height because of the outer 7.5 degrees, and we have grit management, because as the grit enters the feed well, it does not travel any more than 1 meter to 2 outside the radius of the feed well. So if you have a steeper floor slope at that point, you use gravity to bring it into the underflow pumps, and you don't then create excessive torque loads on the rake drive mechanism. So 2 problems solved. Process water clarity. Again, the multi-phased flocculant addition points. We then investigated the addition of benign cation salts, which is becoming quite common in Kimberley treatment plants, where we basically precondition the head feed by mixing the cation salts with our processed water. So the idea is to get dry feed to contact your cation-based processed water before the clays start to swell. Because once the clays start to swell, you cannot reverse the action. The slimes themselves either present as naturally dispersed or naturally colloidal. So dispersed will not settle under gravity, as in you stick with this opaque material which just stays in the water, or you have naturally colloidal, where within an hour you start to see a clear interface, and it settles and it starts to settle out. I'm not sure if anybody's ever been on their plant whereby your thickener is just out of control, and the only thing you can do is reduce the head feed to a point where you stop the plant to get it back under control. And that's what we're talking about here. The challenge is, how do you flocculate and coagulate at the same time? Because coagulation interferes with flocculation, and they hinder each other. And that's where the cation salts come in. The thickener construction, again, so this was sized to be a 50-meter diameter thickener, pretty high as well. How do you erect it 3,500 kilometers away in a pretty barren area, remote location where services, cranes, infrastructure is pretty limited? Well, we came up with a hybrid design which used a concrete floor. So we'd basically excavate, put in a concrete floor, put in a cast ring beam, and bolt on steel sidewalls to it. That saved us almost 200 tons of steel being transported from Johannesburg all the way to Angola. This is pretty much what it looks like. This is an above ground impoundment. That's the ground, that's earth. So you compact it to good bearing pressure. You build a thickener on top of it, and you create a tunnel underneath it, and you just simply walk in and out of it. So the capacity, thickener size selection is typically driven by a solid settling flux. We used our database information as well as our experience to choose the design flux, and we actually chose the design flux before we did the test work, which was spot on when we got the results from the test work. We opted to increase the sidewall height of the thickener, which is your clear water zone, from a typical 3 meter to 4 meters, which firstly buys you more headroom, gives you a better clarity, and uses less reagent or flocculant in the process. Again, we used a higher than normal rake drive here. In the event that we lost a screen panel in the degrid section, and we got coarse material, which would be your -1 millimeter into the thickener, we could rake it out. So if in doubt, rake it out. Instead of trying to put a rake lift, and a rake lift is just a band-aid, and lift the mechanism out, it would sand up again. So this thickener has some 5.2 kilonewtons in it, 5,200 newton meters. 5.2 million newton meters, sorry. Again, no rake lift system. Larger thickeners over 45 meters do not benefit from a rake lift. This is typically this is not the exact unit, but this is what it looks like. And as you can see clearly here, here's your dual floor slope. and there's the feed well. So any grit that comes in simply runs into the steeper portion, and with gravity, it helps to flow down into the underflow tunnel and doesn't get a chance to compact, because when it compacts, that's when you're in trouble. The dual feed well system allows you with a lot better flocculation, kinetics, dilution, and that's a typical drive unit, not the one that we used again. This has a rake lift on it. This is the actual unit we have built, and it's currently being installed at the moment. Very beefy box truss, rake arms, low drag, meant to plow through almost anything within the thickener. The internal dilution system has been designed, as I've said, a half-span bridge, so we don't need to cantilever a full 50-meter bridge at around 70 tons over the thickener. This is just a simple walkway structure. It's not load-bearing. Sorry, that's Reno did the first half of this presentation initially, and I did the second half, so that's still there. And that's our presentation in gist. It's a bit different from what you guys have been hearing today, but we thought we'd shake it up a bit. Any questions?
Thank you, Yasim. I see already a hand.
That's got to be Mr. Honey.
Lovely project there. Just a quick question. That beautiful big thickener, what is your design underflow paste density?
It's not paste. It's not paste. So we were not chasing paste because we firstly don't need it. Secondly, our tailings pipeline is some 4 kilometers overland up into the dam and then over the dam on spigot discharge. One would say yes, we should have went paste because we're pumping minus 6 millimeter, which is DMS tailings. But if you look at the portion by mass of the minus 6 millimeter, it's some 150 tons compared to the slimes, which is 400 tons. I have sufficient slimes to create viscosity within the line to hold up the 6 mil in suspension. So there was no need to pump paste to the dam. And you as well, of all people, know the issues with PD pumps, the balls, the grit getting in them, the diaphragms, etc. Now in such a remote location, we decided to go 3 1210s in series for our tailings line, our third pump having a maximum discharge pressure of 22 bar, and then it would obviously drop as we went along the line. We're chasing 1.25 to 1.3 as a consistent underflow RD, if you want to call it that, with the K factor of close to 180 within this thickener, we can go significantly higher. So at that underflow density, the yield stress is about, unsheared about 40, 45, sheared is about almost nothing. So we have significantly more room to go. The deposition system will just not allow it though.
And then obviously a huge resource of water to achieve that.
In terms of well, yes, you have lots of fresh water available, but the thinking is changing and it's shifting towards, let's try and use less water from the nice pristine rivers. Let's try and reticulate as much as possible. The other problem is when you run into a difficult ore body and you're relying primarily on a river source and you have not preconditioned that, we obviously have not preconditioned that river source with your cation salts. You need that reticulation right there with a very short residence time. We have almost 4,000 cubes of processed water capacity. So it comes out of the thickener, gets in there, we have a conductivity meter which measures it, goes straight back to the front end of the plant, hits the ore, happy days. So if we constantly pull from the river, we then run the risk of having to stop and start the plant based on the conductivity of the river water.
Thank you.
No worries. Cheers, thank you everybody.
Anyone else? It seems they're happy now. Thank you so much. I must tell you that Consul Met has always been very generous towards SATPO specifically, and thank you to Consul Met for being present and giving us this interesting presentation. The next item on the program is, I should actually stand here, is the first panel discussion of the symposium. And I call on James Campbell, who is chairing the panel. And the panelists are Paul Zimnisky, Peter Mueti from De Beers, and Avi Kravitz. Avi. Thank you. And the theme is what will be the international and local diamond industry look like in 10 to 20 years.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last session between ourselves and the trade show and some drinks. So on the one hand, it's a very serious discussion about how the diamond world will look in 10 to 20 years, and I'm going to introduce the panelists momentarily. But on the other hand, it does require, obviously, some speculation. But we've got a very, very esteemed panel here. No better for them to actually do the speculation. On my left, I've got Avi Kravitz, a well-known industry analyst from Israel, and welcome to Kimberley and welcome to South Africa. Then I've got Peter Moretti, a De Beers executive. It's always wonderful to have a De Beers executive on the panel, one of the leading diamond companies in the world. And then, of course, you've heard from Paul, again, a top industry analyst from the United States. I've planted a few questions to kind of get the discussion going, and I've tried to make them each to the kind of panelists' expertise, and I'll kind of get them going so we can actually try and understand what the diamond landscape will look like in 10 to 20 years. And please, gentlemen, try and keep your responses fairly brief. And if others want to kind of chip in on the individual questions, please do. Paul, I'm going to start off with you. You were very cautious in your presentation this morning about where the future would be. So imagine yourself in 10 to 20 years' time giving this the presentation you gave this morning to this audience. What do you think the diamond market will look like in 10 to 20 years' time?
Right, so I think I kind of hit on this morning, but marketing's the key. If the industry can nail down the marketing properly, there'll be continued demand for natural diamonds, no question. There's a long future ahead. That theoretically should lead to higher prices. If we get higher prices, theoretically that should lead to more economic diamond deposits, right? So I think you really have to appreciate the cyclicality. I think this audience understands that. You know, commodity development and economics of a deposit are very, very sensitive to the price of the commodity you're producing. So a lot of times you'll hear that, you know, we're out of diamonds, or we've reached peak diamond, or there's no diamond, you know, deposits left, but that's at current prices. And obviously if we see significantly higher prices, we're going to see assets like Star Iron South in Canada go into production. Maybe a mine like Bunder in India goes into production. There's a lot of undeveloped assets that are potentially economic in Russia. So, you know, I think that's the reality of it. We just have to be open to the sensitivities of the equation.
Avi, could I just take over from what Paul mentioned about marketing? And he underscored this morning about the absolute importance of marketing. How do you see that changing over the next kind of decade to make sure the diamond dream is still realized?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Paul on the importance of marketing, but I think we will see the messaging continue to evolve, and we've seen that already in the last year or two, and also looking in the last decade, that being accountable for one's diamonds and showing the traceability and the story of the diamond, that the diamond contributed to the good of communities, of societies, made a positive contribution to the world in where they came from, and that whole responsible sourcing and environmental awareness message, I think, is going to only amplify in the coming years. And so in the next 10 to 20 years, we'll see, I would imagine that will be a core focus of the industry, as I think it is already today.
Just going on from that, what influence do you think social media has in terms of promoting the good of diamond?
Well, it's a direct access to your consumer. So brands especially have social media as a platform to show the impact of their product. And they're seeing the reaction and engagement of their consumers and how they're reacting to that message immediately. And so it's only going to become that noisy environment of social media is only going to get louder and more important to a brand's messaging. If you think about how marketing was, how we did marketing and advertising 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and how we do it today, it's completely different, and social media plays an important role in that.
Peter, I'm going to move on to you now, and we've spoken about how important marketing is, and we've spoken about where this will be in 10 to 20 years' time. Now, we've seen in our lifetime the rise and the decline of both the Canadian and Australian rough diamond production, and both will probably continue to decline over our lifetime too as well. We've seen the same in South Africa. In Botswana, in 20 years' time, we're probably going to see a decline in diamond production there. So what do you think this means? Where are we going to get the diamonds from? And we all know about four-dimensional exploration? Yeah, I'll have to learn about that from your learned chairman.
Yeah, no, thanks, and good afternoon all. I really want to add a little bit on what my colleague said about, how the future of selling diamonds looks like. There's three things. One, absolutely important, the sustainable mining where communities would benefit. Secondly, consumer confidence. Tracer, my chairman spoke about it, code of origin. We've seen that, largely consumers want to know where their diamonds come from. But the third one is convenience. And we've seen during COVID and lockdown, largely in America, the consumers were buying online. So I think that convenience is going to be what drives the consumption of diamonds going forward. But coming back to production, very difficult question. I think we need to start from exploration, and we're doing a lot of work exploring Angola, South Africa, and we need to continue to spend money. We're also extending the lives of the mines that we have. But I think, it's going to be very difficult, but it's the two that I can think of. Exploration, finding those rich diamond deposits, mining them, and continuing to make the natural diamond as relevant as we can, given the competition from lab-grown diamonds.
Thanks, Peter. Paul, if you put your financial hat on, going from what Peter was saying, and going from the presentation I had this morning, where juniors tend to be the greater explorers. 60% of discoveries are made by juniors now compared to 40% of corporates, and that's across all different minerals. Where do you think the money's going to come from to do this very high-risk exploration?
We need like a big discovery. That's exciting. That gets everybody excited again, because investors have done, by and large, very poorly over definitely the last 5 years, probably the last 10 years. So there's kind of a sour taste, I think, in investors' mouths. They're also concerned about lab-grown diamonds. So I think as that plays out and that segment matures, I think that will kind of ease that concern. But it's tough. I mean, we've had, the last 10 years, we've had diamond prices, at least if you look longer term out, you saw my chart, prices have been relatively flat, and investors in the commodity want to be enthusiastic about the commodity, and right now they're enthusiastic about battery metals, critical metals, copper for the green build out in, say, America. So unless investors could either have an amazing asset that gets them excited about, that becomes a big win, or they get excited about the underlying commodity, it's going to, I think, be difficult to really jumpstart interest in diamond investment, say the way it was in Canada in the 1990s. But that's the reality. But I think we just have to continue to kind of keep working on the things that we know we need to do and stick with this. And this has been an extremely resilient industry for a very long time. And I think that's a testament to the people that work in this industry. It's not a coincidence, and it's throughout the supply chain. It's upstream, midstream, downstream. There's some amazing people in this industry that have kept it relevant. So, I mean, I'd like to say bet on the people. It might be difficult to convince investors of that at this stage, but I think we will weather the storm.
You mentioned lab-grown diamonds. If you could just maybe make a comment on, do you see that kind of market maturing, much in the same way that if you look at the precious stones of sapphire and ruby, which have had synthetics and artificial, etc., and it's long matured? Do you think we will be there with lab-grown and naturals in a decade or two's time?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty confident that most lab-grown diamonds will be considered, semi-precious at best. I mean, selling at price points in the hundreds of dollars, sold on marketplaces like Amazon in the US and Alibaba in China. It doesn't mean there aren't going to be some companies that can maybe build out a brand and get a premium price for it. But by and large, I don't think the lab diamond industry is disciplined enough to really do what they need to do to maintain pricing power. I think that's going to be extremely difficult to do. They seem to be very opportunistic. We've already seen that production just exploding, prices are crashing. I mean, we're only a good 5 years into this. So I guess that's kind of my thoughts on that at this point.
Arvid, there was quite a bit of conversation today about ESG and the importance of it, and Lyndon mentioned that this is actually a very large overhead which is almost restricting the development of the mining industry in the Northern Cape in particular. How important do you think is ESG to the consumer?
Yeah, I mean, on those questions, it's always asked, we ask retailers, how many consumers come in asking these questions about where the diamond comes from and its impact on the environment, and the answer is always very few. So I would say that the drive towards it is by the brands who need to make that assurance inherently without having to answer the question. It needs to be a given for a brand, and particularly in the United States, where retailers are more aware of these issues and sensitive to them. And I think they are sensitive to the possibility that a consumer might come into their store and ask that question. But with these issues like climate change and all these sort of things are front and center in our news feed, and so that is not going to go away, and so it is on the consciousness, let's say, of the consumer at the end of the day, and if the product that they're buying is found to have a poor record on the ESG front, then there would be a backlash, I think, as we've seen in the past.
Maybe could you just develop that in terms of provenance as well, about how important provenance is to the consumer?
Yeah, provenance has become an important issue in the trade this year, in the last 2 years, as Paul mentioned earlier in his presentation, that the sanctions have been imposed on Alrosa, on Russian diamonds, and there's talk of strengthening and widening that to other countries in the G7 group and beyond the United States. And so it's again feeding back into that issue of a brand needing to give the assurance to their customers that their diamonds are responsibly sourced, and so the war in Ukraine has brought the issue has sort of fast tracked the issue and brought it to the forefront, but it extends beyond that social element to environmental policy and to various other practices. And just one final sentence on that is that I think, if we look at where the industry is going to be in 10 years' time, I would think that it's that these issues are just central to the messaging rather than being a sort of a defensive thing where the industry is reacting to a black swan event that it needs to adjust. That's where we want to be, I think, and I think it is moving in that direction.
Peter, and forgive me for a slightly challenging question, is in 10 years' time, 50% of the diamond production in Botswana will go through Okavango Diamond Company. How do you see that impacting on the diamond industry, both at a national and an international level?
Yeah, very difficult. So as you know, the details of our agreement with the government of Botswana are being finalized. As we speak, over the last 3 days, my bosses have been locked themselves in a room looking at the strategy of DPS going forward. But from a supply perspective, those diamonds, and this is my understanding, will still be available to the market. And from the way we sell, it will of course impact our site holders, the way we supply. I think creativity will have to kind of come in. But again, as we understand it, the increase into Okavango and of course the decrease from Botswana will happen over the 10-year period. So I think there's sufficient time to think about and understand the impact primarily, but also how to mitigate the risks and of course to deal with the shortfall.
Thanks, Peter. And if you just elaborate on an additional question on that. From what I understand, looking at public domain information, Debswana currently, and we all know currently could extend much further into the future, has something like 35 or so years left in their life of mine. And we all know mines, when they get to having 10 years left, have another 10 years actually after that. We understand that. So if we kind of fast forward to 20 years' time, the mines are getting old, they're getting deeper, they're getting more expensive to run. Do you see kind of any changes in terms of the way Debswana is run? And what's your vision for Botswana in 20 years' time?
Well,
sorry.
So first of all, I mean, if I had a crystal ball, I'll tell you everything that's going to happen, but obviously I don't have. We live in a dynamic world. Things change. What was 5 years ago isn't today. What will be 10 years' time isn't what is today. So I think we need to be in tune with the changes, what the changes are, and how do we make sure that we remain in control of the changes. So I can't give you a straight answer from the question you asked, but I think it's, from my side, my sense, let's stay close to the issues, understand the issues, so that you can pivot where you have to and when you have to.
No, great, Peter. Thank you very much. Paul, I just want to explore a bit more about the junior concept. And we know that Southern Africa is highly prospective. There's a lot of work happening in Angola at the moment. And we know how well Canada has done in terms of attracting juniors to work in every single commodity in what is often seen as an overexplored province, but they keep on finding world-class deposits actually there. What can we learn in South Africa? Because obviously part of this question is both international and for South Africa. What can we learn in South Africa? What are the key takeaways that we need to do to try and grow our junior industry in South Africa so we can complement De Beers' efforts in terms of exploration?
I mean, I think it's pretty easy. You have to subsidize it, right? I mean, you look at what India is doing with lab-grown. India wants to be a leader in lab-grown, so they're subsidizing the lab-grown diamond producers. They're giving them, interest-free financing on capital equipment. They're giving them, tax breaks. I mean, if you want to incentivize an industry, a government number one weapon is to provide subsidies, some sort of incentive. I mean that's the answer.
I wonder if anyone from government has written that one down. If we kind of move on from that and we look at almost the curse of resource nationalism. If we look at many of the countries in Africa are almost kind of harking back to greater state takes. Peter, in your view, how do we manage that for the benefit of all stakeholders, like your chairman said, but also for the benefit of the industry too as well? How do you kind of manage that kind of delicate balance?
Yeah, so the direction we've taken is really to get involved in facilitating beneficiation so that you are making sure that the locals and in the industry get to participate. But also it's to transform the industry. I mean, we've always been accused of being a boys' club and of course a certain sector. And we've taken, direction in South Africa. We are spending a lot of time and money in developing smaller companies to become big participants in the industry. For instance, we've got the first black site holder in South Africa, Molefe Litsiki, who came through our enterprise development program and doing very well. But this is one company out of 10 companies. And of course, we shouldn't be looking for quantity, we should be looking for quality. Because if Molefe fails, we fail. But if he succeeds, we succeed as well. And it's one angle I know I'm giving you, but I think broadening the participation in the industry would buy us a lot of credibility and respect from government, because we are assisting them to achieve their social objectives, if you like.
Can I just one quick follow-up question? Peter, would De Beers consider similar type ventures, but in the exploration and mining environment, using your capital and expertise, like you are doing in the beneficiation? Would you do that upstream?
So I think what we need to do, let's look at the proposal. I wouldn't want to say yes and tomorrow there's a flood of interested parties. So I think we can sit and look at the proposal. It took us 5 years to put together the enterprise development program that we have from a beneficiation perspective. And we needed to challenge ourselves to do things that we've never done before. So I think it's a good question, and I think it's one that we need to challenge a bit more.
Avi.
Sorry about that. In covering the diamond industry and the beneficiation issue in Southern Africa, we always, as journalists, we always looked at Botswana and Namibia as these sort of poster childs, in particular Botswana, of course, in that there was this job creation by setting up factories and enabling skills development through those factories. But something that I've come to realize in the last month or two, spending time in South Africa and speaking to and getting to know the industry a bit more, is that there's this entrepreneurial opportunity in South Africa that is the focus of the beneficiation program here, and you don't have that in Botswana and Namibia. And I think that's very interesting and very powerful opportunity for South Africa, that there is this sort of, it's a maturer industry, and that's enabled it to encourage entrepreneurship within the beneficiation space. And I think it'll be an interesting challenge for Botswana and Namibia at some stage to see if their industries, their beneficiation industries, can mature in that same way. I think South Africa can be a lot larger in terms of that, but I think that the work that De Beers is doing with governments in that area is applaudable in South Africa, and I think it's kind of a story that hasn't been told.
Avi, if you could just develop that point you raise about potentially increasing the size of the beneficiation industry in South Africa, and then perhaps Botswana and Namibia will continue. What does that mean for places like Israel, India, and China? Particularly, I talk about India and China when we read about the BRICS announcements and President Ramaphosa hugging all the presidents of the different countries during the past couple of days.
I think it's mainly a question for India. I think in terms of manufacturing, Israel and centers like Israel, Antwerp, New York have lost that volume to India a long time ago, and they've developed their niches, and that's where their expertise are. You know, if it's in larger stones or special fancy cuts, whatever it is. But I think India is an interesting question, and how it will be affected by growing. You know, if there is a grander scale beneficiation success story in Southern Africa, and to what extent that will affect India. And I think it'll be interesting to see if the De Beers Botswana deal has a long-term effect on that more goods will need to be beneficiated in Botswana, and if Botswana has the capacity and skill set on a larger scale to fill that. That said, I think India is, you know, such a grand scale in terms of the manufacturing that's going on that it's not going to go away anytime soon. They've got the skill and knowledge to really sustain the industry there. And within India, there's an interesting debate of whether Mumbai or Surat is going to be the main center. And so Surat is kind of coming up with a new Bursa there, and so there might be some movement within India. But India's not going away soon. But I think the challenge for Southern Africa will be to, in particular in Botswana at this point, whether it has the capacity to meet the scale of production that they might want to bring there.
Sorry, just one quick follow-up on that. Do you think that site holders will move many of their production factories from India, for example, to Botswana, to South Africa, for basically all the reasons that Peter was kind of outlining?
Yes, so I think it'll depend if Okavango requires it, if they change the way they sell, if they introduce a site system or whereby they would require manufacturers to manufacture a portion of their goods in Botswana. If that happens, then there would be scale to move more factories into Botswana. I think the bulk of it has already happened. And so you see the major site holders have their factories in India as well as Botswana. In terms of moving to South Africa, I don't really see it happening soon. But I think the opportunity for South Africa is through that entrepreneurial channel to duplicate what Molefe has done. And to bring in more local site holders. That would be a great success story if in 5-10 years we have 5 to 10 local born South African site holders getting, with sustainable businesses in the manufacturing space.
A question for all of the members of the panel here, and Paula, if you could answer it first, and then Peter and Avi, is we've made the assumption that the diamond market is resilient, which we all agree, we wouldn't be here otherwise, and we've made the assumption that it will continue to grow, bar or not. What are your comments on branding of diamond goods? Now, I was involved with the first De Beers LVMH joint venture and things many years ago, and if you look at the success of branded luxury goods, handbags, shoes, all those kind of things. What do you think branding of diamonds will look like, if at all, in 10 to 20 years' time?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really...
And how important is it? Yeah.
Yeah, really good question. So diamonds are the only major luxury product that are sold generically. I mean, it's the only one. Very, very unique in that way. Obviously, it worked under the original De Beers, the Diamond is Forever model. It thrived. I think the positive is that as we get more digital, as AI develops, as we have... virtual reality world that is a very real possibility in our lifetime, I think people are going to really want real things, and diamonds could fit very well into that category, being a luxury discretionary item. And if you look at like the Diamond Producers Association, which is now the National Diamond Council, the first tagline was "Real is rare," and maybe they're a little bit ahead of their time, and I think they ended up, tossing that one out and then going a different direction. But I think there's really something there. But again, I think it's about creating a brand around diamonds as a category. That's the key. Historically, that's been kind of the golden ticket for this industry. I think there's a way to do it again. I think the Natural Diamond Council is the way to get there. But again, I think that has to be executed properly, and I'm completely convinced that that's the most important thing this industry has to focus on.
Peter, what's your view, or should I say, what's De Beers' view on that?
Yeah, so branding is very important. I mean, it's a major part of differentiation. So if all four of us have the same diamond, 1 carat JVS1, and we're going to try and sell it to John, why should he buy from me and not from you? And what is the differentiator? So branding brings a lot of differentiation. Of course, brands give you promise and provide you the confidence. So we believe very strongly, and we've said this as De Beers for many years, branding is what will help us sell diamonds and keep them separate and different and, of course, relevant going forward.
Before I hand over to Avi, a follow-up question. Please tell us what's happening with the Forever Mark.
So, as I say, there's a strategy session right now which will be looking at everything, you know, how we source RAF, how we sell our diamonds in the midstream, and what we're doing downstream. So all of that is being re-looked at. Of course, it'll take some time, and then, of course, we will have direction in terms of what will happen to the De Beers brands as they are today, and of course, what are they going to be like tomorrow.
Thank you, Peter. Avi?
You're asking all the questions that I'm not able to over here on Forever Mark. There are a few points on branding that I think about. The first is that it's not only for retailers. In today's world, branding, and it feeds into what James, what you said earlier about, or asked earlier about social media, is that every company along the supply chain has to think about its branding, and that includes your manufacturers as well as your miners. For various reasons, among them that retailers are looking for suppliers and partners that share their values. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that branding isn't about taglines anymore, if it ever was. And content is the heart and soul of branding today. If you want to develop your brand, and maybe we're not talking about logos, but just in terms of your reputation and your reputation and your values, content is the way to tap into that and get the message out. And then the third interesting thing that I've been thinking about for a while in terms of branding is whether a country can brand its diamonds. And the question comes up, particularly in the Botswana context, because Botswana is going to be selling more of its own diamonds, where it can say this diamond was, was mined in Botswana and sold in Botswana and potentially manufactured in Botswana. It's a diamonds do good story. And historically, countries haven't been able to brand their diamonds. In fact, probably the biggest success story has been South Africa. South Africa is synonymous with diamonds. When you go to Hong Kong, when you go to different places in the world, people assume that diamonds come from South Africa, and many suppliers kind of use South Africa loosely, to say that this diamond is from South Africa, and that adds value in the consumer's minds. But if you think about, Canada Mark, for example, it's never really, from the outside, it doesn't seem like it really took on as a brand. It's maybe a hallmark that's effective within the industry. So that's another, just something to think about, whether countries can brand their diamonds.
Thank you. I've just got one final question that maybe the audience has some questions before I ask each panel member to wrap up. Paul, why don't we see industry consolidation? Why don't we see miners working alongside cutters in a more general sense? because then they have guarantee of production. And I know they're very different businesses, and I know people have been talking about all the way back to Des Killalea from the Royal Bank of Canada 20, 30 years ago, there will be industry consolidation, but we haven't seen any. Your thoughts?
I mean, I think we saw a lot of consolidation in the midstream, which is interesting. So that's just that one segment. That went from, thousands of small family-run businesses. Now there's a much larger percentage of large corporate manufacturers that have 5,000, 10,000 employees. So that is the area where I think we have seen the consolidation. Obviously, we saw it downstream. LVMH bought Tiffany. There's been pretty notable downstream consolidation, but on the same, but the independent jewelers in places like America still represent a very large percent of diamond jewelry sales. Probably over 50%. So it's kind of interesting. So I think there has been consolidation, but it was such a fragmented industry to start with, especially midstream and downstream, that it may not feel super noticeable. Upstream, it's interesting. There's just so few players left, and I think I think we were talking about juniors. I think juniors played a role. They would kind of make the discovery, and the majors would take it from there. And I think that model worked for a reason. I think that was probably the most efficient way for the upstream to work. Given that, again, there's just such a lack of financing available at this point. There aren't that many juniors, and then the majors maybe aren't focusing as much on exploration. So you get to the point where I think a lot of the consolidation upstream used to be a major buying a junior. De Beers bought Peregrine Diamonds. They're developing the Chitiliac deposit in Nunavut, Canada. So that's kind of an example, but I think it just kind of gets back to what we were saying before. The activity is so light upstream at this point. I think that there just really isn't a whole lot to consolidate at this point.
Fair comment. Questions from the floor? Oh, quite a few. Brendan, Hans, and then John.
Hi. Question for Peter, please. Sorry. You mentioned that you're exploring in South Africa. Can I get some more details of that, please, as to where you're looking, how much you're spending on this, and most important of all, why are you looking in South Africa? Because 15 years ago, De Beers got out of South Africa. You sold off everything except Venezia and the game farms around Kimberley. So has there been a change of policy that you've come back into South Africa?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So we've always been looking around, and we will be where there are diamonds. We've never stopped in South Africa. We may have reduced our exploration budget because of the challenges that we were facing, but we are in the Northern Cape, and of course in the Western Cape, looking around there. In terms of selling off, we've sold off those assets that do not fit our profile anymore. Yes, we're spending $2 billion in extending the life of Venetia. We've always been in South Africa. We are in South Africa. We didn't close those mines. We let them carry on for those that can still make money out of them. But it isn't our intention to leave South Africa.
How big is your exploration program here?
I've got my exploration team here. I don't have the real numbers, but I will ask. Is Lindsay still here? She was hiding. Okay, can I ask that we take that offline? So sorry. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Hans, halfway around the back.
Thank you, Hans Hiekstedt, Jeanville Diamond Mines. For the panel and, back to the future, looking 10, 20 years. Currently, how is blockchain technology being used for provenance, and how is it possibly in future going to be more in use? Thank you.
Who would like to? Avi, Peter? Okay, there we go. Avi, then Peter. Yep.
I'll let Peter talk about Tracer, but the blockchain has been a bit of a buzzword, but the correct buzzword is the traceability element that it enables. The blockchain is the power behind the traceability programs that have been developed. I don't know all the applications of blockchain and how they'll develop in the future. It certainly, I think it does make for a more secure pipeline and enables that storytelling at the end of the day, that you're able to show where the diamond is coming from.
Peter?
Thanks. So we've been testing the tracer system for a while now, and we have, if not all, a large majority of our site holders involved, where we are able to kind of make sure that every box, every stone we sell to them, we can capture the rough image, and of course capture that image as it goes and it changes its life. You have seen on the video earlier. But yeah, it is a system that provides the industry secure, almost like a secure pipeline of how their diamonds are changing form and where they are, and you can map back the rough to the polish and the other way around to say this polish came from this rough because you will have captured that the journey of the diamond as it was changing its life. Hope it answers.
Thank you. John?
James, just on a few things, going back to ESG, I noticed it didn't come up again. Personally, I think it's a layer of a very expensive compliance. And can anyone in this audience show me fund managers, particularly out of New York, Canada, wherever, UK, who've actually been to operations to see what goes on, including cobalt and all those exotic minerals, for example, in DRC and the child labor. And if we take that a step further, we've heard about source, to sale point. It's very difficult to track a diamond. Blockchain's amazing, but it also has holes in it. And you can't, as you know, yet fingerprint a diamond. We've talked about Tracer and we've talked about GemFair. Now, if you look at this country, which has been overrun by Zamas, and I talk specifically to diamonds, and go and look at Namaqualand, it is frightening. We have Mr. Jacob Zuma's, funder sitting there backing people mining diamonds. So where are those diamonds going? You can guarantee they're not going through Kimberley process. So for me, and that's why I raised it earlier, GemFair, going back to the basics, you have all these people, and you've done it, very well in Sierra Leone. And I would think if we want to address, and it gets back to Abby's point about the entrepreneurs, those people are entrepreneurs. They're incredibly smart. We need to go back to a GemFair type model whereby all of those diamonds coming out of Namaqualand, and there are lots of them, do have some formal process that those people are getting fair value. I mean, I still have a network there, and I know some of the pricing, and I know the areas they come from, and those people are not getting anywhere near fair value. So those are the basics to me that I find at the moment. There's so many, and I'm not a social media expert, but there are just so many, different ideas coming out of this industry of ours. It's a bit confusing. Now, I'm not a social media expert, but I think there's some basics, in my view, that we're missing. And it's really getting down onto the ground. I mean, like it or not, we saw it in Zimbabwe, you've seen it in West Africa, we see it in this country. Diamonds are extremely mobile. And, I just think we need to go down a level or two and start from the bottom up.
I think John raised a very, very good point. If you look at the Zamas in the gold industry, in this country, the police and possibly the army are now attacking the illegal miners, but nobody's going after the buyers. And now, what do you think? Whoever can answer this question would be great. What do you think we should be doing as an industry to actually not necessarily target the diggers themselves, because I think something like the GemFair product would be super, but what can we do to target the buyers to basically stop them from buying or prevent them from taking their goods to wherever they take their goods to?
Yeah, So I think GemFair is one part of it. There's a lot of other stakeholders that need to be forming part of solving the problem of illegal miners across, diamonds and all the other precious metals that are involved. The police have got to be involved. And of course, I suspect legislation will have to be changed. I'm not sure how do you deal with somebody that is a zama-zama? Do you give them a fine, a small fine, and then they back out again? I think we just need to have all the loopholes tightened, all of the stakeholders that can help solve the problem come to the party. And of course, GemFair will just be one part of it. I think there may be other solutions that we can look into.
Thank you, Peter. Any further questions?
Can I...
Sorry, there's one right at the very back.
I want a question of my own. I'll go there.
Okay, thank you, Kurt.
We're starting to touch on something close to my heart, and I think in general we spoke a lot about downstream, but how do you guys think the regulatory regimes of the various countries? This morning I heard that South Africa's royalties are lower than our neighbors, yet on the Fraser Institute list we are going down. So what is the influence of the regulations and legislation in our country, and how can we contribute to change that to create something in 10 to 20 years?
Who would like to have a go at that one?
I'll try that again.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
But I'll pass the mic on. I think I've been in the industry, 35 years. The challenge I've seen in gatherings like this and discussions like this, we seem to be talking amongst ourselves. I can't remember who it is. I think it was you, James, that said government is not here. Now, we can only move forward if we talk one language, raise matters that can take the industry forward, but also define what is it that we need from government with timelines. Because the problem we're talking today, tomorrow we all going back to our workplaces and then we'll have forgotten and the problems will still be there. I think we need to challenge ourselves. Minerals Council is doing fantastic work, but I think we just need to continue to chip away at the discussions. The one problem I know has been highlighted, especially in the midstream, is that we in the industry carry on for many years, but unfortunately the officials we're dealing with at government level would change regularly, and the conversations you had 2 years ago, you're going to have to restart that with somebody new. So I think, I don't have the answer, but I think there has to be a way where we talk with one voice, get to government, illustrate exactly what is it that we need, and I'm sure we're doing that, but we shouldn't stop doing it. We need to continue to do it until it's resolved. It's not a straight answer, but I think it's something that we really need to continue to do.
If I could just maybe add on to what Peter said before we go to the question. About 2 months ago, I came to a Northern Cape mining and exploration conference held at the conference room. And it was led by the Minister of Mines, and he mandated a group of people to meet and put together some recommendations which he could then table by the end of October to his cabinet colleagues. And let me tell you that we have met every single Tuesday, virtually. Sometimes we're not together. And it's a diverse grouping of people from industry. I just happen to be there because I happen to come. So, I kind of accidentally got involved. But I'm delighted I am. You've got the Council for Geoscience, you've got the South African Reserve Bank, you've got the Department of Finance and Treasury, and some of the papers which are being circulated are fantastic. So I look at something like that where there is an intense amount of industry collaboration and a visible commitment up front from the Minister to table it. one can be cynical and think that it might not happen, but there is goodwill and there's lots of work being done by government and industry to try and make this happen in the background, which I think is tremendous. But it's exactly what you said, Peter, is you've got to collaborate, you've got to roll up your sleeves, you've got to get involved, and you've just got to put the time in. Question at the back.
Hi there, it's Maurice Barker from Ikapa Mining. Just a question on beneficiation. Like 9 out of every 10 diamonds that are polished in India. And looking at the economics of that and also the labor cost in India, like in China, for example. Looking at the average price, there's another rule of thumb that I roughly know, like about 10% of the price of the rough that you're busy working is the polishing cost. So if you take a rough at $1,000 a carat, $100 a carat is the polishing cost, which is the cost in South Africa, like very roughly. How do we attract beneficiation? Unless the entrepreneurship is a bit of a fantasy, unless there is like you'd have to subsidize those factories. So are you ever going to really develop entrepreneurial spirit in a way? Because they won't be standalone.
Okay, who'd like to make a comment? Peter, again? And before Peter comments, and thank you very much, that was the last question. We're almost out of time. What I'm going to ask the panel for is what is their vision and dream in like a minute or so each of the diamond industry in 20 years' time? How would you describe it? So Peter, once you've finished answering this one, we'll go Paul, Peter, and then finishing with yourself, Avi.
Yeah. No, thanks for the question. So what we have done, and I can only talk to what we've done, we've partnered with a company called Race Corp, which really works with the enterprise development individuals and provide them with entrepreneurial skills. And that's a 3-year course, and we're paying for that. So, and then, of course, there's 3 major issues that we find in South Africa. One is actually contrary to popular belief, it's not access to rough. It's access to funding, access to markets, and then of course the entrepreneurial skills. Because if you can cut and polish a diamond, it doesn't necessarily make you a businessman. So we find that the project has actually helped round off the enterprise development participants. But what we've also done is to provide small parcels to them, parcels of about $200,000, as and when they can apply for it and they need it. We have burnt our fingers in looking to assist with funding. So through our Zimele partners, we gave loans to 2 of the participants, and unfortunately COVID came in, hit very hard, and they defaulted, but we're still working with them. And then the other 2, we stood surety for them with a big bank in South Africa. The one defaulted and the other one managed to pay it back. So we're trying to get into areas where we're not getting, and we're learning very interesting lessons. So it's not always about subsidizing, it's about making sure that you provide the right and you appeal to the right needs, skills, entrepreneurial skills, rough, and then of course funding. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Peter. So last question to each of you. What's your vision of the diamond industry for 20 years' time?
So I wouldn't bet against the natural diamond industry. I mean, I think De Beers is still a very good steward for the industry. I think El Rose, it's a little bit weird with what's going on in Russia. They were actually a very good industry steward, and I think, again, that's part of why this industry has been so resilient. I don't think lab diamonds are going to put natural diamonds out of business. I don't think this is going to happen either, but I think this is more likely than lab diamonds taking over naturals, that just diamonds lose their relevancy and it doesn't become a staple in engagements. I think that's the real risk that this industry faces. I think it gets back to the comments I was making before. I think best case scenario, kind of echoing what I said, I think diamonds could be that real tangible thing in a very digital world going forward. And I could see the desire to have real things that are special, that actually go back, to to earth and nature and history. And I think diamonds are actually positioned very, very well to be one of those items 25 years, into the future. So I kind of guess we'll leave you with that.
Fantastic, Paul. Peter?
Right, so exploration, I hope we do find those diamondiferous deposits. We can turn them into mines, but the future mines, as we were showing, the communities around those mining areas are thriving. This panel has changed. It's all youngsters and women. We are somewhere having pina coladas and watching the hard work paying off. And then, of course, the natural diamond hits the lights out, and the companies that will be taking over in the future can make the money that is necessary to sustain themselves, their businesses, and their communities. It's only a dream, by the way.
Wonderful, Peter. Love it. Avi, yourself?
I'm glad I'm not in your dreams, Peter. I guess all of the above. I would say that I would dream that the industry would be have an ethical supply chain and responsible supply chain. And I think there will be a boom in branded diamonds. I think we are going to see more branding in the diamond industry. As Paul said, it's generally sold as a generic product, and I think that is going to change. As Peter said, I think we will also see a more diverse supply chain and a more efficient supply chain as well. I think we're going to see a lot of influence of AI in things like diamond grading and possibly even in the mining space as well. And that's going to make the industry more efficient. And so we're going to see some juggling for positions.
Well, thank you very much to my esteemed panelists. And audience, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, James and the panel. I could almost hear Peter saying to James, "Hell, man, I'm a human being, not a prophet." But at the end of the day, thank you. And it's a conversation that we need to keep on continuously. So we have one short presentation. I need to put on my glasses. I'm on that age. It is Luke Marriott. He's an e-valuer. It's new technology. So the floor is yours, Luke. Where are you?
So we have an assortment. We have 2,500 price points. We go from the -3 sieve size up to 10.8. We currently train people to use our software by teaching them the assortment, and then they can go online and match the assortment to the prices. Now, everyone has their own assortment. Some are very basic, some are complicated. DTC, beers, they have, I think, over 15,000 price points, something like that. We have 2,500. We think that covers what's necessary, and it's easy to teach as well. So we're focused on training people in order to pick this up. So what we do is we go around the market, we look at goods in Antwerp, in Dubai, in Surat, in Gaborone, and we're looking at the goods, putting them on our assortment, and then we have an algorithm that reverse engineers, and we do an up-to-date price. We update our prices every month. So we're going around looking at all these goods. So we're constantly looking at diamonds and updating the price book. We look at probably around $200 million worth of goods on sale each month. So most of the goods we're looking at the moment are from tenders, but we also go to the factories in Surat, the offices in Antwerp. So we're looking at goods from site holders, goods that not from Russia at the moment. We're trying to avoid those for compliance purposes. But we will be able to show which goods are selling at what prices, so whether goods are cheaper coming from a contract at Rio or DTC, or whether they're cheaper in the market. You know, different areas vary. So we have, for the mining companies, we have a suite of analysis tools where you can see your production. So you can see what goods you're getting from month to month. You can analyze everything from the size distribution, the color, the model, the quality. And the mining companies that are currently using this, and it's mostly in Angola and Sierra Leone, but the mining companies that are using this, they ask for different things, so we can customize it. So here's just an example of some goods that we're seeing. You can see this is in Angola, the amount of goods that are coming through. We have an index of prices, so we show the exact movements. There's a lot of talk in the industry about, yeah, plus 5 carats are up a little bit, a couple of percent maybe, you know, the market's going like this, it's up, down. We do it on a really granular level. So we will say, you know, for example, the crystals, D to G, D to F color, first and second quality, have moved this amount. And it's different to what's moving in the different percentages in the soarables. So this all reflects what the industry is buying, what people are polishing, what's the most efficient thing for them to put through their factories at the moment. So we can show the difference, sort of headline differences in what's happening in size. The charts, what's happening, you know, the crystals high and low compared to the cleavage and rejections at the moment. I mean, you can see the cheaper goods have just crashed in the last month. Color, same thing. Better goods seem to be holding up. So currently, about $2 billion worth of goods are being sold through our platform. So these are the mining companies, the selling organizations in West Africa, Angola, who are putting the goods through the platform, getting a price, getting an up-to-date price, and the goods are sold on this. So the benefits listed here. Basically, it's an online platform. You log in, and you can see the price of your diamonds. That's, yeah, in a nutshell, that's what it is. If you want to know any more about this, please get in touch with me. I'm here all day tomorrow. I can give you a demonstration of what we do. As I said, long day. I'm going to let you go and get a drink. Thank you. There are different levels. So it depends on the package you want. You know, there are many different levels. We designed this for the producers. So it was ultimately for governments, for mining companies. It's actually transpired that the market likes this as well. So, you know, we're also selling to people on the market. You know, people who want to check prices, people who want to check what's going on. Because everybody has a price book. You know, everyone's got their own price book. But what we've done is we've collated everyone's price book. So we've got everyone's view on the market. So these big Indian guys, one of them, you know, can be buying something at a price which is totally different to somebody else's. You know, they're doing a different thing with the article. They might be buying more goods on contract, and hence, you know, in a certain article, and might need more of a different article. So affordable for South Africa in particular, if there was a chance of forming some kind of cooperative. I don't know if SAPA would be interested in getting a bunch of people together, because it costs us a lot to run it. So, you know, the more people we get using it, maybe we can do some kind of subsidized rates for
a bunch of companies over there.
One more question, two more.
Right at the beginning today, Daniel spoke about the mineral resources, or the mineral resources, and with one little item that you need a valuation that's less than 6 months old. Now, for a smaller developing company to hold all those diamonds indefinitely, so they can be revalued again and again and again.
A lot of locked up capital. So would this perhaps help to unlock that bit of a problem?
Any diamond that's been inputted onto the platform is there. So you can revalue every month. So there are certain mines where we have to, where the program is being used, Stornoway in Canada, for example, just an example. So we have to put a price, today's price on it, but the goods are only sold 6 weeks later. There's a hell of a lot of sorting to go on before the goods are tendered. So the goods can then be revalued. And currently, as Paul said this morning, I mean, the market for in the tenders is crazy. You know, I mean, the fluctuations are mad. So yes, you could easily value a parcel of goods, and 6 months later, a year later, you can revalue it. You can close off the valuation and then simply press a button and choose the new price list and revalue. No. Once they're inputted, that's all you need.
Hi, great looking system. How do you overcome the South African export law? If you place rough on and you get a positive bid, close the deal, you have to export it through the DEEC and allow others to bid on it. How do you get through that quagmire?
Luckily, I don't have to. I think, people have asked me, how does this correspond to polish prices? What's the, there are lots of questions. I'm not doing any of that. I'm telling you, or whoever wants to know, categorically the price of diamonds today. That's all I'm doing. What you do with the information is entirely up to you. I think it's enough work for us just to concentrate on getting categorically today's price, which we have. We can tell you what your diamond is worth, or hopefully you can do it yourselves. You just take the stone. There's a training manual, a guide of what a soarable low second quality looks like. You can look at it, you can match it to the thing, and you'll come up with today's price. So yeah, maybe I'm just lazy, but
yeah. Just to be clear, no reference to the valuation. You referred to bidding and marketing on your in your program, where clients are buying the goods that are made available for selling. If there's a sale, how do you export it from South Africa? The whole rest of the world is free export. It's only South Africa that has a DEEC system.
So again, I mean, when goods are sold, when they're sold via the system, people have logged on and done the valuation on the system and sold the goods, and they have been exported through the government channels, through Sodium, through the Ministry of Mines in Angola or Sierra Leone or whatever. So it's just coming up with a price, and then whatever taxes have to be paid afterwards, or whatever the modalities are, they still have to be followed. It's basically a price list. We're saying if we say it's worth 100, that's what we're saying. The goods are selling for 100 in the tender in Dubai. You've got to take off 7.5% for costs or whatever.